Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask
Oh yeah, I remember. What, 70? As long as they don't very back in. It's not a big turn of the ball, is it? The next game is Durham away. Yeah, yeah. And I'd never seen. And that's what you never know what that one's going to do. Lovely ground. Well, I don't know. I've never been there. I've been there to row actually. I was at Durham. Oh yeah. So I knew that area before Durham were. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not quite as lively as the last one.
But did you vote for your kid? Yeah. Yeah, no one really done anything.
Got our new staircase.
Yes, it's quite good actually. I like it.
Just a walking wicket. Oh, you always have it. And they're still picking. Yeah, yeah. It's because of Australia. Because he will do well in Australia because of bounce. Because he did once. No, he does because he does it on the up. Yeah, and that's why they're famous. I mean, 40 or 4 runs.
Good morning and welcome back to Taunton. This is day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Sussex. Somerset, who lost the toss and were asked to bat yesterday on a greenish looking pitch, are 317 for 6 after playing around a little bit with the batting order. We saw Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory open the batting for Somerset yesterday, which is quite an unusual pairing. And just meant that Somerset, although they're 6 down, actually it means it's not quite a fair reflection on how the game is looking at the moment. For instance, Archie Vaughan is still there, usually an opener. He's 17 not out. I'm Charlie Taylor. Alongside me is Vic Marks for the start of the morning session. Vic, you weren't here yesterday, but were you keeping an eye across it, or are there any thoughts you had of what you saw?
Well, I, like everyone else, was excited by our new equivalent to Hobbs and Sutcliffe at the top of the order, and also thrilled to see Archie Vaughan get some runs down the order. I like the fact, even though it could have made them look a bit stupid, I know they were talking about Davey in particular as a potential, not makeshift, but experiment as an opener, given what we've seen already this summer as a night watchman. A bit more surprised when I saw Lewis Gregory up there, but then we got a sort of a very credible explanation too about the fact that he's not going to bowl in this game. And I like the fact that they are open-minded enough to give something else a go, to experiment, not just sort of stick the same. The opening situation has been tricky. And it was topped by the fact that Archie Vaughan got some runs. Of course, I've only seen the highlights, beautiful package of 5 minutes highlights on the website. So it's hard to gauge, but I'm intrigued to see how this pitch plays. It seems like it's going to be not quite as bowler-friendly as the one we had against Essex, when it was even greener and the ball did turn quite quickly on the first day before it flattened out a bit. but it's not the same pitch we played Worcester on, so it's somewhere in between, I guess.
Which
but
is
we'll see.
Probably what
Yeah,
is a good
yeah.
cricket
No,
wicket
no,
for somewhere between those two. That's
absolutely.
probably not a bad thing.
So we've got, well, we've got all sorts of things to look forward to. Vaughan's batting. We've seen Rue batting yesterday.
Yeah, batted
almost
well.
an England player. Robinson, of course, will be the big threat, who's got a fantastic record for England, has it? But is no longer part of that squad. He's going to open the bowling now. And we've got a game which could go in all sorts of different directions. I don't quite know how much help the bowlers are going to get. We know it gets flatter as time goes by, usually at Taunton. So, and I gather, I could tell from looking at the pictures, you had a fantastic crowd here, a big
really
crowd
good.
here yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to be here.
Topping 2,000 yesterday.
And I didn't even have any chain issues getting here.
No, well-
chain issues on the Quantox is the reason why Charlie was a bit breathless when he walked in.
a bit breathless this morning.
We looked-
Cycled in, had a few chain issues on, as I described them, keep them nice and vague, on the way uphill in the Quantox, which is not the way you want them, really, as that one's left well outside the off stump to kick us off this morning from Ollie Robinson, bowling at Archie Vaughan. But made it with about 6 or 7 minutes to spare in the commentary box, which was... I was keeping a close eye on the time and thought, I think I'm okay. But it wasn't ideal.
So chain issues, that sounds... Do you have to mend the chain issues yourself?
It was a question of the chain continually popping off on one of the gears. So the ratio, the tweaking, I had to keep stopping and trying to tweak my gears to make it work. And every time I tried to go down to a lower gear, the chain came off, which is not ideal, really, in a bike situation where the chain is pretty important, as you find out when you've not got one.
You're any good at bike maintenance?
Yeah, I do like a bit of bike maintenance. Not the really tricky stuff, but I don't mind it. It's a very fiddly job, the tweaking of gears to try and get them perfect so that they change gear as you click your gears through with your hands.
Well, I'm all admiration.
Got here in the end. I'll have a proper look at it later. I'm driving home. My car was parked in
I see.
night, so it's going in the back of the car, thankfully.
In disgrace.
Yeah.
In the boot.
Yeah. In comes Robinson again. It looks to me, it's funny, I noticed this was Robinson yesterday, is that his first over of his spell looks quite different to the second and third overs of his spell, in that he really is a bowler that looks like he needs to shake the rust off over the first 6 deliveries.
I mean, he's having a remarkable career. Well, you can look it up in a minute because it's your laptops here. But if you look at his test record, it is phenomenal. In that I think he takes wickets in the very low 20s or something like that. So in one way, he's a sort of throwback. This is the last thing England seem to be interested in. People who run up and bowl about 78 miles an hour, or he seldom gets beyond 81, 82. I think they felt he'd lost a bit of pace. That's one reason why he's sort of been not banished, but he's no longer being selected. I think there are one or two other sort of non-cricketing issues that didn't necessarily endear him to the selectors, I'm guessing, but I don't know. But you tell us his record.
Well, yeah, it's pretty good. I'll wait for this ball. This is at test level, just level, not first class. He's averaging just a shade under 23 runs per wicket. Oh, that's pretty good, isn't it?
And how many wickets he got?
He's picked up 76 test wickets.
In sort of 20 tests or something like that?
Yeah, what it doesn't tell me is actually the number of tests.
But anyway, it is a remarkably good record. And I saw him get wickets in Pakistan. Not on the last trip, but the previous trip, where, seamers are not supposed to be able to get wickets, and he managed that. But then I think they fell out of love with one another, Robinson and the England setup.
There were questions about his fitness for a while, as you say, weren't there? 20 tests, so to have 76 wickets in 20 tests, that's
it's
a
great record.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he's clearly a threat, but in a sort of old-style threat, because he's not quick, but he's tall, he's got a lovely smooth action, and he hits the seam, and he gets a little bit of bounce. So he's a sort of very English style of bowler.
We said yesterday, build-wise, it's not dissimilar to Craig Overton in a way, as far as build goes.
Well, certainly in height,
the bowling is different, but it's coming from a similar sort of height, and that's sort of, he's quite big, isn't he? He's well built.
Yeah.
A bit like Craig Overton. So there is, once he gets going.
I think I'd back Overton in a 100-yard dash.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
And I'd certainly back him to catch.
Yes.
Robinson had a few tricky moments in the field in his time, whereas Overton, of course, is one of the, I keep saying this, but one of the best catches of green ball I've ever seen.
We saw one bit of fielding from Ollie Robinson where he dived over the ball, and Pete Trigo described me yesterday as going down like a rusty tin man. So it gives you an idea of
ever generous.
Yeah. It's McAndrew from the other side, the Australian, who bowled pretty well yesterday. Had a few. It was one of those innings, those spells where there was a bit of spray left and right.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of good balls in there as well, which is very difficult
So
to
the ball
bat
went
again.
past the bat a few times yesterday.
There was
gathering.
Between Overton and at Overton, sorry, these two, McAndrew and Robinson last night, Overton played and missed many, many times.
Oh, right.
And he really had the better of him. There we go,
Like
another one. Yeah, exactly like that. That's a carbon copy of some of them. Quite a lot of it beating the inside edge. Let's see what that one did.
I think that was the outside edge,
Yeah.
but it was full enough to induce the drive from Overton, and he missed it.
If he'd connected with all of these, he'd be on sort of the 60s or 70s by now, I think.
Possibly, or he'd be out.
Yeah.
There it is,
beating
up
the
there,
outside
but it
edge.
has moved a little bit off the pitch, perhaps.
Another good ball.
Well, in one way, Somerset will be pleased to see there's movement. This ball, I presume, is 16 overs old, 17. Ooh.
My dad was in yesterday. He's just texted me saying he's watching again. Enjoyed his day here. He sat in the Marcus Trescothick raised bit. You can buy a ticket, which is member for the day. And you can get access to the. It's a bit more expensive than a sort of general admittance. And you get access to the members areas, which
Pretty good.
for a day was. He enjoyed it. Went for a meal last night after the day's play. It was very enjoyable. Saw some good cricket yesterday.
Ooh.
Another play and miss from Overton. How many? I don't think we're going to be easily able to count all of them, but so many in his innings so far of 22. He's been there for 52 deliveries.
I mean, he played, of course, he played an absolutely critical role in the last game as a batsman. When he didn't play, he missed much at all. On the fourth day, anyway, when the wicket had flattened out a bit, he played a sterling, very measured, quite restrained innings. He's hit one.
He's hit one straight to the fielder there. And, no run added. Quite good so far from these two bowlers opening up.
Well, he's beaten the bat, McAndrew. Quite often, Somerset yet to get a run. Use your blue skies over the Quantox. Bits of your chain, possibly.
Yeah,
up there?
probably somewhere up there. No, well, it was gear issues really. Although it's the chain that was the obvious part of that. Oh, there's a shot that will go past the point fielder, backwards point fielder. Yeah, well, that's the long boundary out there as well. So it does take a bit of hitting. But Craig Overton is more than adequately strong to do that. So 4 to the total first boundary of the morning.
I mean, it must be very frustrating. Well, I think I know this, but McAndrew's run up, he's beaten him 3 or 4 times outside the off stump. And then last ball, which is not a disgraceful ball, given the way Overton's been playing, i.e. juicing that drive, and he middles it, and it scuds away for 4.
I wonder what the two teams would have, when they were looking at the pitch at the start of the day yesterday, before play started, before the toss, I wonder what they would have thought a pass score might have been. It's always hard to tell, isn't it, especially when a pitch is quite green.
Well,
How hard it is underneath.
I mean, Taunton is becoming a sort of a very tricky surface to in that our recent evidence tells us it gets easier to bat as the time goes by. Is what happened in the Essex game. So that's a good idea to put them in, because it'll be more difficult then and easier at the end. But sometimes this green grass is deceptive. I don't know what Lewis Gregory would have done. I suspect they would have put them in because they like to put them in. But I don't know. And he needn't tell us.
That common phrase, a good one to lose,
Yeah,
was mentioned
yeah.
a few times yesterday.
I think it actually does help. You don't want to turn up to a cricket match thinking the toss is absolutely critical. If we lose the toss, we're done for. And you can sometimes get that on green pitches where you know it's going to calm down. So you feel desperate to win the toss. Whereas Somerset, you can't be quite so sure here now, especially if it continues to turn. I don't know. Fact is that the evidence is mounting up that if you leave some live grass on here, it creates a more interesting, better surface, more balanced. Because we've seen many games, well, not many games, we've got a lot of results here actually over the last couple of years, but we've seen games where you've seen the bowlers driven to distraction because it just don't do anything.
Come pounding in the ball
and the balance doesn't seem quite right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's a cracking delivery.
Yeah, I like that. He's rolling it out of his wrists a bit.
Yeah, and it's almost what you were saying about Robinson, that there's just a bit more zip in that delivery. Now the chains are working well, the gears are changing smoothly.
Lucky him.
We have such a gifted team of researchers, analysts.
Lucky.
Somerset, we can tell you, hang on, have played and missed 42 times in this innings, of which Overton is responsible for 9.
It was a good fifth of the...
So if we add that
yeah.
to he's now faced 59 balls.
They were quite big hits, quite big plays and misses. They weren't sort of forward defensives that he was missing.
So he misses 1 in 5,
Yeah.
or 1
Yeah.
in 6
Yeah.
possibly. 1 in 6.
1
to
in
be
6,
fair
and
to
if
him. At the moment, that ratio could change. Hopefully, it'll go down.
Well, let's say he had hit them all for 4.
Yeah.
He'd have had 36 more runs to the total.
Well, you could say that, but
Not
it's
all of
also
them.
possible that he's been playing and missing when defending.
Yes,
as well.
that's true. That is true.
Anyway, our team of analysts never sleep. Not to mention win predictor.
Oh yeah, well, early days for the win predictor,
Well,
isn't it? I
yeah,
feel.
but he must have a view, or she.
Yeah. We're
Yeah.
just digging out the win predictors. Looks like some old railway carriages pulling into the station there. Some sort of big diesel unit, yellow ends.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure what that is. Some sort of special they put on in the summer on the weekends, don't they? Those kind of things.
Do they? Up to Minehead
Think
or
so.
something?
Yeah,
No?
could well be. Down into the English Riviera, your neck of the woods. It's a lovely part of the country. Not far from here. Everton not timing that one. 3-2-5 for 6. Who's still to come for those who are slightly confused by the batting order? I can tell you that Miguel Pretorius, we've not seen him yet. We've not seen Matt Henry in his first appearance of the season.
And Jack Leach.
And of course, yeah, Jack Leach.
Who comes next? I think Miguel probably, wouldn't you?
I'd certainly-
Just in
yeah,
case.
I would certainly put Miguel up, yeah.
You never know what you get. Well, you know what you get from Pretorius.
But you don't know whether which.
Well, you don't know whether it's going to work,
Yeah.
but you know what you're going to get, and it's usually very entertaining.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. That's out.
Yeah. Well, it was been coming, to be fair, with Craig Overton, who's been playing that sort of shot an
That's a
awful
good
lot.
catch, actually. I think that is the inside edge.
Yeah.
And if I'm right in that, that is a very good catch. Because outside edges are fairly straightforward. Inside edges, trickier. And Simpson, of course. Well, what time is that? There we go. Yeah, inside edge, good catch. And Overton on his way.
Didn't even look at the umpire.
He didn't. Well, that's the early wicket they wanted. The only plus for Somerset is that it's still doing a bit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Ron McAndrew and Robinson with the new ball were,
This
as you say.
this looks like
It is Pretorius.
Pretorius. Well, this could be quite entertaining. I mean, it's always entertaining actually, from what I've seen when Pretorius bats. But he could. I mean, he could go anyway. But he'll be positive. We know that. I think I'd go Pretorius, Leach, Henry. In my
Henry at
batting
11,
line.
would you?
Well, Leach is, particularly if Vaughan is still there. I want someone to sort of
Knuckle down.
stay with him, give him a chance to get a few more, possibly 28 more, but or whatever.
What do you think his dad was saying? His dad must have had a few words for him last night.
Well, I have no idea, but I think he's around. That's what I'm told. But I think also, like all good cricketing fathers, my impression is that he gives Archie plenty of space, and he doesn't pound him with ever more advice. It's quite a difficult balance, I imagine. If you are, but I think he's probably cracked it in that. I think he must give Archie some space, and he's got plenty of people to turn to. And I'm sure. Well, I don't know, but that's my guess. Yeah, off it goes.
Flat first ball.
It's.
That's your wind predictor.
Oh, right, wind predictor. Well, wind predictor has the draw as the favourite on 43%.
6 wickets in
Somerset 36, Sussex 21. Well, that's a sort of vaguely credible collection of figures. Actually, if it's not going to rain, I mean, I don't like to be cast as someone who constantly likes to criticise or win. I'm surprised the draw is quite so high, actually. Because I haven't seen much, but it's zipped around a bit.
There might be the evidence of a steam train there.
Well, there's some smoke.
Yes, it's smoke, isn't it? Yeah, we can't actually, from our angle, I don't think we're going to be able to see the engine itself. Sadly. But there is something going on at Taunton Station. My fiancée would have just passed it actually on the railway line. She's just gone the other way. I'll ask her what it is. I don't know how up she is.
The news hound never rests.
That's it. Give me the what details, please. I'm going to text her, see what she says, and then I'll ask her, please give me the details. What sort of loco was it?
Yeah.
Well, I know our viewers
Where's
will
it
be
going?
keen
Where
to-
does it stop?
Yeah. Early breakthrough, as you said. That's a big part of what Sussex would have had in mind for today. You know, let a partnership drift from overnight into the following day. So good for them. They'll feel like they've got now in that new batter there, Vaughan, who's looked pretty good so far. Vaughan is one end. They'll probably possibly target the other.
Well, as I said, Pretorius, from what we've seen, he's got runs this year in his own way, and there's no point in trying to change the way he plays. I would have thought Robinson will, just by bowling his normal length, pose a threat, and there'll be an aggressive response, I would guess, from Pretorius. Generally is. Well,
He's having a look first, though.
yeah, that's fair enough.
Not quite as warm today, I don't think, as yesterday. There was a bit of chill in the air yesterday. Just having a look, a few people in the flats, enjoying a good view early doors, probably with a coffee or something. Quite nice having a nip inside to your kitchen, whip up some breakfast. Oh, playing a miss. Plenty of those.
Well, it's a good. It's a good match for the flat owners because
Yeah.
it's not exactly on the edge of the square, but there's a huge square at Taunton, and the boundary just in front of the flats. I suppose it's no more than about 55 yards. I mean, I thought it's pretty small. So you're right on top of the action.
There they are.
You probably hear everything from the slip cords. You probably need the stream on just to see the behind the arm
Yes.
activity. Of course.
I should think the stream probably does get put on quite a lot of those flats.
Well,
Gone. Yeah, he's walking. Well, it didn't last long. We
No.
wondered whether it would. It's the option, isn't it? You sort of get a lot, or feast or famine is what they say, isn't it? And with Pretorius, it's short-lived.
yeah,
today.
yeah. I mean, that's a good ball too. I think. Once more, there's more zip from Robinson. That looked serious delivery. And there's no shame in nicking it, really. We'll have another look. I mean, he's not necessarily, he rarely gets into the classic defensive position. But that ball just back of a length has bounced left, and he's tucked his bat very quickly under his armpit and started to remove his gloves.
This is Matt Henry walking out, hence the cheers. First time I've seen him. Delayed entry to the season for him after an injury.
Well, okay, it's lovely to see him. I'm looking forward. I mean, he doesn't hang around either. No, he won't. I mean, when he sees it zipping around, and he's bowled some serious balls, Robinson, as has McAndrew. I think you'll find, even though there's Archie Vaughan there, who he probably hasn't played much cricket with, has he? Because Archie hadn't sort of surfaced when Matt Henry was around. But I'm sure he's. Henry's approach is not that dissimilar to Pretorius's. I'm surprised they didn't send out Leach to just hang in there, try and hang in there. But it will be taxing. There's another slip gone in. More gaps in the outfield then.
Down the leg side appeal, but I don't think that's going to be given. Oh, they're not happy with that decision. I think it must have flicked a bit of pad. It must have made a noise for all of them to feel so
We'll
confident.
have a look and see what we can see. I don't know. The legs seem to be quite a long way from it, so if it hits something, I think it's more likely to have hit his bat than anything else. Anyway, he's still there.
Well, maybe it didn't. Well,
Maybe
yeah.
it didn't hit anything.
Yeah,
I
maybe
don't
there was a
know.
noise
Or
of
maybe
something.
maybe it's possible that Henry's bat hit his pad along
Yeah,
the way.
well,
or-
how
I don't
close
know.
was it to the
I don't
ground?
know. Anyway, he's still there.
Goodness me, this is a good spell from Robinson.
It is. Yeah, he's. Okay, well, our deep team of analysts, which includes camera operators, carefully positioned all around the ground, report. Well, sort of a woody type sound was heard, but who knows? He's still there, Matt Henry. He might, given what he's seen, look forward to bowling on here. Not sure he's relishing the batting so much. I think,
Well,
I think it's a Leach wicket.
Yeah.
Left-hander in. A little conversation between Robinson and I think it's Mike Burns this end.
Yes. Yes, this Mike Burns this end. Big controversy yesterday with Tom Banton given out.
I saw that.
Tom himself was very unhappy at the decision.
There was, well, I mean, in my researches last night, it's a suggestion that it might have actually flicked the glove of the keeper and gone. It went to first slip. When you see it go to first slip, you think, well, that's probably there, isn't it?
Oh, we can have a look at it.
Here we are. Oh, he's standing up as well. which
Yeah,
makes
so the
it
keeper's
more
right
tricky.
behind the bat.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
Tom Banton is, as you can say, what?
he's had a couple this year.
Yeah. Here we go again. Closer look. See,
Oh,
the
yeah.
keeper's hands are right up there. Keeper doesn't appeal, and only once. It's not.
And then
Claps him.
Yeah, it's not very often you ask him back.
No, it isn't. And that was a discussion we had on air yesterday. And,
Okay.
I like to think, in my head, the captain's asking back, but
What did Pete think? Was he you, Pete?
I was with Harry at that time.
Well, Harry,
I think
Harry would ask him back, would he?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I think Pete was probably the professional cricketer. Which is, if he's
You
giving
win
out, he's
some,
giving
you
out.
lose
Off you go.
some.
Yeah. And that was another a lot of comments we had on it where you sort of win some, you lose some. Yeah.
Thing is, you don't want to make the umpire look stupid, do you?
I'm sure there would have been a lot of people watching that back. A lot of the players watching that back, not least Tom Banton,
Yeah.
who was clearly visibly.
He's had at
frustrated.
least two like that. Well, that he clearly felt he'd been hard done by.
Well, he's Vaughan. We've not actually seen him on strike much
No.
this morning, and given he's on 72, I think he might quite like a bit of the strike with only 2 wickets left. But it was a good innings from him yesterday. Seemed to suit him coming in. Sorry, at that time, it seemed to be a.
Well, I like the fact that they. Well, I mean, they want him to play anyway. This pitch was, I gather, it spun a little bit as well. And Sussex have got quite a few left-handers, haven't they? And that makes a huge difference. You know that how Carson, who I gather bowled really well yesterday, that his 2 victims, very important victims, were. That's a good shot, you know. It's only one. But were the 2 left-handers, 2 big wickets, Lammonby and Rue.
Yep.
And obviously the Rue dismissal was a classic sort of
Good wicket, that. It was a good bit
classic.
of bowling. Yeah.
Caught slip off the outside edge, looking to drive, push. And similarly for Lammonby, I just saw his dismissal. He must have played nicely, Lammonby, but it was gets into slightly odd position against the off spinner. But he nicked the ball that turned a little bit. So you want Vaughan in your team for several reasons, but one is particularly against the side connecting with left-handers. Here we go. This is Rue, and that's turned, and it's a lovely piece of bowling too, because he's slightly misjudged the length. It's not quite as full as he thought as he was pushing at it, but it's very sweet. And that one also turned a bit, but I'm not sure that is the optimum position for Lammonby. But nonetheless, it's a good ball. So, will that continue to happen?
Quite beaten the field. I think our train's off.
Can you
Off
see
it
smoke?
goes.
Oh yeah, significant smoke.
Yeah.
Well,
Heading off.
Would you know where it's going? Minehead, do you think?
Well, it is heading in that direction. I'm not sure it's going on the West Somerset Railway, but it is. It could be. It could be there. It could be Exeter.
They won't go to Exeter.
No.
Well, I
Sure,
don't
have a
think
look.
I don't think they'll have a steam train on the line to Exeter, do they?
Let's have a look.
Well, anyway,
Steam train.
a good way to come to the county ground, but it's going the other way.
Yes, it's leaving now. Bad time to leave Taunton. Ooh, it's gone through as well. Ooh, it's a good spell. This very good seam bowling from these two, from McAndrew and Robinson. I'm sure
is.
we'll see a bit more of Robinson now.
I mean, basically it's 10 for 2 this morning. I mean, Somerset would certainly settle for the one more batting point. That would be a bit of a bonus, the way things are going at the moment.
23 runs away.
Robinson. I mean, when I watch this, I can't think, how did Somerset hit 317 for 6 yesterday? I'm thinking.
There was some good batting in there yesterday. In particular, I thought Rue and Lammonby got them score
well,
moving
you
quite
see,
well, the 2 left-handers.
It's a left-hander's wicket. That worries me.
Yes, that isn't the great news. And Sussex will have them all left-handers. In comes Robinson then. And he hasn't quite got this past the gully fielder. It's the English Riviera Express, Saturday the 17th
Oh, right.
of May,
It is going to
2025.
Exeter then.
Departing from, some big places. Woking,
Woking.
Guildford, Hazelmere, Petersfield, Havant, Cosham, Fareham, Eastleigh. Can't pronounce the word.
You're nowhere near us, is it?
Let's see if I can find a route.
So it's going to call
Left.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, so really it's for those places in the south, in the southeast.
That's where it.
That's
Starts.
where there's that's where you can get on it. And then it pulls
it's-
you from Eastleigh through to Hampshire, isn't it? Eastleigh into Wiltshire and into Somerset, I should think, and then departs, arrives at Kingswear. Oh, how lovely! Kingswear near Dartmouth, isn't it?
Oh,
Kingswear,
right.
the other side of the Dart, I think.
So it's going to go
At
down.
1:15.
So you think it's going to go all the way down that sort of
Heritage
Dawlish,
Painton,
Teignmouth,
yeah,
along
all
that
of
coastal.
lovely,
Yeah.
lovely route.
All right.
Fantastic.
Almost like the Orient Express then.
Yeah. Comes Robinson again. Shorter, and that's nicely played actually. There's a fielder out there. He got on top of that well. So it's a bit shorter and leg sidey. Steam-hauled journey through Somerset and around the beautiful Devon coast with time available to discover the many charms of the pretty English Riviera resort of Dartmouth. Gosh, that does sound lovely actually. Travelling through the remote Blackdown Hills and along the Exe Valley to Exeter before heading beside the estuary with its pretty fishing boats and stunning views across to Exmouth and the Jurassic Coast. Somerset women were playing at Exmouth yesterday.
Tied, didn't they?
They tied at a super over and, I'm afraid, got
Oh,
bowled
yeah.
out in their super over, which is a bit of a shame. Lost both their wickets. Well, there we are. I think we've got to the bottom of what that steam/smoke was.
Yeah, so they didn't tie. The
match was tied to
but
start
they have a
with,
super over.
Yeah, because it's a knockout competition, so a
Oh,
bit
is
like
it?
the
Oh,
FA
right.
Cup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right.
Speaking of which, it's the FA Cup final today as well. We'll keep an eye across that a little bit later. Manchester City and Crystal Palace in that one. But yeah, Somerset women sadly on the wrong end of the match
Okay.
against Durham. Long old way back home from Exmouth.
That's-
He's hit that first.
I
maybe.
think he just got a bit of bat on that one.
Just about, and it saved him because it looked full and straight to me. Let's have another look. What happened there? Oh no, it's going down the leg actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going down.
It's just we are at a much more pronounced angle than
I'm still surprised they didn't send out Jack Leach, actually. I mean, this is my only possible criticism of the batting order. I like the opening bit.
I spoke to Jack briefly yesterday in the lunch
Yeah.
break. I said,
Yeah.
you didn't get the call then, you didn't get the call to open up the batting. He
He
said,
says-
no, next week. Oh, wow, there's the shot. That's one of the best shots we've seen today.
He swatted that.
Sort of flat-batted baseball shot down the ground from
Well, that
the hauler, Henry, who...
that is a fairly... I don't what do we call that? I don't
typical
know,
New
really.
Zealander shot? Is it a Kiwi sort of?
It's a
baseball,
swat.
isn't it?
It's a
Yeah,
swat, isn't it? It's a swat.
Stand and deliver, bang, straight back down the ground, 4 runs. 3-3-2 for 8. Well, it creeps closer, that next batting point.
Well, yeah, but... yeah, well, that would be nice because it would get to 350 and one more point. It would be nice, but I'm still, having seen what I've seen, I'm still querying the 43% of win predictor. I mean, I think there's... We
Well, that
could
might-
have seen half a dozen wickets fall today. We've seen 2 already.
I think that might have changed now because of those 2 wickets. I wonder if we can have it back. See if our directors can show us what has happened since the wickets. There'll be another run here, or 2. Just the one, I think.
We don't know. Oh, triple Nelson.
Oh dear.
Well, we're supposed to be relatively objective, though.
That's true.
So just take one
Right,
foot
excellent.
off.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
one foot down.
One foot out.
down.
Yeah. Up and down. Triple Nelson for 8. 3-3-3 for 8. I think Somerset still would feel that they're getting into the 300s, being asked to bat on this pitch.
Well, if it still does what we've seen, I mean, Robinson has bowled some serious balls, as has McAndrew, but you know, when Robinson gets it right, you understand it. He's got
I think
such
here
a
we
good
are.
record.
Matt Henry there.
That would just, I think that one must have just left him a bit.
Yeah.
Ergo, he missed it.
Yeah.
Let's have another look.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
you
it does.
see,
Perfect.
yeah. Obviously, if that hadn't left him off the pitch,
6.
they'd be fetching
Oh my
it now.
goodness. Plays a lot of T20 cricket around the world, doesn't he, Matt Henry? Perhaps he's still in that mindset.
They've positioned, they're adjusting the field. There's a very fine sort of fly slip right almost in front of us down here, sort of third man region for the top edge, and a deep square leg now. They've sussed his plan. He's
He scores useful runs. Matt Henry, let's have a look at his record. Because he's not a bad number 10, put it that way. He's a pretty
What's
good
his
number 10
record?
coming. I'm going to have a quick look to see what it
compare and
says.
contrast Matt Henry and Jack Leach.
Shall I have a look at their first class record?
Well, you can do. But I think if You've had a busy day, I know already.
Well,
That's out.
Yeah, that will be out. Yeah, that doesn't look too great when it comes off like that. Henry gone before. Now Archie Vaughan, 75 not out with just the 1 wicket left. Well, it seems a bit inconsequential now, but I was going to have a look at his first-class batting. High score of 81 and an average of 19.09. That's pretty
right,
good,
well,
really.
that's got Jack covered, probably.
Yeah, I should think so.
But I think what's happened is that he's seen it darting around, and he thinks, if I block here, I'll get out anyway.
Well, the quicker I get out, the quicker I bowl.
Well, I don't think it's quite that. I mean, bowlers don't tend to think like that, but nonetheless, we've seen Overton, Pretorius,
Yes.
and now Henry really struggling against the Sussex seamers because the ball has moved. And as I say, Robinson now is in a lovely rhythm, and McAndrew's got movement as well. So there's enough encouragement there for Henry and co. to think, well, hang on, if we get it right here, and we get those edges rather than fresh air, you could get some serious wickets here.
Leach's first-class batting average is 14.02.
Yeah, but we know that a lot of Leach's efforts, it's not the number of runs, it's the situation in which he gets them.
How many runs are scored from the other end while he's there?
Well,
Look at
he
Ben
has, and
Stokes,
to
he
be
knows.
fair to him, just leave aside the greatest one not
Yes,
out in the
yeah.
history of the game.
Yeah.
He has actually, this is not this situation, but he's actually guided Somerset home to some very narrow victories
He
with
has,
the bat on a
yeah.
couple of occasions. But anyway, I've built him up now, and he's bound to go playing.
It's the
a big
biggest
slog,
commentator's
probably.
curse.
Oh,
Well left.
What a good
Well
leave.
left.
Look at that classical leave, and he's probably auditioning to open the batting, as you say, in the next game.
Well, he opened the batting for England. He's
He
done
got
it. He
well,
knows
he
what
opened
to
the
do.
batting. He's opened the batting for England. I think he got 100 didn't he, in a second team game, possibly opening the batting last year. Do I imagine that? Okay. The research, he did get 100 in the second team, but not. Right. Well, update on Leach. He's got 2 second team hundreds, but not necessarily opening the batting. Look at that. It's like, I mean, when he plays that shot, he's like Trescothick, that leave.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the new Trescothick. He would have crossed over a little bit, wouldn't he? Leach and Trescothick would have played a few seasons together.
Yeah,
I remember him, Trescothick, on all fours in that slip cord, and remember trying to catch off Leach in that season.
Well, Jack's knocking on now. He's played quite a bit.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's.
With Trescothick.
I know he's knocking on because he's about my age, and I'm knocking on, and that's the issue.
Wait, no sympathy from me, Charlie.
No. Well, the issue now is how many players in the England team are older than me, and the answer is not very many at all. And that's when it starts to get a bit.
Well, for goodness sake!
That's when you start to
self-pity.
Policemen looking younger all the time.
The umpires look young to me.
That's the next stage, is it? The umpires start looking. Aren't umpires young these days?
Yes.
In comes Robinson then. Nelson did strike. Oh, lovely shot.
That is a grand shot. That wasn't a half volley, actually.
No.
He just. I mean, his chances of getting 100 have diminished significantly through no fault of his own.
No.
But that's not a half volley. He's just hit through the line, got a little bit of width, and that's crunch through extra cover. Beautiful shot. Yeah. That is the shot of the day, with minimal competition. It has to be said, minimal.
Yeah. Well, what's a shame is that, and thank you. Who was it who mentioned this on the? It was Neil on the stream comments. He's saying actually he hasn't had much of the strike this morning. It's been mostly his partners who've taken the strike today.
This innings will do him good anyway.
Yeah. Oh, this will be fantastic for him. after a tough start at the top of the order.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he's not. Oh dear.
Oh,
Jack.
he's farming the strike now.
Oh gosh, he's going to do a Ben Stokes. He watched Ben Stokes when he was a pup.
Now here we are. The wind predictor shows the draw has significantly dropped.
Oh, yeah. Sussex are favourite to win at the moment. I wouldn't
Look how
agree
tight
with
that is.
But the draw has gone from 43% to 23%. I
Wind's been busy in his Welsh castle.
feel like, what's his name? Curtis on election night.
There you go. Yeah, Sir John Curtis.
Sir John
I sat
Curtis.
next to him on a train once.
Did you?
Yeah, in Wolverhampton. He came. I had a spare seat next to me. He came and sat next to me. I was doing some cricket notes as it was. Another nice shot.
He's that's such a good shot. He's got to have one.
Yeah,
for
that one deserves one. He's cross with himself, I think, because he's hit the shot automatically.
Well, Jack's
set
all
off.
right.
He should be.
So
all right.
did you engage in conversation with him? or
He
did
was. Do you know? I noticed who it was because on his laptop screen, he was wearing a face mask at the time,
Oh right, yeah.
and it was in the build-up to the general election last year.
Okay.
And I noticed he was writing a column because it had all the BBC stuff around it. Because
Right.
he does a lot of work for BBC. This is the expert in elections. What are they called? They've got.
Well,
what are
he's
they-
he's not the statistician,
Philo-
but he
Anyway, he's an expert.
tells
The
us
BBC
who-
uses him all
who's
the
going to
time.
win,
Yeah.
what it all means.
He looks at polling.
Figures,
and-
man.
Yeah, exactly. And
Pollster. Yeah, well, more than a pollster.
I could see his the top, and I recognised all the BBC systems. So I thought, I'm sitting next to someone from the BBC here. And I glanced. I didn't want to make it too obvious. I was looking because it's private work. He's obviously a busy man in the general election build-up. And I looked at him. I'm pretty sure that's Sir John Curtis. And I only spoke to him once. We both got off at the same place,
Okay.
Birmingham. And I sort of shook his hand and said, "Well, busy few weeks for you then, John." He said, "Oh, yeah." And then said, sort of, I
You
could
nearly
see in his
said,
eye,
"Me too."
yeah. And then I could see he was sort of saying, "You leave me alone now." So I did.
Well, you
But-
should have said, "Could you give me any figures for North Somerset?"
What's going on in the Wells and Mendip Hills
Yes,
constituency?
yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you see it happening there,
Yeah.
John? Oh well.
But he was, he always comes across quite well, I think. When he's got sort of the
It looks like a boffin.
mad hair.
Yeah,
Yes. So I know I can't really speak with that bit. I think he gets more and more. His hair gets more and more mad throughout the nights when they do the overnight. It's exploding out of his head. But he gets a lot of work on election night. I don't know how he fits it all in really, because he pops up on all the channels doing his bits. Anyway, Robinson comes in bowling to Jack Leach. And Leach has found a gap. He could run a single
dear.
there. Oh, Jack Leach could have had one.
Well, Jack. I mean, this is why I actually wanted Jack to come in,
Yeah.
because he'll play properly, and also he's a good enough player, I think, that you just take the runs that are on offer. But anyway, it'd be quite exciting to see Vaughan try and dominate the strike, and he'll play some shots. But if they're going to send the field back, and I think, well, I sort of think Leach is good enough to fend for himself, really. In terms of, anyway, here we go. 2 slips, and then quite a deep spread field.
They're inviting the drive, aren't they, here?
Yeah.
With sort of boundary fielders back.
It's a sort of
square on the...
Yeah, mid-on's pretty deep. Mid-off is giving a single, and now the guy extra
that's
covers.
right, yeah, going deep.
Just saying, if you want one, you can have it.
Plenty of gaps if he can just pierce the field, though.
Anyway, he's got 80 Archie Vaughan, so he can do what he likes, really.
Yes.
But it's...
Well, he's got aerial and will be out. Yes, caught. Yep.
Well,
He was trying to get things
he's
going.
trying to do the
See
right
why.
thing, I suppose, or he's trying to do the positive thing. But I think actually they've wasted Leach.
Yeah.
But that's by the by. It's 338 all out.
Well,
so
that's some collapse, actually. I know it's the bottom end of the tail end, but it's still, what was it, 317 overnight?
It
So
was
that's 21
317 for
before.
6.
Yeah.
So
21
it's a
before.
disappointing end to the innings from a Somerset perspective, a very satisfactory one for Sussex. All I would say is that that ball's moved around, and I think whilst it's disappointing they've gone from 317 to 338, on the evidence of 40 minutes play, I think that's quite a good score.
Yeah, and there's positivity for Somerset bowlers who will look at that and think,
Well, yeah, they don't want to
in
get too
this.
excited. It's the sort of pitch where you don't... I mean, just watch Robinson, who actually ended up 3 for 70, but this morning he looked like he could take any ball, as a typical Andrew up to a point. there's no need to have to do anything special. You've just got to get it regularly in that slot. And from what we've seen this morning, enough will happen. And when I talk about left-handers, though, I think a lot of people think you're better off having left-handed openers because they counter the right-arm seam, a new ball better. But I've had this notion over the recent times. I don't think actually Somerset are quite as good at bowling as left-handers as right-handers, and I don't know. I know this would tax our team of researchers to sort of concoct a record of our Somerset's progress against left-handers against right-handers. Yeah. I mean, it certainly applies to Leach, who is bowled beautifully in the last game, but is not so effective against left-handers. But I think it applies to seamers as well. I think sometimes, Overton, for example, sometimes he comes around the wicket, sometimes he goes over the wicket. But he's bowling to right-handers, he knows exactly his line, he knows he wants to get that little bit of shape and bounce, a bit like Robinson, as you say. Slip Gordon is the come round the wicket, Anyway, we will see. I think the draw is fading.
I would agree with that.
And I'll agree with Win Predictor just this once, saying it's anybody's game after that.
Well, it's really hard to judge, isn't it, on a pitch like this? That old saying, you've got to, you only really know if it's a good score after both teams have batted. Well, we'll get an idea of that fairly soon as Josh Davies, Somerset's opening batter, is giving himself a bit of a bowl.
I wonder if he's going to get the new ball. I mean, I can't believe that Henry won't have it, and I would have thought Overton would have it. Got a very. They also talk a lot about the roller. I don't know, deadening things. They've got a very. I haven't noticed this before. There's a roller going up and down, probably the heavy one. But it's got that green light flashing.
Oh yeah,
I haven't seen that.
Is that for low-flying aircraft?
Yeah.
What do we think that is? Health and safety.
Probably.
Look out! Someone's going. The man was sweeping the footmarks there. He's in a bit of trouble.
It's quite interesting watching that roller go down, and it does change the colour of the pitch a little bit. Slightly lighter green. So we've got much to look forward to, and it'll be great to see Henry back in action with a Somerset shirt on. Shouldn't expect too much because he's just flown in from New Zealand. Hasn't played cricket for 2 or 3 months since his injury, so he's now come out to loosen up. He's had a fantastic time when he's been here before, but don't expect too much. Give him a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, I think. He's not there's a lot of people in games that he's been absent where Somerset haven't played brilliantly. They've said, "Well, what would it be different if we'd had Matt Henry?" Well,
yeah, well,
easy to say that, isn't it?
Yeah, and I thought it was a bad sign when they were saying that. Really, they were. There was before that Essex win, there was this sort of notion that the world has just gone conspiring against us a little bit, and the observation of if we'd had Matt Henry, or actually when Craig Overton didn't play a game, if we'd had Craig, doesn't send out the right. It's not body language; it's language.
Just language.
Anyway, that's by the by.
He's just bowled a very nice ball in the little warm-up. It's a good sign. I think we're set for probably an 8 or 9 by the look of it.
Okay.
The ground staff do their thing in the between the innings, looking out at Gimblett Hill. Plenty of picnics in there. I should think people. I know I would be at 11:42. I'd be getting twitchy. The thing is, if I bring food with me to somewhere, pack lunch,
you eat it.
It's on my mind. Until it's gone, I can't really put it to one side of my.
So you have to eat it. It's simple to eat it.
It usually gets eaten in the morning. Yeah, much before lunchtime. Absolutely.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Well, you don't want to get overheating, do you?
No, exactly. Steve Kirby there doing with the mitt.
He's got
Shane Berger doing a bit of the mitt the other side as well. He comes.
Josh Davies. He's where's he going? He's going to sort his run up out, I think. But I would have it may be that they go. They like Davey with the new ball because they think, I guess they think that's when he's most effective, and he's less effective later in the innings. Yep. So we're watching Davey just sort of assess the situation out there and almost have a little practice run up, which is scuppered by the fact they're repainting the popping crease. but it may be that it'll be Davy and Henry, and then Overton and Pretorius. And also, we've seen the ball turned a little bit, I gather. So there's always.
Well, yeah, Carson was getting.
Vaughan's out there already having a bowl.
I don't mind.
They've got left-handers at the top, haven't they?
So the order is what we've been given, but who knows? They might play a bit of batting order bingo like we had yesterday.
No, they won't do that.
Haynes, Hughes, Clark, Allsop, Coles, Simpson, and then we're sort of Hudson Prentice, Carson, McAndrew, Robinson, and Hayes.
Well, they can. I mean, Carson's just got 100.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice bats above him. There
we are.
So there you go.
Sussex team.
And I think there's at least three left-handers in the top 6, isn't there?
Yes, I think you're right.
Anyway, we'll see.
Right. It's a big question for Somerset. Actually, this is where they're with Matt Henry in the attack, with Overton in the attack. We know the stat about winning games or failing to win games without him in the team. Well, he's in the team, as is the overseas player Matt Henry. So, bit of pressure, I would say, on this this lineup to get good results.
Well, yeah, if there is, they won't be applying that in the dressing room. I don't think. No. And it's not a good idea to. Don't want to look too far ahead. Exactly. Just let them get out there and get to work.
Pretorius as well. A reminder that we won't see Gregory bowling, apparently, according to Jason Kerr, wasn't it, last night? Who was saying that. Gregory is in the team just as the sort of the captain and opening batter, which is a bit of a strange circumstance. I had Sam Dalling, commentator, message me, and I think he's sort of just catching up, saying, did anyone expect that? Did anyone expect it? We didn't get a tip-off, if that's what you're asking, Sam. We didn't get a nod from Jason Kerr to say you might want to change your graphics or your running orders.
I don't think the stream graphics are #1 priority for Jason Kerr just at the minute.
Mr. Kerr, can you make our lives a bit easier, please?
Jason, and then you've ruined our graphics.
You should feel very bad about that.
Well, I don't know. I would.
And we had the announcement as James Rue came in at #4, and we had the announcement that it was Tom Abel coming out. So it was just it was sort of disarray.
Just trying to undermine the visitors.
Is that what it was?
I think they
Full
probably
sense of security. Preparing for Tom Abel, the right-hander.
Yeah, yeah.
And then actually James Rue, the left-hander, coming out.
Yeah,
so.
well, and of course, Sweater's on.
Can't see the numbers.
Yeah.
So I felt a bit for the announcer yesterday because he was just in the dark as all of us.
Well, I quite like it, really. You never know what to expect.
Yeah. We wondered if we're at #3, if Leach had come out at #3, we thought, well, it's just a reverse running order now. We've got really no idea what's happening, but it sort of smoothed itself out a bit. Anyway, the umpires, Tom Lungley and Mike Burns, are making their way back out, and the Somerset 11, led by Lewis Gregory, who, as I mentioned, won't be bowling, but will be leading the team. And then who?
Well, I think, this is not necessarily what I would do, but I think Messrs. Henry and Davy are going to open the bowling.
Yeah.
But that was only because I've spotted Davy sort of eyeing the river end and looking at the run-up like a man who is on the cusp of bowling. And there's some virtue in that, well, Davy is a bit of a new ball specialist, and he's at his most dangerous when that ball is hard and could move off of the seam, etc. And there is something virtuous too in having in your pocket Overton coming on to maintain, hopefully, the pressure that has already been created. A lot of left-handers, as I say.
Well, we're going to see one first up here. Well, it will be Henry. Matt Henry, the overseas signing, who was delayed with a shoulder injury. So he's now playing his first game. It probably should have been his... I think he was here.
Well, he was going to miss... I think the original plan was that he wouldn't be around for the first game, but he would be around from the second game onwards. But, of course, stuff happens, injuries happen. He's just getting his long leg in the right spot. There's 3 slips in a finish gully. And welcome back, Matt Henry.
Well, that's a good start.
Well, we're bowling. You've got to run out.
a good start. Daniel Hughes is the man on strike. Tom Haynes, one of the 6 Toms playing in this match. He's at the other end. Left alone by Hughes.
That must be one of the. Well, Somerset often have at least 3 Toms, don't they?
Yeah.
We got any more Toms?
Well, there's
We've got-
not today. There's Tom Kohler-Cadmore, of course, who could come back in. We've got
yeah.
Lamon B. Abel, Banton, Haynes, Clark also. But
I'm just trying to work out. I think Somerset will be missing for the Durham game is next week, isn't it?
yes.
No, see, that's what I like about Henry. It's a good, good delivery, but he's not going to appeal fully fledged to that because he knows he's just sort of concurring with the umpire. Yeah, I know, just pitched outside and not in. So I'm not, and that implies to the umpire, don't worry, I'll only appeal when it's
When it's legit.
Yeah,
You don't need to.
So
yeah.
so.
Good shot there.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the virtues of Henry, but is that he is, if you like, brave enough. He tends to bowl a full length, an attacking length, so he will get driven, and it's not the end of the world.
Yep. And big boundary there as well, so Bantam was able to catch it. Didn't really fly off the bat either, that one.
No, but he's away.
Sydney Sixers batter. 1 to 3.
Yeah, well, you can fill me in on Daniel.
Well, yeah,
Hughes.
New South Wales. Is that New South Welsh? Is that what? Is that, if someone from New South Wales,
Well,
are
is
they
he
New
New
South
South Welshman?
Welshman, yeah.
I suppose so.
He's New South Welsh. 36 years old. Although this is Haynes now after they ran the 3.
Tom Haynes is one of the top run scorers in the country. That much I know.
He's been doing very well. Very, very well. Sussex
Had a
sitting
great
very
start
nicely
back in the
table.
top division, yeah.
Our 3rd in the table as it stands, not including no points from this game. So yeah, they'll be very, very, very pleased with how things are going since their promotion in September. Come through for a single there. Somerset, meanwhile, at the other end of the table, they're 9th out of 10, but only 1 point behind 8th placed Yorkshire.
Well, it just shows you how important that win was against Essex, because without that win, they would be right in the bowels.
Yeah.
Right there, adrift, but they're not adrift from 4 or 5 other counties. But
Worcestershire are 31 points adrift. They're in 10th. They're 31 points adrift of Somerset in 9th.
all changed very quickly with a win. Of course. As Worcester having quite a good tussle. They got runs yesterday, didn't they? Against whoever they're playing. They got 350.
Yes, they're at New Road, aren't they? I can't remember who was there. Who was it? It was Essex, who are 11 for 2.
Oh.
They've really struggled, Essex, since that
Well,
Somerset game.
they were a bit like Somerset not winning against Worcester.
Yes.
Essex not losing
last-
losing here after. There's something that's extra painful about not winning a match. Well, that you think you're going to win for 3 days, which was Somerset's case against Worcester. And I suppose it's even worse to lose a match that you feel you've been winning for 3 days, which was Essex's experience down here.
They clung on, didn't they? Is that right? In last week's game, I think they just clung on to
Essex.
for a result. Yeah. Let's have a look. Yes,
Yes, they did
one
have an
wicket
epic
left.
draw, didn't they? That's right, against the odds
Yorkshire.
too. Yeah.
Just about clinging on for a result, but still in a losing position there. Oh, did that take the edge? No, playing inside the line maybe. Good ball from Josh Davey.
Well, there's been some, you get some really good. We've had some really good games, and not just here, but all around the country in Championship cricket, with epic draws with Essex batting all day to defy Yorkshire.
That Worcestershire game, obviously.
Yeah.
Which it was quite painful, wasn't it, for Somerset on the day? But looking back on it, you have to really give credit to
Yeah, you
Worcestershire,
do.
the way they play.
But I think there was a absolutely you have to get oh. But I think it had a big impact on the Somerset, the dressing room that is disappointed when you 200 overs to bowl. Couldn't get the 10 wickets without dropping a catch, I think.
And Warwickshire 64 for 4. They've been doing quite well already this season, but they're struggling against Hampshire at Edgbaston. See what's going on in Division 2. Northants had an incredible collapse yesterday. Absolutely one for the ages. In comes Davey. Oh, that's driven nicely. Fielder is out there.
It's an unusual position, but there's a short boundary, and I think Daniel Hughes is one who likes to go after the ball. I'm just seeing whether Leach, who's patrolling that boundary, whether he's brought back in.
Northamptonshire collapse was 105 for 1 to 185 all out.
Oh dear.
It's 80 run for 9 wickets. So it really was a collapse. But Glamorgan 149 for 4 in reply to that. I'll keep you up to date with some of the other notable scores as we go through the day. Somerset looking for a breakthrough here though, with Josh Davey in the second over of this innings. Oohs and ahs, which makes you think that the bowling team feel they're on top. Or at least trying to persuade the batters that they are. When actually you sometimes see very good forward defensive shots. Or backward defensive shots. And the bowling team are, ooh! Well, actually, no, he should played that pretty well. Let's see what Davey does his final ball in this over then. Just coming across his stumps a little bit there. Daniel Hughes, and defends it. So the score is 5 without loss in response to Somerset's 338. Came back to a bit of a disaster zone yesterday after I went out with Dad for a meal after the game, and then met up with a few of the Somerset team behind the scenes here at the stream for a few drinks in Taunton, which was nice. And then got home and found the cat had had a bout of diarrhea, which was absolutely charming. Just what you want.
You were working early this morning as well? You weren't working this
morning?
No,
Saturday today, so I had a bit of a line.
Yeah.
Unexpected clean-up job.
Okay.
Several things.
Sort of late evening clean-up job.
Yeah, very late evening. Yes.
Well,
he does not like it as well. He's a long-haired cat, so he needs to be washed if that kind of thing
you
happens.
Bath the cat.
Yeah, well, it's much quicker and easier to do it in a bucket. Yeah, well, no, I didn't get the hose pipe out at midnight last night. So I dunked him. I hold him by the sort of the front paws and around his chest, and then sort of dunk his back end in. He doesn't like it. He knows what we're doing, and he's very
not grateful at all.
Well, he sort of puts up with it, but he makes some pretty sad meows while I'm doing it. But he knows what happens, and then there's a bit of toweling that goes on, and then you've got to put a wash on because there's so many things that then need washing. So really, yeah, not a pleasant experience yesterday.
Do they sell cat shampoo yet? I don't know.
He was quite traumatised by the end of it.
Oh, that could have gone anywhere. And in fact, it's dribbled out a square leg.
Complete miscue.
Oh dear.
The problem was, I didn't realise all of that, so he came up to greet me looking all very happy. I picked him up, gave him a cuddle, and only when I put him down, I looked down at my white shirt.
Oh no, this is a sad tale, isn't it?
And think, oh no. And then I had to look around the rest of the house and spotted several places where he'd sat down. So all in all, a really pleasant experience, that Vic. I'm sorry to have brought it up.
What with chain issues?
Oh, I know, it's been a bit of a traumatic gaps in between the last over of yesterday and the first over this morning. Henry in again. Finally seeing him in his Somerset shirt.
Well, he's on target, Henry, because he's a very good bowler. It may be that he hasn't played in the game since Pakistan about 2.5 months ago, but he still knows where the ball is going. Jimmy Anderson, of course, he's playing today, isn't he?
He is indeed. Yeah. Back in the Lancashire team,
Yeah.
age 42.
Not that Henry's anywhere near that old. Of
No.
course. That's a good, not perfectly timed, but we'll pick up a couple. But once, as I say, he likes to get that ball relatively full, get some movement from there. You're more likely to get the edge, or straight. It's less likely to go over the top of the stumps, I guess.
Davey continues. Just the one run he's given away so far. No more off that ball. But still no breakthrough. Who were the big players for Sussex when you were around in the circuit?
Well, they used to. I mean, when I was playing against Sussex, they had some. You might come across Jarvin Meander,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
who then went on to Glamorgan but played a lot at Sussex.
Is he Pakistani? Is that right?
Oh yeah, Jarvin Meander was one of the great Pakistan players. Sort of great street fighter of a cricketer. He was captain of Pakistan during the epic Mike Gatting
Wagging his finger.
Shakur Rana affair.
Yeah.
And he had a good Shakur Rana affair because Pakistan were losing that game, probably, or they were behind in the game. And one day was completely wiped out as there was no resolution. So they got a draw. And he would have enjoyed that, Jarvin Meander. But he was a fantastic player. I was told when he went on to Glamorgan, played a lot of cricket there as well. And he was so, this is what I was told by actually Mike Selvey, captain Glamorgan, is that he was so clever against spin bowling that he would, if there weren't many close fielders, he would start playing it with the inside edge to bring the fielders in. He wanted fielders around the bat so he could have lots more spaces.
Right, very clever.
Anyway, Jarvin Meander, and Kepler Vessels, who played for Australia and South Africa, he was there for a while. They had Garth LaRue, they had Imran Khan. And I played, well, I'll stop on Sussex very shortly, but I played my first ever first-class match against, that's a nice little guide for a couple, for Oxford University against Sussex, with John Snow opening the bowling and Tony Gregg captaining.
Oh, wow.
It was a great thrill.
Yeah.
And my last Sussex recollection, well, I've got it, is we once thrashed them in a sort of either NatWest or probably NatWest, quarter-final or something at Hove. And Joel Garner got 4 for nothing. Both got 4 for nothing. And I always remember one of my great heroes, Arthur Milton from Gloucestershire, was doing the man of the match. He used to have a man of the match. He was a lovely man. And he was doing the man of the match. And there used to be a bit more of a ceremony after the game. And he said, well, I'm afraid I couldn't split up Garner or both of them. Both of them bowled beautifully. So my man of the match is Trevor Guard, who kept wicket and taken 3 or 4 fine catches. And we all thought that was wonderful. Anyway.
Oh, that's nice.
So they were a strong side when Somerset were strong too. We had some very epic contests there. Ian Gould latterly would be the umpire who was behind the stumps. It was quite, he was a lovely, well, he is a lovely man, and very rarely silent. Inside edge there onto the pad, otherwise Davey might have been in business.
Did you enjoy Hove as ground of it's a bit of a hard one to get to from Taunton, isn't it? Hove?
It is to get to Brighton is a bit of a nightmare, but it's actually. Have you been to Hove?
No, I haven't been to Hove. Actually.
Okay, well, no, it's a. I mean, it's a cricket ground. It's not a stadium. It's a bit like. Actually, this ground is probably more stadium-like, but it's a beautiful place to be. The one end, the deck chairs. They've done some building, but in a. Is that cover drive? Is middle that one, I think. So Hove is a characterful venue, about a mile from the seafront, and it's a. It's in the same sort of realm. It's not like quite like Worcester or Taunton, but it has that same sort of charm. It's quite a slope too. So one of the boulders is coming down the hill, one's coming up the hill. But it's a good cricket ground. It's keeping that gap there. I mean, it's well timed out for nothing.
Excellent fielding from Archie Vaughan.
No obvious swing for Henry, and partly because of that, he's going to come around the wicket now. If the ball's swinging and he's bowling to left-handers, you quite like the idea of bowling over the wicket and then just to get it to come into those paths, but he hasn't found any yet, so he's going to have to go round the wicket now.
Oh, that might work better that way.
Well, that was a good one. There's no question about that. Just checking up with the umpire. Mike Burns is, like good umpires do, sometimes the bowler asks, am I all right? Where am I? And any good umpire, for his own benefit too, will say you're getting very close or you're fine, whatever. Because umpires don't like bowlers who are constantly right on the edge of the line. Ooh, he likes that too. They like that behind the stumps, just possibly working that one on the leg side across the line a little bit, but he got bat on it.
I doubt that was what was meant.
Don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. It's almost Yorker length, but
Still probing away then, Somerset.
he's probing away. I mean, it's, as I say, he won't have bowled much at all for 2 or 3 months. It's an element of.
Oh dear, that'll be a run. 2 maybe, yes. That's
Archie, isn't it?
having just complimented his fielding, that was pretty poor. 2 bonus runs for Sussex.
Okay, well, it's an encouraging start from a Sussex point of view in that we saw the ball zipping around. Sometimes maybe the roller, they'll say the roller's deadened it a bit. Sometimes the new ball doesn't start moving around until after a couple, a few overs. But there hasn't been so many plays and misses as we saw in the first half there. Robinson was right on song. Can all change.
Daniel who's not ready. Josh Davey delivery. Oh, I think I might have heard Tractor. He wasn't here yesterday. Well, certainly we didn't hear him.
Probably means he wasn't here then.
Yeah. I thought I heard him. Can't spot him just yet in his normal space in the Gimblett Hill area. Another leave. Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah. He does stand out there as well, just near it. Bit early to start hearing him yet. It's a common sound around the ground, but usually sort of towards the second half of the day, really. By the time I assume he drinks cider. Starts to flow a bit. And the runs. Not making Hughes play at the moment, Davey.
No, but just these. It was Hughes who once galloped down the wicket to him, didn't he? Had a great big swish and missed.
Safely made it to 16. If you're just joining us, it's Josh Davey opening the bowling and the batting. And thank you to, who was it? Sent me a message on that one. Nikki it was. Thanks, Nikki. When was the last time, not including night watchers, that happened? Bit of an edge, but I think
It's a nice edge, though. It's gone all along the ground, and it's sped away down to that short third-man boundary. It's a frustration for Davey, a sort of moral victory, but it wasn't anything like a chance. It went down. Let's have another look. See. Well, he almost opened the face on that. If he did that on purpose, it's a terrific shot. But he had very soft hands, so even if he got an edge, it didn't feel like that one's going to carry. But it's a real bonus to pick up 4 runs from what's essentially a good delivery like that. And he looks in good nick. He's just tucking that ball away here.
Well, it's a good question, that, about opening the batting and the bowling.
Okay.
It must happen. Can't be the first. Someone saying, if it has it ever happened before, and I'm sure it's.
I'm sure it's happened before.
Fair amount, yeah. But who?
But who? For Somerset, we're talking.
Yes, I think for Somerset to start off with. Sussex fans, if you're on the stream and you want to suggest some Sussex players, please do tell us. But we're not including a sort of a night watcher situation here. So the proper opening the batting, opening the bowling.
I'll tell you, did it a Somerset player who has done it in Test cricket, Sunil Gavaskar, who obviously opened the batting for India, but there were 1 or 2 Test matches where Sunil, when they playing for 3 or 4 spinners, where Sunil would, way back, would take the new ball. He bowled, he bowled little, he's only about 5'4", 5. Bowled seamers, or he bowled leg breaks later on, but he would bowl 2 or 3 overs, probably running right down the wicket, just to take the shine off too as well, the ball. And that would be it. However, that doesn't help us much. So I'm not sure he ever did that for Somerset. No. I opened the batting a few times, but I didn't open the bowling in the same match, I don't think.
Well, you're a spinner, weren't you? So I guess that happens more rarely, doesn't it?
There must be someone. But I haven't got him yet.
Botham wasn't an opener, was he? So
No.
He wouldn't been in there. What a good ball.
Zipped through that one. Well played, actually.
Yeah.
He just didn't follow it, let it go by.
Well done, mate.
on the leg side, but no contact. There was a shout of catch it, but I think it was more to stop the buys than anything else. Rue taking a good catch to his right-hand side.
I mean, it's not a good answer, but you know, someone like Graham Burgess might have done it once or twice, but I don't think.
It's unusual, isn't it? It is unusual.
There's a bit more rhythm there, perhaps, a bit more zip. But well left again.
Movement, late movement. It's a good start from the bowlers, but so far no breakthroughs. Another lead.
Yeah, and the hand's gone head. Now, this is partly, I think that is a good leave, but I think he's trying to suggest to the batsman that, hang on a minute, you can't keep leaving him that close to your stumps. Let's have a look. Well, it has left him a bit off the pitch, which helps a bit. But he's just, he's looked actually better from round the wicket. Which I don't usually say. I usually like the idea of bowlers rolling over the wicket left-hander, because you do get that slip cord and the one going across, and if you can get that ball to straighten, LBW comes into the shake-up, but actually he has looked more dangerous to the left-handers, I think, from around the wicket. He's bowled now 4 overs. I suspect there'll be maybe one more, but no more, I would have thought. He's going to ease him back into action again.
Slog him to death. I don't know whether New Zealand would have put any limits on that. England do it sometimes, don't they?
They
say
do.
You can bowl a certain number of overs.
I don't know what. I mean, I think it's quite a long time before.
Yeah.
I don't quite know what the schedule is, and I think that's a good shot. He's not going to bother running. That is beautifully. You could hear that. It's a good shot. It's just a bit short, and he seems got acres of time to punch it away through mid-on or through mid-wicket. I mean, that's a sort of innocuous ball. It's not a terrible ball. It's an innocuous one, but my goodness me, he's punched it well. Too short.
He's a man in form, isn't he? Tom Haynes.
Top quality shot, though.
Still 3 slips. Well defended.
It'll be interesting, actually, if, I mean, I think they'll go with their next batch of seamers, but whether, if nothing much happens, whether they will toss the ball to Archie as opposed to Jack, simply because they're two left-handers.
Yeah,
We're a little way off that, I would think. I mean, the ball's zipped around for the seamers. I think, you know, they'll be saying, oh, that heavy roller, it does, you know, it deadens it. I'm never quite sure whether that's true or not. But, I mean,
it's probably shown a little less, hasn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, and it should wear off, I suppose.
Yeah,
the impact, but they're looking all too comfortable from a Somerset perspective. It's quite reassuring from the Sussex one. Haynes in particular has played some glorious shots, and they've left the ball well against Henry too. Well, and Davey for that matter, but.
Oh, the nose.
Yeah, but that's slightly wishful thinking,
Yeah,
I think.
I think so. Hands on head, is that the captain, I think, there, Lewis Gregory? Yeah. Hughes on strike again then. Is David coming in and just dropping his hands?
He does. Well, I don't know. I think that... I'm not convinced by that leave.
Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, no. It's certainly after the ball has passed the bat that he does it. He's hiding his bat behind his back there.
Yeah, yeah. You haven't fooled me, you know.
No. The slow-mo gives it all away. Yeah. He's beaten the bat there for sure.
But he's
David.
still there.
Rue will be desperate when he's seen one just nick an edge. He'll be ready. Rue, well in the game. Somerset's wicketkeeper.
Okay, well, that's it. Just the 4 overs for Henry. He's going to have a little break. Overton's removed his sweater.
The ball's still pretty hard, isn't it? 8
Oh,
overs
yeah,
in,
yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, the ball that Robinson was making talk earlier on was 16 overs. Looks like Overton's going to come around the wicket. Just 3 slips. And then 3 men in the covers. There's a big gap at third man. And 3 men on the leg side.
Well, this is, again, it's a bit of a change, isn't it? Seeing Craig Overton not take the new ball when he's in the side. So we have seen a change to Somerset lineup. There's been some...
Juggling.
Yes, juggling. Lateral thinking. In comes Overton then. Just gets that extra bounce with his height.
Crowd, you feel the crowd wants something to cheer. What we hear is bits of encouragement from the slip cordon. The crowd are waiting to be ignited.
Well, Overton's done that plenty of times here. Watched carefully by Tom Haines all the way through to James Rue.
These are good leads. I mean, they're not that far outside that off stump, but far enough. And Overton, by and large, if you trust the wicket, it will get the ball to bounce over the off stump quite more often than not from that length. Oh,
Over the slips. 4 runs.
Just got it a bit fuller and invited the drive and could have gone anywhere, but it went very quickly. That. Let's have another look. Well, if you're going to go hard, and that flew down to third man, just wide of the third slip anyway. So that's a source of frustration. False shot, but 4 more runs to Haines, who's off and running, 24 of 27. That's
It's a good ball. It's a very good ball.
Yeah.
Forced him to play it.
I think Overton's waiting for a bit of eye contact, but he's not going to give it to him. There's a good length out. It's just full enough. Well, not quite, I suppose. It's stuck on the crease. No, I think he played at that. Yeah, I think so. He did, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a play and a miss, I think.
It's a good start from Overton, really. He's gone for 4, but that was a nick. So let's see if Davey's going to keep going. I think he's going to bowl another one.
Yeah, looks like it's
Up his sleeve. Well, the one decision he'll be making, I guess, is do I go Pretorius or a spinner?
You might think about Vaughan.
Vaughan
before
possibly
Leach.
just, yeah, I don't know.
And Mead is on the field.
He is, isn't he?
Dropped for this game. Didn't have the impact as opening against Essex. In comes Davey.
Well, I suppose the option was Gregory or a Mead.
And they went for Gregory.
Yeah, understandably.
Yeah. Well, captain as well.
Yeah, although I think they probably factored in that there'll be times where he doesn't play, and we've got plenty of people who are perfectly capable of doing that job, but Gregory's been so instrumental in with the bat, actually, rescuing situations down the order. Again, that's whipped away easily. He seems to have lots of time to do that. Quite got it right, Davey, just occasionally a little bit short. Sorry, Davey. Did I say Davey?
Now the score, moving it on.
Umid, I don't know, but they're going to miss Tom Banton, aren't they? Probably after this game, he's
Called up.
for the one-day squad. Ooh, well, that's
No
well
ball.
played again. No ball, and he left that well. He didn't follow that.
Is that Tom Abel off the field?
Yeah, well, I saw him waving at the. I think it probably is. He was waving at the dressing room, but he's having a slurp of something. We'll be back in a minute.
Just couldn't get going really with the bat yesterday, Tom Abel.
He got 40 odd,
42.
didn't he?
It was a fair, it was a response, but it was off 108 balls. It never really flowed, but it was a good contribution. Well, as we've seen, it was not easy batting conditions. Davey again. Bowling at Hughes. Edged and dropped. That's a moment. That is what they've been waiting for.
Well, it went quickly, and I think they're quite close there.
And they should be taking that.
I think it was Lammonby who parried it. Let's have a look. Off you go, drive. It's travelling there. They're almost. I mean, you're always thinking they're too close there. Yeah. I mean, that would have carried if he'd been another 5 or 6 feet deeper, actually. He went hard at it.
They ran two there, did they?
So it's a rarity, actually, but I think it's a rare criticism too, because forever you're thinking they're not close enough. It's not going to carry. But I think Hughes in particular, well, both of these guys, I think they leave the ball well, but if they get width and they go for it hard. Ergo,
On the up maybe a little as well.
you can field deeper. So it actually is a slip fielder. You have to measure the pace of the pitch and the bowler, obviously, but you have to take into account the batsman. Is he someone who plays constantly with soft hands, or is he someone who goes at it very hard? And if you're fielding slip to someone who generally goes at it very hard, then see that's gone quickly, boom, and he's parried it, but it became a very difficult catch when you're that close.
A bit further back, it's
So it's worth remembering. You have to, as a slip fielder, you have to assess the batsman.
Should have a look at the full
what
speed.
sort of player is he? And if he goes at it, is he going to go hard? In which case, I can give myself a bit more space because the thing will carry. We've seen one fly over Tom Abel's hair. It wasn't a chance, but again.
Got him. Yes, given. There we go.
Well, that's
And it's Haynes as well.
And it's a good delivery. He's threatened that. He's looked good, Overton, since he's come back or come on. Just that little nick. They needed that Somerset, having just dropped the catch. Hard chance, but they dropped it. And suddenly nothing much seemed to be happening. And their general celebrations, straight enough that he had to play it, but he's just got that ball to leave the left-hander. He's left a few of those, actually, to be fair.
Fine.
He's played and missed a few. Just carried, actually, that one.
After that discussion.
So Haynes is a big wicket because he's been in such princely form. And Overton has made the much-needed breakthrough, 37 for 1. Who have we got now? Tom Clark, I think.
Tom Clark.
Is it another left-hander? Is Tom Clark left-handed? I think he might be, the way he's wandering out.
I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, just to put it into context, Tom Haynes is the third highest run scorer in the championship this year, after Hasib Hamid, Adam Lythe. Tom Haynes has, up until this innings, scored 580. What did he make there? 20 and a bit? 24. So just crossed over the 600 mark.
And he's just come in. She's. Shall I talk to her briefly?
Let's do that.
I've read it.
Lovely.
Yeah. Well, it is lovely, actually. You should never judge a book by its cover, but this one's got a lovely cover. That's what they say.
Oh, that's yours. I will.
Annie Chave is with us, author and cricket commentator. And I'm sure very familiar to our streamers. But you're busy today, aren't you, Annie?
I am busy. I am. I'm very busy. I've had an interview already. I've come on here, and then I'm going to go and do my book signing.
So
yeah.
There'll be a few people listening on the earpiece. Your book signing is in the shop.
It is, in fact. Richard Bryce has decided to put me a table just outside the shop in the sun, so that nobody can pass
without having to come and look at your book and possibly buy one.
Yep.
So we know where that is, just by the museum there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And that's at lunchtime. But what's the point? We should, in between, Overton taking wickets, perhaps.
Yeah,
He's
that
got one.
was
Much
that
needed.
was yes, but it was also kind of, you could feel it was a dew.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Anyway, let's just in between the cricket. We must.
In between a
This
good
book
shot.
is called "Cricket Changed My Life," and it's not actually your life,
No.
although it has changed your life probably. 11 personal journeys, and I know I've read all.
Well, you wrote the forward, didn't
I
you?
wrote the forward to it. So, yeah. But more importantly, it's exciting. I mean, you will recognise some of the figures, some of the 11. Of course, there are 11.
11, my cricket team.
Subjects,
yeah.
yeah. Some of the names you'll know if you're a cricket follower, like David Lloyd, Fred Rumsey, Enid Bakewell,
Yep.
giant of women's
Well,
cricket.
yeah, and sometimes some people really, really don't know who she is, and I'm like,
Well,
she played 21 tests for England.
Yeah, but quite a long time ago.
Quite a long time ago.
And she is quite a character, I know.
But she is still playing cricket.
At
Not
what
for
age?
England, 84, 85, something like that. So, yeah.
But the notion behind the whole book is that this selection of 11, we'll talk about it, can't go through them all, but cricket has been so significant in their lives,
Yep.
and enhanced their lives probably.
Yep.
In a way, it's probably enhanced your own. But that's
It has, yeah. I mean, it comes from inside my own story, really, and how cricket has sort of taken over my life in some ways.
From a very young age.
From a very young age, yeah.
You had a father who formed a little cricket team, or a
Well,
big cricket team.
He was part of the staff, Exeter University staff team, and just went from there really, from a very early age. But it isn't my story. But the fact that it made a difference made me think, gosh, there must be so many people out there where cricket's made a difference. And I wanted to do a really positive book about cricket, because it feels like cricket can be really negative. Is there a change of bowling? No.
Henry, is it? I think Henry's having a go at the other
end.
end.
Do you know, I just said that on commentary.
What, he should come on?
Yeah.
Well, if he gets a wicket,
then it's down to me.
Your next book will be on cricket tactics, my way.
I said, do you think Henry will come on the other end?
So, yeah, I know it's been a big thing that you as a kid were running around boundaries and then scoring matches for the Erratics Cricket Club down in Devon and elsewhere, no doubt. But more significantly, I mean, some of these stories you tell us, I mean, if we go to you talked about Maran and Vissal from Beirut.
Yeah.
Just give us a quick resume of that, because it's an astonishing set up there.
Yeah,
for
so they're refugees from Syria that landed into a refugee camp in Lebanon, and they've managed to find a really good one that is part of the Al Sama project, which is a massive project that
in the middle of war-torn Beirut.
Where there's a couple. There's an English guy called Richard and his wife Mika, who have set up a sort of education hub really for these refugees, and cricket was the sort of start of it, because Richard couldn't speak Arabic and couldn't speak, and he set up something. He said, all I know is cricket, so I'll start with cricket, and the children loved it so much and they learned so much that they kind of went from there, and they've got 4 education hubs, and these girls are now coaches. They're paid to coach cricket, and they are hoping to go to the Olympics, to play in the Olympics next year. So it's incredible, and the joy on their faces as they talk about cricket is absolutely mind-blowing.
And the girls and boys who play cricket there, it was a completely foreign game to them initially.
No, it meant nothing at all. They didn't really, they had no, they didn't know what a life outside of just sort of living, just coping with life was. So, it's good. No. There's a big appeal there.
He wanted that one. We saw him appeal earlier on, and he said, no, that's not right, that one. But that was an appeal saying, I've got him.
Definitely.
Let's have another look.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know how, unless he's hit that, I can't quite grasp how that's not out. But anyway, he might have hit it. But it's full, and it's hit him on the crease. Just
so if you were an umpire, would you give that? Right?
I'd be a terrible umpire.
You'd be a bowler's
If he
umpire.
hasn't hit that, that is a fairly remarkable not-out decision. And there is no ball. Anyway, but he might have hit it, I suppose. He might have hit it.
Yeah.
Or the umpire might have thought he'd hit it, because I can't. Anyway. You've got an umpire in your book, actually.
I do have an umpire in my book. Sue Redfern, yeah. She's, I was looking for a diverse group. I wanted lots of people from the areas of cricket. Supporters included, like Maran and Whistle. I wanted an umpire, and I thought, well, what better umpire than one that's made that absolutely groundbreaking move from just umpiring women's to the men's. It's an incredible achievement, and it's really, really brave as well. I cannot imagine what she's had to put up with. It just doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah, well, I know. I mean, it was bad enough, actually, in my time playing. All the umpires were ex-players.
Oh, now, come on, yes.
I think he's decided that I got the first one wrong. But anyway, that's by the by. Let's see. Up comes the finger, and Henry has struck. Good bowling change, Annie.
Yeah,
get
I know.
Get him on for the river end.
Yep. I'm glad they listened to me. Yeah.
Yeah, in my day, it was a question of if you hadn't played first-class cricket before you were umpiring, you thought, well,
Yeah.
hang on, who's this
Yeah.
coming on?
Yeah.
He'd never played for Derbyshire or anyone. But that's a small leap compared to being the
Yeah.
first woman to
Yeah.
umpire
What does she
men
know?
in professional cricket.
And I think I say it in the book. You know, if she makes an error, it's not. It's because she's a woman.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Not because she's
Yeah.
got it wrong.
Yeah. So that is a huge, step, and it's a real trailblazing thing to do. So I wanted to include her. Yeah.
We'll just have a look at this from side on. Well, it's knee roll and possibly just above.
Well, could
I
be
thought.
going
I mean,
over them.
I'd be a terrible umpire, and I'd hate to be an umpire. But the previous one looked rather better shagged, actually. But anyway, he has gone. He's
Well,
got that wicket. 45 for 2, game swinging.
Well, there was that big Tom Banton decision yesterday as well.
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
You probably.
I'm aware of it. That was from.
Did you look at the slow motion of that one?
Well, I did a quick
You've
look,
done your
yeah.
research.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Well, good.
Those 5-minute highlights are very good. Yeah, some amazing characters, and one who will be very familiar to the older spectator here, who's going to be rushing round to get your books very shortly,
Well, I
is
should
Fred
hope
Rumsey,
so,
of course.
yeah. Oh, Fred was absolutely amazing. I have to say, because he's just such a character, and he's done so much.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
done huge amounts, and obviously started the PCA, which is a massive thing for players today. Probably helped you at times, Vic.
A
maybe?
little bit.
Yeah.
Ooh. Suddenly start. They'll be saying, I don't know whether it's true, but they'll be saying, heavy rollers worn off now. I don't know whether that's true or not.
Well, the pitch is obviously doing a bit.
Well, it was, but it didn't do much. I mean, it did an awful lot in the first half hour when Somerset were batting.
But no, not initially.
And not much in the first half hour, but now suddenly a couple wickets go.
It does happen that way, though.
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
it?
But it does seem to be zipping around a little bit now. They get.
And Overton seems to be bowling with a little bit more.
Yeah, well, that's the first loose one he's bowled, and
Yeah,
that's gone
it's a
for
good
4,
shot,
but he
though.
has beaten the bat. Anyway, well, yeah, Fred. I mean, he was I could just remember watching Fred Rumsey.
Yeah.
He had a massive, great long run up.
He's quite tall as well.
Yeah, and he was
big
quite
and
he was
imposing.
quite portly,
Was he?
even when he
Right, okay.
played for England.
Just
But of course,
imagine
yes,
that.
he's done most things, and he was a sort of champagne fast bowler, I reckon.
Champagne fast
Well,
bowling. I think he'd quite like that.
Well, I think I've heard from people like Peter Robinson,
he
who
likes
played
the
with him,
champagne.
and Ken Palmer. Fast bowlers were quite like to supposed to drink a pint of bitter.
But he had.
But
champagne.
Fred and his, champagne's good enough for me as well. I
He
think.
has crates of it, yeah. One of the interesting things he told me, which I find really funny, was that when he was at Somerset, he complained. Well, they complained about the food.
Yeah.
You probably did at some point, yeah.
When I started.
And
yeah.
he made sure somebody that they sent down the 12th man to go and get fish and chips from the fish and chip shop and boycotted the food. So that didn't go down very well, and Fred was told to go and talk to the people
The powers
about it.
that
Yeah,
be.
and he said, look, just he suggested sponsoring the food, and that's what happened, and it went from there. So sponsorship as well of cricket, he was hugely influential.
I think yes, he was. He actually was employed to get
Yeah.
sponsors.
He was, and
commer-
he did
Yeah.
really well.
And it would not have been that easy in that we're talking about the mid-60s now. And within cricket especially, which was quite a sort of feudal system, the notion of having some form of trade union would have appalled some of those in charge.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I think Fred had to go around all the counties to sort of explain what he wanted to do and then get a representative from each county.
Yep. Yeah, no, he
amongst the
did. He worked
players.
so hard. God, his work ethic, nearly as big as Craig Overton's.
But when
is
you think,
bowling well.
yeah, when you think what the PCA is like now compared to, I mean,
Oh, no.
there
Yeah,
was
it's
a tiny
totally
little
different, totally
seed
different.
that Fred Rumsey must have planted.
Well, he managed it because when the One Day Cup came out, I think he had just started the PCA, and he negotiated that the players got paid extra for that. So
yeah.
So yeah, he's a very important man. So,
And then
yeah.
you, well, we can't go through them all, and you've
No.
got to get over to your signing.
No, I've
but,
got to go over to my signing, yeah.
And then Bumble, you've obviously had to have a chat with Bumble, who is David Lloyd we're talking about, who has done everything in cricket.
And but originated from 2 up, 2 down in a very basic house in Accrington, and from a very working class family. Where I think he said he had to give his cricket wages to his mum, who put them in little boxes for his for the gas and the electricity. So yeah.
Well, he has done everything in cricket. I mean, his
He
life has
certainly
been
has,
cricket right from his teens.
He's done every possible role, I think,
including
umpiring.
Yeah, umpiring. I played against Bumble. I've been umpired by Bumble.
You've been captain by him, no. No.
And I've written about Bumble when he's England manager or England coach. He's done everything.
Yep.
Broadcast with him. He started on TMS, dear Bumble.
Anyway, yes, I'll let Charlie take you up to lunch.
Well,
but yes, come on.
It is. I've written the forward, so I love it.
Thank you, Vic.
And actually, this is a rarity because it is a book you can judge by its cover.
Thank
because
you. It's a lovely cover.
The cover is one of your photos, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
From the middle of Devon somewhere, and it's just a gorgeous picture, which you must go and have a look at. I don't expect to see you for another couple of hours, because you'll be signing
my arm
manically.
Will be so tired from all that signing.
But go and get a copy.
Yep. All right. Well,
get your sun cream on and go and sit outside in front of the shop.
All right. I'll pass you over to Charlie and see you later.
Okay. So, Henry has struck once, and suddenly 2 wickets down. Henry looking a little bit more dangerous from that river end. Activity. This is going to be a good game, I think.
I agree.
I think there's enough happening at the moment, anyway, for us to think that this will be a result. Which can change, of course. We know that here.
The possibility of a draw has gone down again on wind.
Has it?
Predicted.
If
we saw it, I haven't seen it. But I would imagine with those 2 wickets now, we've had 12 out of the 40-ish that will.
Well, we've had 6 this morning, but 4 of those have been the Somerset tail that never really threatened. Then we had a little calm period for batsmen at the start of the Sussex innings.
It was calm, wasn't it?
A little bit more happening.
Somerset look like they've got their tails up a bit in the field now, don't they? When it was a bit calmer and the wickets weren't falling.
Yeah.
It was quiet out there. Now it's noisy. The ball's zipping between the players. You can see that they think
the noise is more convincing now. There's always that, when it's 30 for no wicket and you're expecting stuff to happen. There's a lot of noise, but it's sort of faux noise, or it's not totally convincing noise. Whereas now it's a little bit more genuine.
The ball does look like it's doing a little bit.
Yeah,
more,
I think it has done. Well, it's always not quite sure what's causing it, but Overton's got past the outside edge a few times. It's looking good rhythm, and that's good carry there. It's also a question of these bowlers, even though they're long-standing pros. It used to even apply to Anderson that he gets a wicket and suddenly the rhythm is a bit smoother.
Yes.
You're not straining so much. You relax just a little bit, and that's when you bowl better. If you think, I should have got a wicket by now, and I haven't got one, you start to tense up a bit and try a bit too much, perhaps. There's a lot of noise there, but that's off the pads, I would have thought. Yeah, it's ill-directed, and he's picked up a handy 4-leg buys there.
Already had 10 extras with no balls and wides and leg buys. It's been a little bit messy so far. Not enough to make him play, though. Well left by Tom Alsop. 2 of the Toms have been and gone. This is their last remaining Tom. Flying through them. Haynes and Clark already out.
So hang on. This is one of the most left-handed top sixes I've ever come across, really. So we've got Haynes left-handed, Hughes left, Clark was left. I was talking to Annie at the time.
Alsop
Is left-handed.
The top 4 at least.
Coles might have the grace. I think he's right-handed, isn't he? We need it.
Bowles right-handed. Let's see if he bats right.
No, he doesn't. He bowls left-handed.
Oh yes, no, you're right. He's left arm orthodox,
But I
isn't
think
he? So he's.
what round does he bat?
But he is a right-handed bat. Yeah, he's the other way
Yeah.
around. He's a right-handed bat. Left armour. That's a good shot.
Yeah, that is a beneficiary of the short boundary there. But it was sweetly timed. Just clip that away, just slightly over pitch. Only just slightly. It's a good shot. That's not the worst ball in the world. Just a fraction of leg side.
Simpson's
So that's
right-hander.
5 out of Simpson's left-handed.
Simpson's. Oh yes, of course he is. Yes,
So it's
left-handed,
5 out,
yes.
5 out of the top 6. And
yes.
I think that makes life. I'm still not sure that Somerset was good against left-handers. It's partly because it makes life slightly trickier for Jack Leach, who's so good against right-handers. But at the moment, it's seen as doing the business. In an action-packed 58 for 2, still, well, a couple overs to go before lunch.
That is James Rue letting his football allegiances be known there. Crystal Palace fan. He's a Palace fan. FA Cup final today. Born in Lambeth, of course. He's not born and raised in Somerset. There's a lovely shot from Dan Hughes.
Yeah, it's a bit over pitch, but he certainly put it away. That's this afternoon, late. It's 4:30.
4:30, I think. Yeah, to fit in with the Eurovision Song Contest, which is also on BBC One. So they've got to squeeze both in.
Of course, you're sort of multi-platform now. If that's right, you've got to be aware of all platforms.
Well, they've got to squeeze in a lot today because they've got your viewing, if you so wish. Obviously, you'd be glued to the live stream here. But what they think people want, that's good. Yeah, sprayed quite a long way down. Rue's had to really dive in front of his slips to take that, giving us a wide. They've got the FA Cup.
That's on BBC, is it?
BBC, yeah. Well, it's also, I think it's also on ITV. Okay. It's also on ITV, I think.
What time? I mean,
probably build up from about 3 o'clock-ish normally, isn't it? Then?
Well, it used to be. I mean, when I was a kid, it was a long time ago. It used to start about midday for a 3 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah.
You'd have all sorts.
All build up everything, and then if it was a draw, it would go to they'd replay the final, wouldn't they? It wouldn't be extra time and penalty. I quite like that. Just keep going on a final until you get there. Timeless tests almost. It's kept a bit lower by the look of it.
Okay, so
so that's the FA Cup final.
Okay.
So next after that is Doctor Who Eurovision Song Contest special, which is going to be about the intergalactic song contest.
Yes, I haven't caught up with that one.
It's
yet.
quite there's quite a gear change, I think, of audience crossover.
So
there.
4:30 kickoff. So that takes us to at least about 7 o'clock.
6:30, 7 o'clock-ish. Yeah.
So then there's Doctor Who.
Yeah, Doctor Who Eurovision Song Contest special, and then the Eurovision Song Contest.
Starting at what, about
8 o'clock-ish normally.
And that usually goes on for
it goes
quite a
about
long time.
midnight, normally 11 o'clock midnight, something like that.
Well, so you're going to be bleary-eyed in the morning. I thought I might watch the golf, actually.
After that, yeah, switch on the PGA. So,
which is not, sadly, on the BBC.
No.
Well, although I'm sure we can listen to it on Radio 5.
I'm sure if you
I'm
want
just
to.
I don't know why I'm just trying to help you out. I'm not working with the BBC here.
Oh, neither am I. Yeah. I don't know how ITV have got there.
Well, they've got the cup final.
They've got the cup final, and then I don't know what they're doing. How do you go up against the Eurovision Song Contest? You don't want to put something on the
Well, there'll be a
singing.
lot of people. There'll be, I suggest, a relatively large segment of the viewing population will not want to watch the Eurovision Song Contest.
Agreed. So you definitely don't want to put on anything sort of...
So blockbuster film of some
Yeah,
sort.
put on a big film. That would do it. That'll do it. I'll have a look in a minute. I find that sort of stuff interesting because when there's a massive sporting event, you know, in a international tournament, you've got the Euros and the World Cup, and what I really like the pettiness of it all. And ITV will say, of course, you can join us later at 8 p.m. to watch whoever,
Yes.
Hungary against
Albania.
Bolivia in the World Cup. And completely ignoring the fact that in 10 minutes' time, the next match starts on the BBC, but they pretend that doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist in there. I love all that
I'm sure the
pettiness.
BBC do the same.
Yeah, they do, absolutely.
Even
It's both ways round. It's both ways round, and
Yeah.
it really makes me
I
laugh. The fact
know.
they think that people
Yeah.
wouldn't know about
I mean, it'd be better to
the
say,
schedule.
sadly, we don't have the rights for
Yes,
this
just be
particular
honest.
match.
Let us know. Just let us know. So I wonder what they do. And so they know that the Eurovision Song Contest is the biggest non-sporting televised event in the world.
Is it?
It is the biggest non-sporting televised event. Yeah. So when you know that it's coming up and the BBC's got the rights to it, as head of ITV, you're thinking, right, what do we offer that's right for the people who don't want to watch Eurovision? Because we can't
Okay.
really compete with Eurovision.
Well, what could
you know.
it be?
So what do we watch for the...
It'll be a blockbuster.
It'll be a film. I think a film is a good suggestion. Let's have a look. Because what you don't want to do is put on The Voice, which is also about sort of singing
Yeah.
in front of an audience. And you think, well,
No,
they're...
they'll be. I don't know what they'll be. What's
Here we have a
some
look.
sort
Here
of?
we go.
Look, you're going to find out.
Yeah, I'll find out. We just heard from one of our directors, Will, that's the good time to go shopping. That's what his mum does, is
Yeah,
go
well,
shopping because the
that's very
shops are all
good.
quiet.
Yeah.
You do
I
notice it.
didn't know that. I have to admit, I've missed Eurovision in the last few years.
I had you down as a nailed-on
No,
fan,
I'm
Vic.
afraid
no?
not.
Oh, shame.
I mean, I can remember. I do remember being. Of course, this is aging me, but being glued to ABBA with Waterloo
Oh,
in,
yes.
in the 1970s.
I was going to say, when was that? 74, 75?
Oh, yeah, somewhere around there.
They haven't gone for a film, ITV.
Okay,
what they've done is quiz shows. They've gone for
Ah.
quiz shows, which is quite different, isn't
So
it?
which ones?
They've got Beat the Chasers, which is sort of the
I
Chase
know.
spin-off.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm familiar with the Chase.
And then the 1% Club. I really like the 1% Club.
Oh, I'm familiar with that too. Yeah.
The 1% Club is to do with questions getting harder that
Yeah,
only a certain
I've
percentage of
seen
the
it,
population
yeah.
get. And it makes you feel quite good when you get into sort of the 30, 20%, 10% of the population.
Yeah. They're brain teasers, aren't they?
Yeah,
Sort of
exactly.
logic.
Yeah, quite often
a
quite
good shot.
puzzles. Yeah, a good shot down the ground. I think
They might.
the
They
legs.
might cut that off. Leave it. Henry, leave it. Let
Yeah.
someone else go and get that.
Miggy, I think.
Well.
Bantam down there. No, it's not Bantam. They are, though, showing a film,
What sort of?
The
film?
Untouchables.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's BBC Two. ITV, oh, there they are showing a film as well. They are showing Taken 2. Action-packed thriller sequel, so that's the option there.
Oh dear, I think I missed the first one of that one too.
Well, that's Liam Neeson.
I think I.
His daughter
Oh,
gets
right.
kidnapped in, I think, in France, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
And he is a retired CIA agent. And
You've seen it?
yeah, Taken I've seen. I don't think I've seen Taken 2. But they, I'm not that big on films. My fiancée is flabbergasted sometimes when I say something. Oh, I haven't seen that. She cannot believe it. Her family watch a lot of films.
Well, there used to be a radio, probably still is, about Star Wars. Have you? Was it Star Wars?
Oh yeah. You haven't seen Star Wars? Something about
yeah, something like that.
Where the
And I've
biggest
never
films
seen
you've
Star Wars.
Have you not? Oh, Vic, you'd have been playing a lot of cricket around the first
Well,
era of Star Wars
yeah,
coming
yeah.
out, though, wouldn't you? 7.
Oh,
that's a great
it's a
ball.
cracker, isn't it? It's just full enough. He stayed on the crease. It was a bit like the ball that got his wicket, but he couldn't find the edge. But that is a beauty. Look where he's standing. He's right on his crease, so it's the right length, really. And he could have got a nick to that, couldn't he?
Easily, easily.
But
a great
keep
ball.
it there is the answer. He's just getting that ball to sort of move away from the
Yeah.
left-hander, which is what you want.
There's only 2 balls left till lunch. Not quite close enough there. So we'll have one more ball and then the end of an interesting session where we've had 6
Yeah,
wickets.
well, we'll forget about win predictor until give it a rest
Yes.
till mid-afternoon. 68 for 2 is, it could go either way. The last half hour, Overton and Henry have beaten the bat a few times.
Last ball before lunch.
Ooh.
Well kept out, and that will be that. Well, that was interesting, and what a sway, what a swing there. We had this calm period of Sussex looking like they were on top of things, and then a couple of wickets, one from Henry, one from Overton, not in that order. and Somerset feel like they've probably had a pretty good session, despite the fact all those wickets fell early doors. So
yeah,
feels like
could go either way.
Yeah, it could go either way.
At the moment, I feel we're going to have a game where, you know, every 20-run partnership or every wicket just makes the pendulum swing quite a long way, which is how we love it, really. If you're a neutral, there's enough happening to think, I don't know what's going to happen this afternoon. There could be no wickets for 100 in the afternoon session, but there's still enough movement there for there to be 4 for 70. But we'll wait and see. I think Sussex will be quite happy, actually, that Somerset couldn't consolidate over, you know, from a very promising score overnight. So they got 4 wickets in the space of 21 runs. Good start from Sussex, but they have lost a couple. You know, there's not much in it at the moment.
No, it certainly isn't. Which makes it a very interesting watch. And we'll be back with you in around 40 minutes once we've had a bit of lunch. And we'll see you then.
So today we're meeting up with somebody who was born to be a Somerset player because he's got the name Somerset in his first name. So it's Derek John Somerset Taylor who's joining us today, the wicketkeeper from the glory years. Derek, lovely to see you in Somerset.
Thanks.
Sitting in a chilly morning in front of a nice warm fire at Blackmore Farm at Cannington.
Cannington, correct.
So what's it feel like to be back here?
Oh, well, you know, we always like coming back. We haven't been back for 3 years, obviously, COVID. And so we've all been looking forward to it, and lucky enough to bring our daughter and grandson with us this year.
Brilliant. How do we come to have Somerset in your name, Derek? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, well, it was mentioned in my benefit brochure, but it was a made-up story. The real truth is that it's from my grandfather's side on my mother's side, and her father was Henry Somerset Wicks. And one of his brothers had the name, but prior to that, we don't know where it came from. So just have to blame my great-grandfather, who was Henry Rowley Wicks. But there was no trace of Somerset before that. So it's a bit of a mystery in that respect.
You said you've done a bit of family history background with the genealogy side of things.
Sure.
And you maybe have tenuous links with Casey Aldridge, because Aldridge is a family name.
Well, that's right. That's on my mother's side. Same part of the family, but on her mother. My grandmother was an Aldridge from Gloucester, and she had lots of brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, and nieces, and they were all over Gloucestershire, Tewkesbury, and every Stroud, Gloucester, and I noticed that Casey's from Bristol, so not too far away.
Oh, interesting, isn't it? Might be another one in the family coming through.
You never know. Yeah. Haven't had the chance to meet him yet, but hopefully one day.
Good. Tell me, how did you get into cricket in the first place? You were born in Amersham, weren't you?
That's right.
And so how does it come about that you started with cricket in the first
well,
place?
I don't know. My brother and I liked playing cricket from a very young age, and the local cricket ground was just down the road, Amersham Hill Cricket Club, which is no longer. And from there, my father and mother liked sport as well. But and I had an uncle Derek, who was unfortunately killed in the war, and he was a good sportsman, cricket, tennis, soccer, and so that's where it came from, I think. But and then we progressed through. We then joined Chesham Cricket Club. And then on to Buckinghamshire, young amateurs,
yeah.
Buckinghamshire minor counties. And Michael went to Nottingham when he was 18, I think, 19. And then it was 2 years later I joined Surrey at 21.
Let's just go back to you before then. You played football a bit, didn't you, in your younger days?
Well, until I got injured when I was 19. But I played, I played for the local Amersham town, and Michael played in Nottingham as well, and had had a trial at Vicarage Road. Didn't go any further. But there was at the stage even then that you had to decide soccer or cricket really. That Jimmy Standen, who you may remember, he's a bit older than us,
goalkeeper.
but he lived at Chorley Wood, just down the road, and I think he did both, and I think he's the only guy to win a FA Cup medal and a Championship medal.
64 he won the FA Cup,
Something
didn't
like
he?
that, yeah.
I think it was.
And when he played for Worcester.
He did indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've remained a Watford Football Club fan. Who would just talk about one or two of the names when you were growing up? Who's sticking in your brain?
Oh, at Watford?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Cliff Holton.
Cliff Holton
was the number one. He's still a big name there, really, although he's been gone a long time now. And they were all sort of local guys, and there was an Australian actually, Frank Mitchell, played for Worcestershire, played a bit for Warwickshire, played in the Warwickshire League and Birmingham League, but he played for a number of clubs, including Watford. And then, Pat Jennings, he started at Watford, and a number of others right up to got in the Premier League.
Yeah. Let's then move on to your cricket. You played minor county cricket with Buckinghamshire for several seasons, didn't you?
Yes, I first played when I was 17, and then in the minor county championship I played from 18 until I went to Surrey.
And I think, got a funny feeling, you played a game against Johnny Harris, didn't you? One of your first games.
Yeah, John Harris was playing for Suffolk.
For Suffolk, you're absolutely right.
He started running from the side screen. I had to play forward in the end. No. John Harris. There was a few old timers playing in the minor counties in those days. A guy called Perkins that played for Suffolk. Yeah. He played till he's 50 odd, I think. And another guy that played for Kent, Ted Witherden. Yes. He ended up at Suffolk, I think. Bill Edrich, of course, Norfolk. And then Alan Revel played for Berkshire. Played, was at Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Well, he might have played for Leicester as well. I'm not sure.
I think he did.
G.R.J. Root.
Yeah.
Berkshire, before he joined Surrey, and I can't think of other players that went on to play first class cricket. Not in not long term. No. There was the odd one.
Yeah. Now, how did you become involved with Surrey? How did that come about?
Well, basically, Arnold Long was the established wicketkeeper, but they didn't have a professional reserve wicketkeeper, and they basically advertised. Right. And at the beginning of '74, he went down pre-season to the Oval with a number of other guys, and I was fortunate enough to be the one that was offered a contract.
So you were obviously then moved to London?
Yes, I had to. That winter, I moved to London to qualify by residence, and that took me through basically to nearly the end of '65. Right. So I didn't get a first team game till '66, the university game at the Oval. But then I played in the county championship at the Old Arms Park. That's my county championship debut.
Right, at Cardiff.
On a interesting wicket. Rain affected, of course. Yeah. And but John Edrich played very well, and we won comfortably in the end.
Who were some of the people that you sort of would have been involved with when you were at Surrey? Was Arthur McIntyre part?
Oh yeah, he was the coach.
Yeah.
Big disciplinarian, and he helped me enormously, and I always thanked Arthur for that. And Mickey Stewart, of course, who was the captain, just finished 75 years at the Oval now. Yeah. Incredible, 15 to 90. Yeah. I haven't spoken to him for a while, but he was the club captain, and of course there was Ken Barrington, John Edrich, and any number of good professionals that also played at Surrey at the time. Even Bernie Constable was the oldest, I think, in those days. He was still there in '64 and '65. He was well in his 40s then. But we sort of lived under the shadow still of the great side of the 50s.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we were always expected to win the championship, whatever. Yeah. But it did happen the season after I left, '71. Yeah. And It's happened a few times since, but in the 60s, well, I think we got to the Gillette Cup final, and that was about it, I think. But we were always, high up in the championship. But
I was looking at one game that you played in. I think it was the seconds. David Gibson got a 9 for, or 7 for, 9 for.
Well, actually, I always rated David Gibson, and because he could bowl in swingers and out swingers, and he bowled them very well. You couldn't really tell which way it was going if you just come into bat. I remember playing once in a second team game and against Hampshire, and Gordon Greenwich was in his teens, I'd say, and it was at Cranley, and it was green as a bowling green, and he gave him 2 outers, and the in-swinger, they all fell over. But nobody would have played it, let alone Gordon at 17. So he was very, very good bowler. Unfortunately, not with us anymore.
No.
But it was Ronnie Tyndall. Played with Jimmy
Chelsea,
Greaves
didn't
at
he?
Chelsea, West Ham. He ended up in Australia.
Yeah, did he?
Yes, he coached in Perth.
Right.
Soccer mainly. I met him there. He came over to the East Coast for a coaching trip back in the 90s.
Right.
Yeah. Saw him then. And David Sydenham was another one.
Yeah.
He could bowl in swingers and out swingers, and just a bit like Budgie, in as much that he held the ball up for the away swinger and down for the in swinger.
Right.
On his approach.
So you knew which way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So
let's move on to how you came to Somerset. I mean, obviously you built the Oval from 64 to 69.
That's right.
Probably had 10 Champo games,
About
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then how did you come to make the move?
Well, I was keen to obviously play first class cricket more, and I had a number of opportunities not a number, but a number of other counties interested. But I never actually got a contract anywhere through different circumstances. I remember I was coaching in South Africa, and Middlesex wanted me to join because they said John Murray wasn't going to play anymore, but of course he did. So that didn't come to fruition. And so, excuse me. In the end, I got an approach from Somerset in '69.
Right.
And I went to, that's the first time I went to Taunton.
Really?
August, '69. And met the captain, Mr. Langford.
Yeah.
Robert was in attendance, I think.
Yes.
And Richard Robinson was the secretary then. And signed on. Well, I think they wanted me to play at the Western Festival.
Right.
But because Surrey could have won the championship that year, they didn't want to release me because of in case Arnold Long got injured. Yeah. So I came back at the beginning of '70. Very cold, April the 1st.
So obviously, when you signed, what sort of a deal would they have given you? Can you remember what that was?
It wasn't that exciting. I signed on to play, but I was guaranteed to play.
Yeah.
But it was actually, the annual income was less than Surrey 2's.
Really?
Yeah. But with, if we happened to win a game, or and appearance money and things, it was more or less, I think, worked out about the same, really.
And what sort of contract would you have been signed on?
Oh, I think I had a 3 or 4 year contract.
You did, right? Okay.
Yeah, so that was good from that point of view.
So you then moved down.
Oh, I was coaching abroad,
right.
And then on April the 1st, I reported to Taunton.
Right.
And we. I moved into one of the supporters club's houses. Yeah, with our signing from Sussex.
Alan Arthur Jones.
Alan Arthur Jones, yes, mine host in Greenway Road.
Alan Arthur Jones. You shared a house with Jonah
for about 6 months, I think.
Right.
At the maximum. No, we shouldn't be cut. He told me he was a cordon bleu cook. So
did he? I bet he wasn't.
Didn't quite work out that way.
No, and obviously, Closey was. You were there before Closey because Lange was your first captain, wasn't
Well,
he?
actually, the last game of 1970 was Yorkshire at Hull.
Right.
we drove. Well, you know, they had a few days off, and then Hull for Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Harrogate on the Sunday. So it was a bit of a tour, and yes, we lost quite comfortably on the Tuesday morning, I think. But that turned out to be Brian Closey's last game.
Really?
Yeah.
And did we know he was coming to Somerset then?
No, not then. No, definitely not. Because Tom Cartwright had joined. He also joined along with Alan Jones and Maurice Hill and Stephen Hallam, Steve Wilkinson and Hallam were qualifying, I think. And so there was at least 6 new players for that start of that season. And then 71. Well, I was away again playing in the Currie Cup that winter. So then we learnt after Christmas that Closey was coming.
Right.
And that's also when Kerry O'Keefe joined for a couple of seasons. Yeah.
Right.
So we had the start of 71 was fantastic because it was very dry.
Yeah.
Not particularly warm, but and the wickets were conducive for spin. And we got off and we won 2 or 3 games in May straight off. Very good games as well.
Did you like keeping the spinners?
Yes. Well, Langy was captain.
Yeah.
And he gave Kerry every opportunity, and I think got 47 wickets in May.
Right.
So and that together with Tom and Joan. Oh well, I'm trying to think who the other opening bowler was. I should know, because Roy Palmer had left in 70.
Yeah, and Ken had gone in 69.
Ken had gone in 69. God, I get told off for that. Who was the other opening bowler in 71?
I'm just trying to think.
I just can't think of it. Well, Budgie was. Yeah, Budgie was there.
Yeah.
I suppose he must have opened with Jonah, and then Tom would have come on first change, and then Kerry and Langy. So it was, quite a good attack, really. But then the rain started, and we still did all right. I mean, it's a good. We got the semi-final of the Gillette as well that year against Lancashire, Taunton, full house. So that was. I remember that game well. Unfortunately, we lost. But coming from like last in 69 to a Gillette Cup final within 18 months was a pretty good performance.
But people have always liked their one-day cricket at Taunton, haven't they?
Oh yeah, well particularly the Sunday League and the Gillette Cup. But
because you played obviously before the one-day, before the Sunday League came in.
Yes.
Gillette came in 63, Sunday League 69, I think.
Correct.
Didn't it?
Yeah, and then the Benson Hedges started in 70, didn't it?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was 55, so I mean, it's basically the same, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
And we did pretty well in the Benson Hedges over the years, and then by the time 73 wasn't a great season, I don't think, but 74 we had all the young superstars.
Yeah, you did.
So Lord Botham and Sir Vivian.
And what was it like when they came into the dressing room? I mean, I can't imagine they ever came with sort of shy, retiring violence.
No. Well, actually, Vivian was. I met Vivian in Bath in 73.
Right, yeah.
Because he'd come over from the Caribbean and was playing for Lansdowne.
Yeah.
And when we played at Bath, he came down as 12th man. And no, he was very quiet. But shortly afterwards, met the Lord. And he wasn't as shy after that. But but Ian was always very exuberant. I remember him playing pre-season, and he was a very confident young man. And everybody knows the Ian Botham story, don't they? So we went from strength to strength then, and along with Vic and Peter and Phil Slocum, and they were the main 3, and Jerry Lloyd's, of course.
Yeah.
I think he came the year after 75, perhaps. Yeah. And then, but Closey was still playing. I mean, I never forget. I think it was, it must have been 77. And we played one of our first championship games at Hove. And after the first day's play, I was with Budgie and Tony Gregg, who was captain then.
Yeah.
And he said to Budgie and I, I'm looking for an opening batsman. And we looked along the bar, and there he was. Don't be vague, have a Hague. Big DB Close.
Yeah.
Sure, he's the best player he can pick. And 2 weeks later, Greggy picked him. But I mean, he did all right. But I mean, the thing was, he was 46, and it's atrocious, really, what happened at Old Trafford in the dark with Edrich and Close.
Yeah.
No helmets, dark, and the fastest bowlers in the world.
Yeah.
Bowling 4 or 5 bounces and over.
Yeah.
I mean, it just wouldn't be allowed to happen these days.
No, it wasn't.
No helmets, nothing.
No.
Closey just kept chesting them off, which he did. Well, that's right. After that game, we were playing a Gillette Cup game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and I went to see him because we travelled up from Somerset, I suppose, and he was in his room, like, covered from here in bruises.
Bruises, yeah.
So I said, "Are you going to play tomorrow?" He said, "Of course I can, lad." And we performed terribly. We bowled out for a low 150 or something, and Closey got 70 on. So everybody felt embarrassed, I think. And of course, Warwickshire won. But no, very brave.
Yeah, and he drew that side together, didn't he? Really, that Rosie took on.
Yeah, he did. But look, I mean, Closey did. He was an extraordinary bloke, but he also did some extraordinary things, particularly in one-day games. I think we were playing at Taunton against Gloucester once, and we got 2 or 3 wickets out, one thing and another, and he then put Merv on. Excuse me, Merv. And I don't know if he got a wicket or not, I can't remember, but he got a wicket somewhere, so he thought he put Merv. But then we lost the initiative, and then Mike Proctor got into it, because Mike Proctor was a great player of spinners, and poor old Kerry kept going out the ground. So game over. So he did a few crazy things in one-day games, but of course he always liked to attack, and that that won him a lot of friends, and he was popular with everyone. Really.
Fielded pretty close to the bat, didn't he?
Well, he was never far away from me.
I was going to say, you must have had quite a lot to do with
especially
him.
if we were on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember. Yeah, on so many occasions when it's intimidating for the batsman.
Yeah. And then obviously, Closey went, and Rosie stepped into the job, didn't
That's
he?
right.
In 78.
Yeah. Well, there were a number of us were sort of in line for the captaincy, and then but the club chose Brian, which on hindsight was of course the best decision that could have happened, because
Was it at the time?
Sorry.
At the time, was it, or what did you think?
Well, it proved to be.
Yeah.
Fair enough. He was. It was obviously changing the guard, and from a personal point of view, I was older than the rest, apart from Merv and Budgie.
Yeah.
And I would have thought I'd have had a chance, but overall I've got no regrets, and that was the club's decision, and that's what I stood by. And Brian proved to be a very good captain, totally different to Closey, of course. And we were very unfortunate not to win in his first year.
Yeah, you were.
Well, we were a bit unlucky in Closey's last year. That was another. But at the same, we lost to the worst side, or the bottom side in the Sunday League at Cardiff, and they'd had the worst chasing record in the league. What did Closey do? Put them in. But anyway, that's by the by. But we should have won that game, and then we'd have broken our duck. But so in '79, we got full
You
revenge.
did the double, didn't you?
Yeah.
Just tell me about that, Derek. I mean, did the fact that you'd lost the year before because you got beaten by Sussex, didn't you?
Yeah, well, that was ironical as well because I think we'd already played Sussex 4 times in the twice in the Championship, Sunday League and Benson's, and we'd beaten them every time, all 4 games. So I suppose there was an air of overconfidence in that respect. Excuse me, but from memory, Ian and Viv didn't let us down. You know, they both got runs, but Vivian didn't get 100. But I mean, you can't expect him to get 100 every game. But we didn't get a big total, about 220 or something. And then we bowled badly with the new ball to Guion Mendes and John Barclay, who were square of the wicket players, and we bowled short. And they had a flying start, and we got them both out, and Imran and Javid, and we thought we had a chance then. They were about 100 odd for 4, but Paul Parker played very well, and that was it, game over. So and then the next year we got a better score against Northants, and we were pretty confident we could with Joel as well. Well, Joel would bowled very well then, and we got early wickets, and but Alan Lamb and Jeff Cook played very well. But then, fortunately, Alan Lamb was stumped.
By you.
Off Vivian. And that was it, game over.
Very nifty bit of keeping, dare I say.
Well,
I've seen the replay.
One of the better ones, shall we say. Well, it was he hit over a half volley, so always difficult to take. But so that, I was happy with that. And then that was it. And then, well, we didn't think we'd win the Sunday League because Kent had to beat Middlesex at Canterbury, and but they lost. And we beat Nottingham pretty comfortably at Trent Bridge. So that was it.
And that was Budgie's last game.
And the boots up over there, and he Budge. Never saw him for 37 years.
I mean, you must have some very fond memories of that the glory years run. Playing with people like Joel and Vivian.
Well, there's the Australian game was Joel's at Bath was his debut.
Exactly.
And I personally, I don't think half the others had never met Joel then.
No.
And you know the Bath Pavilion.
Yeah, indeed.
And his head was above the door. might help with a few deliveries. And he bowled very well straight away. But all the lads bowled well. And
Budgie did quite well that day, didn't he?
He did. He could always move the ball around at Bath. And he mesmerised a few of the later order Australians, and got a fifer. And but although I'm sorry to blow my top, but his first wicket was a leg side stumping. Craig Sargent, the opening batsman. So that got him on his way, and then Ian chipped in, but Greg Chappell got 100, but they only got 200, I think. And then that was another. This might be cut. No, but we had Closey just had time to get a duck on the first evening, and then there was a reception at the Bath, the Roman Bath. And IT Botham, DB Close and D Breakwell wanted to christen Kerry, who was playing for the Australians in the Roman Baths.
Right.
But unfortunately, DB fell over. And the next morning I had a phone call to Derek Lellam at the hospital. Can you take over? Because I was the vice captain. So we never saw him till lunchtime. But we batted very well because Rosie got 100. Well, they all got runs, and he turned up. We were 350 for 3 or 4, and Phil had 50 or 60 as well, I think, and declared the innings closed. He said, "I want to have a go at them before tea and after tea. Yeah. So, well, the Aussies ran off, and Slokes and Rosie was still out there. If you had to drag them off, but anyhow, he came out to field, and after about 10 minutes, he said, "It's no good, lad. I've got to go off again. I'll leave it to you." So, we managed to bowl them out again. Although David Hook's got 100, one of the few hundreds he got in overseas, played very well. But we only had to chase 180, 190, and we won comfortably by about 6 wickets. And Ian and Viv were in at the end, hitting them all round Bath.
That must have been one of your memorable games.
Oh yeah,
wasn't
it was.
To beat
Yeah,
the Aussies.
yeah, that's
First
right.
time I'd ever beaten them, wasn't
Well,
it?
I remember Greg Chappell coming up to me on the second morning. He said, because I had to tell him about Closey, and he said, "Do you mind if Doug Walters has a substitute fielder?"
Right.
So I said, "Well, for what reason?" He said, "Oh, been up all night playing cards." I said, "I do mind, yes." So he had to go out and field. Well,
Right.
I mean, but I mean, those were the days, as they say. But he was another one, great player in Australia, and a natural athlete. But well, I mean, it wouldn't happen today anyway, would it?
No.
But well, I suppose the latest comparison would have been the late Andrew Simons.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, indeed.
but that was all brought on by other things as well.
Yeah.
So there we are.
And one of the things you've not talked about, you talked about the Benson and Hedges, but you actually hold a record, don't you? In Benson and Hedges.
Yes.
Tell us about that, Dan.
Well, last season I played, actually. We were playing Oxford and Cambridge at Taunton in one of the zone games.
Yeah.
And it was a bouncy wicket for Taunton, and they kept nicking it, and I never dropped one for a change. 8 out of 10, yeah. I think every bowler. Well, Both opened the bowling, I think, with... Dredgy, of course, I've forgotten Dredgy.
Yeah, Dredgy.
But Dredgy wasn't playing in... No, he didn't play until... I'm thinking back to, what I said earlier.
Yeah.
But he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't playing then.
No. Dredgy played... He debuted at Bath. He bowled Glenn Turner out on debut.
That was his first wicket.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it, Glenn Turner, like an off break. Anyway, yes, so there was Ian and Colin, and I think Vic played certainly, and Hallam, and Peter Roebuck, he bowled that. I caught a couple of him. So well, no one's ever caught 8 since.
No.
There's 2 guys got 6 catches and 2 stumpings.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, the way it's played now, how's the wicketkeeper ever going to catch 8?
Yeah, exactly.
They're all on the short boundaries.
Absolutely.
So so that was good. Yeah, well, I didn't realise, but at the time that was the first time a wicketkeeper had ever got a gold medal.
Absolutely.
I remember playing in a game at Street, funny enough, and against Gloucester. That was a Benson Hedges, and I caught the first 3 off Hallam, I think, and Jimmy Folk got 70 odd, and they got about 170, and apart from running Rosie out, we only lost 1 wicket.
Right.
And I did get a mention, but 80 odd not out, but I didn't get the gold medal.
So you got the gold medal for 8 catches.
Yeah, I thought it was Jim Laker, I think. Jim Laker. He mentioned me, but thought I had a chance. Perhaps I shouldn't have run Rosie out. But I can't remember. Oh, Closey. No, that was the game because we won by 9 wickets with 5 overs to spare.
Right.
And when I came in, Closey said, "You've got to remember, lad, there's world-class batters waiting in the pavilion to bat, like myself and Vivian." So I said, "Thanks, bro."
Derek, during your years at Somerset, I mean, you obviously played against a lot of really good players who were about at that stage. Who would be a sort of the best bowler that you faced during your playing career?
What fast bowler, spin bowler?
Yeah, fast bowler and spin bowler.
Well, the fastest bowler, well, two bowlers, was Michael Holding and Jeff Thompson.
Right, yeah.
Definitely the quickest. But I mean, Dennis Lilly was a great bowler, but he wasn't quite as fast as Jeff Thompson or Michael Holding. Andy Roberts was a great bowler. I think I opened the batting against Andy Roberts more than Jeff Boycott.
Mm. And of course, no helmets were there in those
No
days?
helmets, no.
So you were...
Well, it was Wayne Daniels and
Yeah.
a number of others. But I remember in my last year playing against, I think it was the last year, playing against Wayne Daniels with a helmet.
Yeah.
And it seemed to make a big difference.
Right.
But that was just when they were coming in. And then, lots of, not lots, but I had the utmost difficulty playing Ambition Beatty.
Did you? Right.
I thought he was a very good bowler.
Yeah.
And well, there was a whole plethora really.
Yeah.
Good bowlers, Derek Underwood.
Yeah.
And he was always difficult to get away. And I suppose just trying to think who the others were, but so many names really.
Yeah. And what about from a Somerset perspective? Who did you enjoy keeping to best?
I think with in a way, I suppose I'd say T.W. Cartwright.
Right, you used to stand up to him, didn't you?
Yes, yeah, mostly. Not always, not if it was a really rain-affected wicket, perhaps. Right. But 9 times out of 10, yes. But I enjoyed keeping to all of them, really. Some were more erratic than others, shall we say. But Tom was very accurate.
Yeah.
And I always enjoyed keeping it to Budgie as well, because I knew what he was going to do.
Yeah.
And although he was only there a short time, Kerry as well.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Taunton, where Sussex are 68 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 338. A couple of breakthroughs in that session. We had the of the Sussex openers, or at least one of them, and then the number 3. So Tom Haynes went for 24, and Clark only made 4 before he was LBW by the new signing Matt Henry, who is playing in his first match for Somerset this year. Remaining at the crease, Dan Hughes on 19 and Tom Alsop on 8. So there were 4 wickets for Somerset to fall earlier on in that session, so 6 overall. It was a jam-packed session. Somerset didn't add many to their overnight total from 317, weren't they, up to 338, so just 21 runs added. So that's the state of the game. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break, managed to get some food. I am joined alongside me by Ian Shepherd, who is from the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. Vic Marks will join us in a moment, but Shep, hello. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Charlie. Good afternoon, everyone.
Happy with the opening session from a Somerset perspective?
Sussex's session,
Yeah.
I feel, but Somerset still just about ahead in the game. I think if Tom Lammerby had hung on to that sharp chance at third slip off Daniel Hughes, it definitely would have shifted the pendulum to Somerset. But I was actually sat down on Gimlet Hill as Josh Davey.
Oh, goodness me, first ball after lunch, big old swipe from Tom Alsop.
Yeah, it was a sharp chance. He went really hard at it, Hughes, and it almost seemed to just a bit like a top spinner. It kind of went quickly, but it dipped on him a little bit. So it was it may have looked regulation. It was just a wee bit tougher than it may have appeared.
It did come at him very quickly. You rely on your reflexes in the slip cordon, obviously, but he had to get his hands from sort of his navel height up above his head.
He got the sort of the reverse cup there, and then he just had to come down a little bit, and I think that's maybe where it just didn't end up in the fat part of the hands. And
Hughes has added 11 runs to his score since then. Could have been out for 8. In comes Davey. Alsop in front of his pads, just keeping that one out.
Nice start here from Davey. On the money from the river end here. A few scattered white fluffy clouds in the sky here over the Cooper Associates County Ground this afternoon. So what are Sussex now? They are trailing by
Good question.
270.
You cheated. You looked at the screen there. I was waiting to hear all the cogs whirring.
Well, the screen that's just gone.
Do you know where the button is on the back there?
I don't know. We haven't
come around.
Technical. Charlie will fix it while I describe. Josh Davey coming in from the river end. And that's nicely punched through the covers by Tom Alsop. Jack Leach will not be able to cut it off as it makes its way to the boundary in front of block 5 of the Somerset stand. Takes the score on to 72 for 2.
Yeah, 72 runs already chipped away from the 338. Which is pretty good going, actually, considering they weren't batting for the entire session. Had about 45 minutes of Somerset and then the 10 minutes of changeover, so they got going at a good rate. Sussex.
Yeah, it was dead on 4 and over, wasn't it? 68 from 17 overs. The pitch looked to liven up a little bit towards the end of that mini session, I thought, with the heavy roller potentially wearing off, the lacquer coming off the ball, just maybe making it swing that little bit more. Matt Henry looked much better in his second spell. I thought he was a little bit rusty in his first spell from our end here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, but that's to be expected. It doesn't matter who you are, what world ranking you are, how many test wickets you've got your first game back. You're always going to be a little bit ring rusty, but hopefully for Somerset that won't last very long at all.
What did you make of Archie Vaughan, their new first-class high score?
Yeah, I thought it was the right move to bat him lower down the order. Whether 7 is the best position for that is a sort of discussion for another time. I thought he batted really well last night. I think this morning he was maybe a little bit inexperienced in what he kind of needed to do with the lower order, and it wasn't kind of until we were 9 down that he kind of looked to get on with it a little bit more. Maybe somebody with a bit more experience in that role, like Lewis Gregory, would have kind of gone just that little bit earlier. In the end, he didn't. It was probably the worst shot he played in the whole of that 80 to end the Somerset innings. Caught at mid off there, but certainly from where he was, he looked pretty weary and pretty tired come the end of that Essex game. And I think a week off has certainly refreshed him, and he looked a lot more confident.
Oh, it's a tough old job, isn't it? Opening the batting.
Anywhere is a tough game.
He's 19 years old. You're asking him to open the batting.
From the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
It's really tough. Some of the best experienced pros struggle at that, let alone a 19-year-old who's finding his feet in the game. Yeah. We are going to see Miguel Pretorius bowl his first over of the game.
Yeah, he was warming up with Steve Kirby in the interval. Looked to be trying to slip his Yorkers in, so I don't know if that's going to be his modus operandi from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
No spin yet from Somerset. How many overs are we in? 18 overs in. We've had all seam, which isn't a great surprise because the seaming has been working in the first session, but we did see turn from Jack Carson yesterday. Anyway, in comes Pretorius around the wicket. And that one glides through past the off stump. Nice looking action, all very fluid.
Yeah, nice shape there from Pretorius into his work. First ball.
Couldn't get going with the bat today. It's usually sort of single figures or half century the way he goes about things, isn't it? It's very rarely in between. But he couldn't get going today.
No,
so what did he do with the ball?
I think he's been a pretty decent nick for Somerset this year with bat and ball. After his inauspicious start for Somerset at the Oval last year, where
yes, it was almost gave away a game.
Yeah,
he's looking to head to a draw.
Probably 2 minutes away from the draw, and he tries to put Cameron Steele in the Vauxhall Tube Station. But since then, I think he's shown us he's definitely a wholehearted cricketer. He'll run in all day, uncomplicated, clean striker of the ball with a bat. And a good find from the Somerset Brains Trust. That just looks to have gone away from Daniel Hughes there.
Yeah, still seeing a bit of movement, aren't we? Quite often it's later, once it's gone past the bat, but we've seen a little bit moving earlier.
Just 2 jumpers on the Somerset fielding side as
Yeah.
well. Matt Henry and Craig Overton. Gives you an idea of what a lovely day it is here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Must have cold bones, I think, Overton, because he rarely is spotted without a jumper on, apart from when he's actually bowling in his over. Rarely is he, he bats and he fields in his jumper, whatever the weather. He's one of those people.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when they're at home, you just think, oh, it's so cold, keep coming.
Superstitious thing sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, it could also be
It
that.
doesn't matter how many 40, 50 degrees in the UAE in a pre-season. No, still got to wear your jumper.
Quite an uncomfortable superstition on a hot day, but so yeah, he is wearing his jumper. Who's the other one? Did you say?
Matt Henry.
Oh yes, Matt Henry. Who understand? Well, I don't know. New Zealand isn't super hot, is it? No, I was going to say it's understandably, but I guess it's sort of they get days like this quite frequently. Like in Australia or
to go
something.
the other way, just from where James Reed took that. Maybe just go on in a wee bit. Pretorius yet to go for a run in his first over.
Sussex really doing well this season. A lot of that based on the runs of Tom Haynes, who's already out. They've beaten Somerset already.
Oh,
Good
that's well
take.
taken.
Good
That's
take.
a great
James
take.
Reed. Really low down. On his right hand as well, of course, remember he's a left-handed.
He does tend to. Pretorius is one of those bowlers who does get it to swing after the bat.
Yeah.
It just keeps that.
Oh,
There we
look
go.
at that.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
That's
Good angle there.
That's a fantastic bit of keeping by James Reed.
How he's managed to see the swing and get his hand right in the
But
right place.
if we could have another look at that replay, just keep your eye on the seam, because sometimes the seam will scramble after the ball has pitched, and sometimes, as it did on that previous delivery, if they can get that one up for us again at
maybe
an
after this
opportune
ball.
moment. But you just keep your eye on the seam, and if you're a bowler and you want to bowl an outswinger, that is exactly how you would be producing the seam. This will just be one out to Jack Leach on the cover boundary.
Davey bowled without much luck. He had obviously the drop from Lammerby in the slips, but he's bowled pretty well.
He's having a
Pretty
good
tight.
game, isn't it?
Very
Opening the
good
batting,
game. I thought he
opening
looked
the
good
bowl.
opening the batting.
Yeah.
I was quite impressed. What did he make? I want to know how many balls he faced. I think he did a really good job at using up. Yeah, 77 balls. I mean, for an opener, you're quite happy. There's 77 deliveries there that he's taken a bit of shine off, or you.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I thought him and Gregory, they looked very assured.
Gregory didn't last all that long, did he? Just 22 balls, but yeah.
Sometimes though, when you're out there, they're both very experienced cricketers, and
Well, they would have batted together a lot as well.
They would have
in the
batted
lower
together
order,
a lot,
middle
yeah.
lower
and
order.
it just looked like they had a bit of a presence. They were a bit more relaxed. They weren't possibly as kind of, not saying Archie-born as Jittery, but kind of the more into, you kind of slip down that slope of bad form, the more desperate you are to get some runs. Sometimes you're just gripping the bat a little bit too much. You're just going at the ball a little bit too hard instead of letting it come to you. Your shot selection is maybe what it was. That's a good ball.
Yeah, that's a tough delivery.
No wicket for Josh Davey this morning, but potentially has definitely deserved one. But with Gregory and Davey, they're obviously very experienced pros. They've been there, done that. Davey has kind of found himself a lot up the order anyway, doing night watcher duties as well. So I think they just look like a very solid, experienced opening partnership that didn't kind of let the occasion overawe them. Whether it's a permanent thing, who knows? Jason Kerr, in his post-match in his post-day last night, said that Gregory was opening mainly because they needed to keep him in the side and he's not fit to bowl, so it was kind of the only place where he could slot in. And I think
There were suggestions Davey might be more of a.
Well, he was originally an opener way back in his younger days at Middlesex. He's got the technique for it. I still find it baffling that he has not got a first-class 100, and then you look at the sort of some of the players that have managed to get their way to three figures in the red ball. Somebody like no offence to Jack Brooks, but Jack Brooks would spring to mind, who, when you look in terms of technique and the attributes that you need to score runs consistently in red ball cricket, Jack's probably not going to be ticking a lot of boxes on that list. So it does remain somewhat of a mystery. But,
what is his high score? Off the top of your head?
I think it was 77 against Leicestershire in 2021.
Leicestershire, so 21 would have been the...
I think that was a game where the pitch really flattened out, and I think him, Roloff and Marchant de Lange put on a lot of runs late down the order.
Not a team you hear about Somerset's records being made against all that much recently, given the Somerset spend so much time in Division 1 and Leicestershire in Division 2. Yeah, 75 not out.
That was a nice score.
Very good.
I'll take that.
Unbeaten as well, which is could have gone on. Average of 20, so
we were talking about Craig Overton's average is what, 22, 23. He's a better player than that, and I certainly think Josh Davies is a better player than averaging around 20.
Well, he'll if he does get a chance as opener, then there's every possibility he'll average more than that. If you start the average sort of from when he starts opening, his average may well be more than that. He's got a bit of time to bat, not worrying about running out of wickets alongside him. New ball as well can help run scoring, can't it? So
yeah, definitely. And a lot of the time when you are batting down the order, you'll be facing that second new ball anyway. So
yes, something he's more used to. That's what we said actually yesterday about Archie Vaughan, is that he hadn't been in that long when the new ball was taken, and he probably felt a bit more at ease. Anyway, Sussex are doing okay here, 74 for 2, as Miguel Pretorius, the South African, is bowling full and straight. And Hughes digs it out and manages to squeeze out a run from it as well.
Wonder when we will see Jack Leach. We'll maybe see Archie Vaughan first.
Yeah, well,
we do have the two left-handers.
There's a lot of left-handers, as Vic was saying. Just one out of the top 6 are right-handers.
Vic could be licking his lips with 2 left-handers at the crease. Just wonder now if Pretorius and maybe let's try and get one to go away. Angle the last couple in.
So the mind games at work. The batter tries to work out the bowler, and the bowler tries to work out the batter. One of the great things about red ball cricket is you do see the sort of matchups last much longer than you do in T20s, don't you? Because the bowlers bowl long spells, batters last a bit longer. Comes Pretorius now, and that's edged and gone. Yes. Great ball, one which does just do a little bit off the pitch, takes the edge, and Craig Overton, well, he doesn't drop many, and he didn't drop that one. So that is another wicket, and Allsop has to go for 13. And just as you said, Shep, perhaps think about one which comes away a bit. Well, it's worked a beauty.
I'll have to send my CV into the Somerset. But yeah, it's a good catch. It's a big wicket for Somerset. Tom Allsop made, hasn't made runs against Somerset in the past. Didn't get many in the recent game at home, but just have a look at this one. It's just gone away enough. Goes anywhere near. It's in the same postcode as Craig Overton. He's catching it. You don't need to worry about that. Yeah, he's not really done a lot of run there. He hasn't pushed at it. He's let it come to him, but it's just done enough, and that's all you need to move it. Half a bat's worth.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that you can move it too much, and then you're not going to get a wicket. It's that crucial, as you say, about half a bat. Ideal. Right, so that is another one gone for Somerset then. They've taken 3 now. And it's going to be James Coles, who was bowling a fair bit in the first innings. Who did he bowl in the end? So bowled pretty well. The odd bad ball. He's not a full-time spinner, I guess. 10 overs he bowled. 0 for 24. Left arm finger spinner. Comes to the crease now. 75 for 3, and Somerset, if they can, I heard, I can't couldn't work out whose voice it was. Maybe Lewis Gregory saying bang, bang. If they can pick up another quick wicket, then Sussex will feel a lot of pressure because that 338 is still a long way away.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at the attack that Somerset have got now, it's 4 international seamers.
Yeah, it's the difference.
Well,
Matt
not
Henry.
quite Pretorius. He has been around the Southwark squad, but you know, you've
I
got,
think you can still. Yeah, he's played Test cricket, hasn't he?
I
He's played Test cricket.
No, I don't think he has. He's definitely played Southwark A.
Yeah.
But Henry, Overton and Davey and
Yes,
Leach
yes.
are definitely 4 international bowlers. So Somerset can really keep the pressure on Sussex now.
He got called to the Test squad. That was it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. Didn't play, but was in the Test squad.
Yeah, Will's just informed us in our ears. So an extra slip has gone in now. 4 slips. He is getting the ball to move around a little bit Pretorius as that one just comes in.
Felt like there's a bit of extra pace on that one.
Yeah.
You get a wicket and suddenly your tail's up. Lovely bit of bowling this from Pretorius, and he adds so much, doesn't he? Okay, he hasn't come off with the bat now, but you get 2 bites of the cherry, don't you, with an all-rounder like Pretorius? If he doesn't hit with the bat, he may well hit with the ball. And he's 1 for 1 at the moment in his second over. It's really good stuff.
I think he made 1 with a bat as well. So does that put him on Nelson?
He's already
1 for 1,
yeah.
He made 1.
1 run, 1 run given away, 1 wicket taken. Yeah. And he's going to keep those good figures. Very, very good work from Miguel Pretorius, who picks up a wicket. So it's 1 apiece for Pretorius, Overton and Henry. Now those 3. And Davey could have had 1 as well. Hughes is still there, by the way. Hughes, who was dropped on 8 by Lammonby in the slips. But that was when, I'm trying to think, I think there was no wickets down at that point, were there? So that,
I think they were, and then it went Overton and Henry.
yeah. So it felt like that could have been a huge chance. As it is, Somerset have now taken 3 fairly quick wickets, so it doesn't look as bad. But still, Hughes is there, and that's the worry for Somerset, is that he goes on and capitalises on that drop. But Somerset have definitely got their tails up, and they will stick with seam, I should think, for a little while now, as it'll be Josh Davey who continues. Round of applause from Miguel Pretorius as he makes his way out towards the Ondaatje pavilion stand.
Yeah, nothing funky going on with the fields. Very orthodox 3 slips.
He does do a bit of a funky field every now and then. That's a good shot. Just waited for it and knew the angles, able just to play it through a gap.
Yeah, it's a very short boundary down there towards the scoreboard down by Gimlet Hill. This pitch is quite a way over towards the Somerset stand. I don't think you could play any further over towards the Somerset stand.
No,
cricket.
not without starting to make it. You'd be too close, wouldn't it?
Everything
That's
sort
close.
of towards the town centre side of this wicket is more or less going to be a practice pitch.
Yeah, I think you're right, really. It's a bit too close. It's probably even on the fairly close side here as Hughes defends.
Ball's doing enough, just to keep the 3 slips in and have a fairly orthodox game plan. You've got a new batter to bowl at. Both batters have come out fresh after lunch, so no reason to change anything.
So the Worcestershire game, I think of the funky fields where Gregory had the sort of the flying V shape coming out around the bowler's end. Which is a strange shot, but almost did the business. Just 1 wicket short.
200 overs, you're going to find periods where you need to try something a little bit different. Josh Davies staying over the wicket.
Quick run here.
Yeah, he's dropped and run Banton. Not quite able to prevent the single.
Yeah, I worry what we'll think looking back at the end of the season if those 8 points, extra 8 points for the win against Worcestershire, how much are they going to come into play after those 200 overs? It's incredible, really.
I don't think you can criticise delaying the declaration until that.
Oh
that
no,
Sunday morning. A lot of people have.
I wouldn't. The thing is, I think if you declare earlier, Worcestershire would have had a lead, so then you would have needed even more time to then overtake. So you're cutting down your time even more. You've got to back yourself to bowl a team out in 200 overs.
Certainly in 200 overs.
You've got to back it.
Yeah, nearly 2 full days.
I know it was a flat pitch, but in basically more than.
They did play really well. Davies now switched to over the wicket to the right-handed Coles. That's well played and well stopped in his follow-through.
Would have been a nice shot that, had the bowler not been right in the way of it. Well, it was a nice shot, as he said. Just picking out the man who bowled it at him. What do you reckon of the new staircase then, Shep? I think it's quite nice. I like it.
I saw it on the stream yesterday, and I tell you what, in the flesh here, it doesn't look as obtrusive as it does as it on the stream. It complements the Caddick Pavilion quite nicely.
I didn't realise until I started looking at that staircase, because I saw it on the Tuesday game here for the Somerset women. Didn't realise how much I am a fan of seeing the batters come down the stairs and then head back up the stairs. I think you can read quite a lot.
Yeah,
It's quite a nice image of the.
They disappear, don't
yeah,
they?
Sort of
into that sort of
otherwise they go
darkened staircase
Yeah.
on the ground floor.
So I quite like it there. Sort of seeing it's just a famous cricket shot, isn't it? The batter heading back up the stairs, either with bat underarm or maybe even celebrating 100. At some point, would be nice to see them carry on that celebration up the stairs.
I mean, we were
Bit of a platform.
We were discussing with Vic before we came
Gone.
on.
Gone. Another one to Craig Overton, and Davey finally gets his wicket. It's a low catch by Overton, but when you see it head towards him, as you said earlier on, Shet, he just grabs them up, doesn't he? No way of getting around it. And Coles has to depart without a run to his name. 80 for 4, and Somerset, they said they wanted bang bang. That's what Lewis Gregory said earlier on, and they've got it, and now well on top.
They definitely have. If it was Sussex's morning just, it's been all Somerset this afternoon. Josh Davey there just getting this one to go away. Craig Overton, 6 foot plenty of him, takes that millimetres off the turf, but as you say, never in doubt with Craigo. Safest pair of hands on the county circuit. Getting it to move just that half a bat, as we talked about before. And Somerset now really in the ascendancy. I was joking about Mark Davis saying would it be nice to bowl Sussex out before the close of play today. I said it would be even nicer to bowl them out twice before the close of play.
Force the follow on. Well, and what would be the follow on here? 170 on it?
Yeah,
180,
yeah, whatever we 338 minus 150.
188.
So 188.
189 to avoid follow on. But that's early days yet.
Yeah,
early days for that. 6 more wickets to go.
Yeah, mustn't get ahead of ourselves.
No. And crucially, Hughes is still there and he can cause damage. So well worth keeping that in mind. Plus, we're seeing John Simpson arrive. The skinny, tall figure of John Simpson, an excellent, one of my favourite batters to watch over the years, for sure, in the county championship. He's been so consistent with Middlesex and now lately with Sussex. So Somerset are not sort of they haven't broken the back of this Sussex side yet, but they're doing well. 80 for 4.
Yeah, made an unbeaten 110 in the second innings of this corresponding fixture at Hove a few weeks ago. Won't be on strikes. That was the final ball of the over. So Miguel Pretorius will continue from Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end around the wicket to Daniel Hughes. And, well, if we could get Hughes now, this would be a very, very, very good start to this afternoon session. Matt Henry has just given Miguel Pretorius a little bit of advice there. Maybe looked at what sort of line he was looking to bowl. As Pretorius is in, and this is wide of the off stump. Just trying to tempt Hughes into the type of shot that he played when he nicked one into the slips. And Tom Lamby couldn't hang on in the morning session.
Yeah, as you say, this feels like a crucial partnership now, doesn't it? Got Finn Hudson-Prentice, probably the next man, who is an excellent all-rounder. But this feels like a really important partnership for Sussex. Oh, cut him up.
He switched to over the wicket, and maybe that's what him and Matt Henry were
Yeah, look, Henry's
discussing.
coming back in to have a little chat with him. He's pointing out something that he spotted. Pretorius responds.
If you're Lewis Gregory now, or the captain of this side, would you be quite happy for Matt Henry, one of the best bowlers in the world, just to tell Miguel Pretorius what to do, where he needs his fielders, and not kind of let them get on with it?
That's why you sign overseas players, in my opinion. You don't just get their skill and talent, you get their experience. Down the leg side is a half appeal. The bat hit the ground, maybe.
Yeah, there was a definite noise.
But it wasn't ball on bat.
Definite noise, but no interest in an appeal from any of the Somerset fielders.
Yeah, especially with someone like Matt Henry, who seems like a very cool head, someone who's completely on top of his game, one of the world's best. Just let him
Yeah.
Let him chat to your bowling team. Let him show the field that he thinks work. What do the New Zealand Test team? You trust them, right?
Yeah.
They're one of the best in the world, for sure.
Shane Warne just popped into my head then. And imagine when he first signed for Hampshire as an overseas player, you would. How could you set Shane Warne, someone like Shane Warne's field
Give
for
him
him?
the
You'd just
really,
be.
well, yeah.
Wherever you want.
Yeah. What do you want? I mean, quite often he was doing it all himself anyway with bowling them, wasn't he? Didn't often use the fielders, to be honest.
That's true.
He was so good.
But that's what you get with a really good overseas player is, like you say, all that knowledge that you can pass on.
Oh, that's not a great shot from Dan Hughes. It's a good ball.
Bit of extra pace, I think.
Yeah, a bit of bounce as well. Let's have a look.
Seems to get through.
It's a bit of a nothing waft, isn't it, outside the off stump?
Gone away, and I'm interested in where James Drew's taken this. It's well above his waist height. Generally, as a keeper, you want to sort of be taking it around your hips, and that's more up towards
real zip.
Yeah, it's towards the chest area.
Somerset's 338 is looking quite good at the moment, but there's still plenty of cricket left to go. Sussex could easily put together a couple of partnerships and work their way up towards it. But a round of applause for a good over from Miguel Pretorius. Hughes survives. Simpson will face it. Let's take a look at these wickets then, the four which have fallen. Craig Overton, first of all, getting a very fine edge through to Rube. And that was the first one. He liked that a lot. That was Tom Haynes as well, crucial wicket. And we saw Matt Henry. LBW, yeah. He'd had one turned down not long before that, which was probably even more plumb than that one, really, from the replays, unless he got some bit of bat on it. Here comes Miguel Pretorius. Getting one good. I mean, he's a quick edge to Craig Overton, but he's that good that he'll take them. And Josh Davey, one for all four seamers. And another good take by Craig Overton. In comes Josh Davey. It's pushed out into the onside by Simpson for his first delivery he's faced.
Yeah. Good that all four seamers are into their work. They've each got their name in the scorebook, in the wickets column. What you find with all good bowling attacks, they hunt as a pack, whether it's in partnerships or as a foursome.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that they all take wickets, but it will be a joint effort. You know, you might have Leach at one end who perhaps isn't getting a lot of turn, but is building pressure, and then it allows the release against a seamer who can just, you know, collect 2, 3, 4 wickets because of what's going on with Leach. It's very much a team effort. Leach we've not seen yet, by the way.
Everybody will know a bowling partnership in club cricket where one guy is just consistently beating the bat and not going for any runs, bowling at sort of 80 miles an hour, and then the other guy is just doubling in, putting it on a spot, and then they're trying to go after him and hit him into, you know, getting catches in the deep. But it's about bowling in partnerships.
But that's it. There's pressure, isn't it? And so it's nice to see an even spread of wickets, but this team seam attack without Lewis Gregory today, and this match he's not going to bowl. They're building pressure, a lot of them together, getting a lot of good movement just off the pitch, a bit of swing as well, hard to play. That's why we haven't seen any Jack Leach yet, although he could probably do a bit of a job. We saw some turn from Carson. I'm sure Leach, when we see him, and we will see him at some point, when we see him, we'll see some turn. I think there'll be.
I definitely think we'll see him sometime before tea, but we've got a fresh Craig Overton and a fresh Matt Henry to look forward to in the afternoon session still, which...
Yeah, it's the beauty of having Henry there. It's just that extra strike bowler, really, really great to have him.
If Jason Kerr and Andy Hurd had £1 for every time they'd been asked when Matt Henry was going to get here over the last few weeks, they'd be very, very wealthy men.
It is just so crucial. Yes, he's only picked up one wicket, but he's just such a class performer. Still 80 for 4 then. Blue sky, still sun beating down like we had yesterday. Pretty much unbroken yesterday. Not a single cloud in the sky all day. It's lovely.
I don't think have we lost any overs men's cricket here
Taunton?
at Taunton?
I don't think so. Don't think we had any at Worcestershire. Don't think we had any in the Essex game. So we didn't have any yesterday. I mean, that's quite the start to a season, isn't it? Be good for the Coffers here at Taunton for the club. It was a good day yesterday as well. About 2,000 people in, apparently. More than 2,000.
Yeah, good crowd in here as well. Normally it's a little bit down on a Saturday because people are more involved with club cricket and various other things. But yeah, James Hilda's stand, looking well populated as always. Do give us a wave if you're on your Virtue Motors earpiece.
There we go. Got a
there we
few.
are.
Someone near
Hello,
the front
hello.
there.
You are right in the sun there, so don't forget to keep your hats on and sun cream up at every opportunity. Jack Leach is coming off the cover boundary a few balls ago now, just to keep Simpson on strike on naught, not give him that easy one off the mark. Good over from Josh Davey, another maiden. Runs have dried up here for Sussex over the last few overs. We talk about putting the pressure back onto the bowlers. Well, right now Lewis Gregory's job is the easiest job in the world. He hasn't got it. All he's got to do is point his bowlers in the right direction, have them just continue to bowl a line and length, and we'll take the chances when they come. If the batters now aren't putting any pressure onto the Somerset bowlers, A, you're not getting any closer to the Somerset total, and B, if you do lose wickets, well, they potentially need to. There we go. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, it's wide Yorker and well played. Good, get to the boundary. Oh, that was an attempt. I don't know how close, but in the end, Archie fallen out there. Might be unable to get onto it. How close was he?
Oh, just didn't quite get his hand down on it. Looks to me like Hughes just shuffled across his crease there a little bit. Maybe we'll see again. He carries on doing that. Bourne's in a sort of a 3/4 position. That is a very long boundary out there towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Bourne's maybe 2/3, 3/4 of the way out. I think Gregory needs to try and make anything happen here now. Just sitting, continue putting the pressure on. Knowing you've got two of the best bowlers in the county championship to turn to, or three of the best bowlers to turn to in the county championship, if needed.
Including Leach, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Making the runs hard to come by. It's that pressure we were talking about. Way through this over. Victorious so far. 1 for 5 from 3.5 overs.
Yeah. These two Sussex batters just happy to soak it up at the minute. Just wonder if the pitch is going to get any easier to bat on throughout the day.
Yeah, it might do.
Oh, and again, that's gone after the bat.
Late swing.
Yeah.
From Pretorius.
We do see a replay of this. We'll just keep your eye on the seam as it goes past the batter.
Still 3 slips in. I don't want to take any of those out just yet, the way the ball is moving. In comes Pretorius. On to Hughes. Just get a bit of an inside edge on that one, and they turn down the single.
I think you could go for a 4th. I think it's moving enough, maybe not enough for 4. I'm just trying to think where we could possibly find that 4th slip from, and it kind of then becomes an easy single wherever you kind of take it from, unless you take it from either fine leg or Archie Vaughan at deep point. Not like the field as it is at the moment. Oof, sort of a thick inside edge down to Josh Davey at fine leg.
Who will keep hold of it?
No sense wasting energy throwing it in.
Nope.
You're going to bowl with it in a few moments' time.
Good over.
Josh Davey doing the umpire a favour, leaving his cap down there. Yeah, and a fine leg in front of the James Hildreth stand.
Simpson looking to get off the mark then. He's faced an over of deliveries at the other end.
Jack Leach is. Oh no, it's going to be Hughes now. That was a single off the last ball. So Jack Leach has now gone back to sweep at deep point in front of the Somerset stand.
Yeah, I can see that.
Tom Abel, I think, has moved a little bit finer at backward point just to cut off that that run down to third that Hughes has played so well on a couple of occasions today.
Well, we will see the matchup with Simpson now, so will Leach come in a bit?
He's wandering out. No, he's coming
Yes,
back in. He's coming back in, yeah. And that single off the first ball will absolutely be just what the doctor ordered for the Somerset bowlers, because they get to bowl a full 5 balls. John Simpson, who's fairly fresh to the crease and yet to open his account. Matt Henry's getting loose at mid-on there. Just saw him doing a couple of stretches and loosening up. Davies around the wicket then to Simpson. Takes this one to the one on the onside.
A lot of chat around, isn't there? You can hear the calls, the fielding side feeling pretty confident. A few calls from the crowd as well, I think. Quite a few vocal Sussex fans I noticed yesterday. I'm sure they're still here.
Yeah,
A bit of a weekend of it.
On various social media groups, a lot of Sussex fans asking about where's the best place to sit, where's the best place to get a drink at lunchtime.
Well, because they wouldn't have been here for a long time.
No.
For a championship match. How long have they been out of the top division? 10 years?
It's
8
around
to 10
that.
years?
It's around that, yeah.
Somerset obviously haven't been in Division 2 for a long time. Nearly 20 years. Incredibly.
2008, I think we got
Yeah,
promoted.
it was promoted in 07. With Langer and a lot. Been up there since, but still not finished top of the pack.
Somerset's only first-class trophy in that division.
Yep.
Division 2 championship. Still not out of it this season. Hope springs eternal. If they are going to lift the pennant for the first time, they probably need to win this game here. Davies,
Yeah.
nice shot. Cut off by Leach.
Yeah,
No
well
run.
well placed fielder. On the skip.
So what have we had there? 86 for 4. So we've had 18 runs in just under 40 minutes. So this goes to show the pressure that the Somerset bowlers have been able to exert here.
Simpson still not able to get off the mark. 9 balls he's faced now. Here's his 10th. And he'll get off the mark. Shot. Good drive. Won't go all the way, but they'll come back for the second.
Didn't try to overhit it, just leant on it. Got it through the gap between mid-on and the bowler. Banton very chivalrously doesn't let Matt Henry do much of the chasing. Sprints after it. Matt Henry's got a lot of work to do this afternoon.
Look after your seamers, look after your overseas. For 4. Last ball of this, Josh Davey over. Bowling to John Simpson. Great ball. Great way to finish. Thank you very much, Shep.
No worries,
Coming
sorry.
in. Always good to see you.
Yeah, I'm going to make way for Vic Marks.
Catch up soon, I'm sure. But thank you, Ian Shepherd. If you want to get hold of the podcast, always look on the bright side. A live podcast, you can find it at Somerset Podcast Online. You can find it all on there. Thank you very much, Shep. 88 for 4 then. A couple of wickets in that first 40 minutes of play since lunch. It's put Somerset in a strong position here if they can continue to chip away. That's a big if, because there's still some very good players out in the crease at the moment, in Dan Hughes and John Simpson. But Somerset will be very happy, I should think, so far, Vic, with what's happened since lunch.
Yeah, 2 wickets and not many runs. Pretorius has been very good again. It's travelling, but well stopped there.
Tom Abel.
Tom Abel.
Yeah, very good.
Well, there's still a little bit happening out there, isn't there? Still a little bit of movement. The bats being beaten now and again. Not as regularly as the first half hour of the day, but progress for Somerset with 4 wickets down. I'm intrigued to find out, but I may have to wait a bit whether it's going to spin. I mean, because it obviously did a little bit yesterday. And Somerset are getting plenty of time practice at bowling at left-handers. I mean, the one right-hander went in no time.
Went for a duck, James Coles. Old Davey.
Do him good. They'll get better at left-handers.
Bit of practice. Pretorius then taking the 1 wicket so far. Got good figures. 1 for 7. He's left alone.
Yeah. He's not quick, but he's gets a bit of pace off the pitch, doesn't he? He's probably around about the 80 miles an hour mark.
Pretty awkward, isn't it, the way it's coming
He's nice
in.
and tall, though.
Yeah.
And he's got an easy action. I was watching my grandson bowl the other day. He was now 12, so he's a proper bowler now. And what I couldn't, I'll tell you, I'll just let him.
Is this same grandson who was Willy Wonka?
Yeah,
Freddie,
Freddie, who occasionally pops up here. Anyway, the point I was making is of course you've got to polish the ball. And in my day, everyone used to polish it on their trousers. But now he was polishing the ball, just looking at Pretorius. He and Gregory does the same. They use the front of their out-tucked shirt or non-tucked shirt. And he was doing exactly the same. He must have, you will have watched Somerset now and again. And that's how he polishes the ball, just like Gregory. Look at that, that's a good carry. Just like Pretorius.
Yeah.
That's how he. Fair enough. That's and probably the. I don't know what these shirts are made of, but maybe they are better for polishing than the trousers, or these shirts are better for polishing than the old shirts that we used to wear. But yes, the power of, I don't know, imitation struck me.
It does look like
Briefly.
he's picked up a nasty injury in his abdomen, doesn't he? There was that
Yeah.
red patch on his shirt for Pretorius. He comes around the wicket. Oh, there's a bit of a swing there from seems to try to push it into the offside, really, and doesn't get hold of it.
Yeah, we'll see another good over. Good carry, beating the back there. Tempted, really, Simpson, who's been such a good signing for Sussex, coming from Middlesex. Sort of been invigorated his career. He's played for England, hasn't he, once, I think. But signed by Sussex, and then made him captain, and Sussex have got promoted. He's scored an absolute stack of runs. He's always been a gifted cricketer. Inspired signing. He's back on from the rear end.
It raised a few eyebrows, didn't it, when it was announced that Simpson was leaving Lords?
Yeah, but it's one of those moves that has sparked another part of his career, really rather spectacularly.
New Zealander, a Kiwi bowling in an Aussie here. Cricket down under.
Well, yeah, but modern Kiwis never say a word, just never sledge. It was part of the McCullum thing when he took over. It is amazing what McCullum has achieved, but with England it's quite amazing. But with New Zealand, as I understand it,
focus on your own game.
Focus on your own game and try and remember how you played as a school kid. I.e. enjoy it. And what always tickled me was the fact that it was during that, I think it was 2015 World Cup, where New Zealand played really well. And they got to the final, they got beaten by Australia. But I think it was Brad Haddon, who's probably archetypal old Aussie. He was so unnerved by the fact there was no sledging going on from the Kiwis, and this isn't right. Something's gone. You can't play cricket like that. So I think he had a go at them in the final, and they won Australia, of course, won the final.
They did indeed. Poor old New Zealand have missed out on a few finals, haven't they? Consistently brilliant, though, the New Zealand team across all formats. They're a great side. Led by Kane Williamson, whose wife is from Somerset.
Oh, really?
Yeah, went to school with her. She was in my year at school. Sarah.
Gosh. Well, I don't know why that should be so surprising.
No,
but
it is surprising because they're from opposite ends of the earth, aren't they? But I guess Williamson spent a fair bit of time in this country. Good shot, that. Yeah, nice.
Beautifully timed.
It's quite full, wasn't it? Let's have a look.
Yeah, he's
nice.
over pitched there. It's not a great delivery. It is a half volley, but my goodness me, he's hit it with the middle of his bat and beautifully placed.
Yeah. Oh, that's what a way to come back.
Yeah.
Great ball. Almost too good.
Yeah, that is a good ball. So there is still a little bit of movement.
On his toes there, Simpson. The end of another Matt Henry over. What are his figures? 1 for 30 from 8. But remember his first game back for a long time, so
Yeah. He's
quite
got a wicket and he's beaten the bat a few times. He might not be at 100% sort of tuned up, but I think his presence is, well, obviously welcome, a bit reassuring. Pretorius running in, eager to keep going. Somerset like to get into the all-rounders, rather boringly. Sussex put their all-rounders down at sort of 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, that's not really the spirit of the game, is it? Pop them up top, that's the real way to play. Getting his back down on that one. Daniel Hughes. Fierce flow back throw from Jack Leach back towards the slips. We're all ducking for cover. Rue did well, actually.
We have to give Jack a bowl soon if he's going to.
Yeah, a bit of frustration. Come on, Skip.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Bored. Have a bowl.
I don't think we're a million miles off it at the moment. But there's still movement for the.
Well, he always bowls at the river end, doesn't he? Jack. He doesn't, and so Henry's just started a spell.
At the end of this spell, then maybe.
And he probably won't bowl more than 2 or 3 overs, or 3 or 4 overs, I would guess.
Mead doing the fielding there. Number 1.
Okay, who's gone then? I think Abel's been off and on a bit today.
Yes, a bit, hasn't he?
There's something happening there. He's not 100%.
Abel just coming out of the dressing room.
He's been off once before, so maybe he's got a minor issue. He doesn't look too bad.
Oh, that is. Mead on the field instead. Here comes Pretorius. Oh, that's got a bit of bounce, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of one that you can see sometimes players try and leave it and it bounces much higher than they expect. It sort of flicks off a glove or something. Let's have a look.
It was well left.
Yeah.
I mean, very well left, because that would take some playing if you tried to hit it. This must be a fraction fuller, maybe. Make them play. Get that slip cord and get that. Want the catchers to go to Overton. He's already picked up a couple. Gets into.
Over of the innings here, so the ball quickly losing that shine coming into this sort of middle period of those 80 overs.
He's very pleasing. A lot of left-handers are graceful, aren't they, somehow? I wouldn't say Matt Hughes is graceful, but Simpson, I think, is. He's correct, but it's quite elegant. No effort. Beautiful cover drive he got earlier on against Henry, but it was a half volley, but he just sort of dispatched it so sweetly. Elegantly missed.
Yeah.
I think he played it.
Here comes Abel then.
So he was back. Off goes Andy Mead.
Still had less than 30 runs since the tea break, nearly an hour we've played, since the lunch break. An hour.
In 55 minutes or so. Well, a week's more likely to come when there's a bit of a run drought. I mean, Hughes is still there, and actually he sort of looks like he's bustling and aggressive, but he's actually gone relatively slowly. Partly because they've decided to protect that short boundary up there. He's on strike. Leach is patrolling. Is he going to come in for Simpson? He's waiting for instruction. He's coming in.
Happy to leave that one alone. John Simpson. At the moment, no need to play the ones which are left temptingly outside off stump for them. That takes a bit of an edge. Well stopped.
That's save 4. It's Abel. Short boundary there. Wicketkeeper Rue has gone all the way from behind the stumps to go and give him a low 5.
Henry in again. Driven straight to the fielder. Comes in from the mid-off. Does feel like there's pressure building. Let's have a look at that stop from Abel. Brilliant.
Yeah.
As you say, Vic, that was 4 runs otherwise because it wasn't protected once it got past Abel. Might be giving us one for the over. Fair enough. Really bangs him in short, doesn't he, when he goes for it?
Occasionally, yeah. That was too short, really. That was easy to get out of the way. But you rarely see any bounces. I haven't seen many bounces at the county ground this summer. But Henry's quite right. You can do the odd one, just keep him honest. I suppose there was a phase in that Worcester game where Somerset and the opposition, they tried the bounce, the rather ugly bounce ploy, where you suddenly got no slips at all, about 3 men on the leg side boundary and people hovering for an absolute succession of bounces. I never liked that, but I quite like the surprise bouncer now and again. Henry's tried a couple of those.
Gonna have a change here.
Yeah, well, it's a good spell that from Pretorius. Another one. 10 for 8 off 6 overs for him. Overton's coming back. He's still got a bit of fuel in the tank, one would assume. He's bowled just the 5 overs so far. A wicket of Haynes, I think.
Yeah, he was the first wicket to fall.
Yeah, yeah.
Went on Craig, says the umpire.
Oh, he doesn't like that.
No, he wouldn't. Don't get in the way of Craig Overton.
Yeah. He's already made him grumpy.
Yeah. Bowling to Hughes. hold of it, but enough for a run. They're running hard.
They won't get up. No, they're not coming back, and they're right not to. So you're always plotting and planning if you're captain. And I'm thinking that I don't imagine he'll bowl Henry for more than a 4-over spell. It looks like it's sort of short spells. It's the order of the day for his spinners. And obviously then there is the option of a spinner from the river end. And it's an interesting balancing act because obviously Leach is the first spinner, but there are 2 left-handers in. So does it? And people love matchups now, don't they?
They certainly do.
They love a matchup. So so the question is, will Gregory give the ball to his best spinner, who is Leach, despite the presence of 2 left-handers?
Yeah, he'll be bowling into the...
Or will he give it to Vaughan? Because as an off-spinner, you're potentially more dangerous against left-handers. And I don't know, I'm not sure what I'd do. I mean, I think what I'd do.
The old black one.
I think I would give it to my senior spinner, but in my head, if nothing much happened after 3 or 4 overs, I'd then switch it around again. But we'll see. So far, it's just been a sort of quick rotation of the 4 seamers, and that's Sussex 97 for 4. But this pair are just starting to look a bit more comfortable now.
It won't have come to Somerset as a surprise that Sussex have so many left-handers, and yet they still decided to put Jack Leach very much in there, which of course you would. But they're obviously thinking, well,
you've got to play Jack.
Leach is in there, exactly. Leach is in, but we know we've got a lot of left-handers, so we knew this was going to, it's not a surprise. Oh, yes, got him! He's left one, and it's hit the stumps. Simpson has to go. He's been leaving quite a lot, and that one was not one you could leave. He must have nipped back in, I think, from Greg Overton. We'll have a look. But that's the breakthrough. And Simpson goes for just 6 runs, and Sussex have not yet reached 3 figures. They're 97 for 5.
Yeah. Well, there's been some good leaving, but that, I'm afraid, is not a good leave. Let's have a look. See, did it move much?
Oh, yeah, it really did.
It came back in, and it didn't. I mean, sometimes on that length, it just goes over the top, but it just clipped the top of the stump. So that's, well...
Yeah, he's come back in, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And he's very pleased because he's taken a fair number of wickets over him, but he hasn't had a big crop of wickets this season. I really do think, yes, it hasn't come back a little bit, and he's looking a little bit betrayed. He flicks his bat up, and then he has to go. So that's a big wicket because Simpson, well, he's got such a great record since he's moved down to Sussex. He looked very comfortable, but he's got to go now.
It's so frustrating when you leave one and you hear the bail, because that's what you hear, isn't it? It's a batter. You hear them before you see them.
Yeah.
And you just know, and you think, oh, I've decided to leave it. What, going on to my stumps.
Yeah, I could have hit it.
Yeah, I could have put my bat. I could have chosen to use my bat there, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Very frustrating.
But it is the sort of surface where good leaves have merit, because there's a bit of zip outside that off stump. Some of them bounce more than the others. So we've been complimenting how well they've left up until now, but that one was just a bit too straight.
Well, Vic, this brings in the right-handers. The right-handers all the way down now.
Okay, well, I've decided now, should they want to roll their spinner?
No, it has to be Leach, I think.
Well, I think it would be Leach. But we'll cross that bridge. And but having got another wicket with a seamer, they're more likely to stick with the seamers a bit longer.
Especially a ball like that, which is clearly a little bit off the surface.
There they go.
Another look at it. Oh, yeah, very nice. I don't think Simpson will want to watch that back too many times, but he's got a good ball there. I don't think he can be too embarrassed. I suspect Tom Banton might have enjoyed that one, having been given out, suspected off.
Do you think he said, no, that is out? John.
Yes. Raised the finger himself. A big round of applause for Craig Overton, who picks up a big wicket of John Simpson, and it's now Hudson Prentice who joins Daniel Hughes in at the crease. Colin Atkinson Pavilion in full sun. It's a good. I think you get full sun pretty much all day there, don't you? If it's a sunny day,
it is quite a good sun trap up on the. I don't know often sat on the first tier there. Well, I've sat there quite a lot when the dressing rooms were there.
Yes, I'm sure. Yeah.
And indeed the committee room was there.
Henry into Hughes, who will pick up one here. So we'll see Henry against a right-hander now, which is something a bit... Oh, no, we won't, because that... Oh, yes, they will. Sorry, thought he was... He's got back. No, he is very much just swapping over. As the umpire swaps over, the field swaps around. Haven't seen much of that, actually. We sort of came as a bit of a surprise there, given that we've had so many left-handers and the right-hander only lasted for 5 balls. Okay. Right, so Henry prepares himself. That's an apprentice on strike. Paul.
So where's Gregory gone now? They kind of keep coming and go, because at first slip, that's looking like Aldridge.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So it goes Aldridge, Overton, Lammonby in the slip cordon. I think it's probably Gregory's popped off.
Yeah. Can't see his faded cap anywhere.
No.
He's usually, to be honest, he's usually found, isn't he, in the
He's
slip
been
cordon.
at first slip.
Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. For 5. We've seen 30 runs for the loss of 3 wickets since lunch.
It's been impressive in that Somerset have been a bit more patient, I think, since lunch, and get a few maidens in. Wickets are more likely to fall somehow. Just keep the pressure on in the knowledge, you know, you're not going anywhere, and something will just do enough. Hughes has played pretty well, but they've managed to keep him fairly subdued, partly because they've had that boundary fielder on the cover boundary for him for most of the time, and that seems to have worked quite well. He's stopped the flow of boundaries.
Still Hudson Prentice on strike though now. He's choosing to leave.
Yeah, well, it's a no ball.
And giving us a no ball. Stepping a couple of times now, Matt.
Yeah, so the 100's up. Once they've registered it, I think.
Not the way you want to bring up 100, really. Yeah. There might be a little ripple of applause as it's added to the scoreboard. Here we go. Not a lot. Somerset won a game, didn't they, off a no ball in the T20s last year. It was the winning run. Flip down the leg side, and that'd be full.
That's well picked up there.
Just going in a tad too straight from Henry that time.
Yeah, annoyed to give relatively easy runs away.
.4 overs for the 100 to come up. Too bad, but it has definitely slowed down a lot since the lunch break. In comes Henry again then, last ball of this over. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. Hudson Prentice survives. Well,
Gregory's back.
Gregory is back. Off goes Casey Aldridge. Overton picking up a wicket in his first over of a spell. It means that he's still pretty fresh now, and he's got his tail up, as he does. Quite often he's a player who wears his heart on his sleeve, Craig Overton. Recently engaged, I think, Craig Overton.
Is that right?
I think so. I saw that on his social media.
Social World correspondent.
Check that. Let's have a look. Double check. I'm not talking nonsense. Let's have lots of pictures of his dog.
Sure you got the right Overton.
The way they've he and his partner have put up the post does make it look like it could be his hand that's got the very flashy engagement ring on it, but his partner. Do you see what I mean?
Right. Yeah, yes.
I'll show the camera. There you are.
Yeah.
Lovely photo. Oh, can you see? It's a bit.
But we think that's her hand and her ring.
Yeah, Craig. Those are the bucket hands we know he can take catches with, are they? So congratulations to Craig. Oh, got another one! He's left it alone, and Hughes has gone. 2 huge wickets in 2 overs for Craig Overton. Both of them left alone by Simpson, and now Hughes and Somerset are well on top. 104 for 6, and Hughes trudges off.
Well, that's strange, isn't it? 2 in a row.
Well, you'd think he'd learn from the previous over. There's obviously a little bit of something there that Overton's bringing it in.
I mean, he's probing. He bowled a good ball to the left. Let's have another look. Is that moved prodigiously? Well, it's coming on the angle, really.
Yeah.
Well, we have to keep him going. Yeah, tell you what, someone's so good against left-handers now.
Yeah, they know what they're doing now. They've sussed it out, haven't they? Once again, it's very strange. You see twice in 2 overs.
Yeah.
That's very simple.
I mean, he's been
almost
out
a
there
carbon copy.
for 30-odd overs. He had another look. And that hammered into the middle of off.
Well, I was going to say, he didn't leave it on length.
Off stuff.
Yeah, he did.
There was no height issue.
No, he's not left it on thinking this will bounce over. He's left it thinking he's going to miss. It's a bad, well, obviously it's a bad leave, because there's 2 types of leave, and the bad ones you walk off after you've left them. But it doesn't look very good when you watch it back. So Somerset have worked their way through all the left-handers now. You'll be pleased to hear. Vic, I know you've been on
Well,
top of
I
that.
know, but I'm now feeling think they're quite good against left-handers, so I'm not bothered anymore.
Bring him back on. So it will be Jack Carson, I think, who will be making his way out now.
Who bowled well yesterday, and who very recently got a first-class 100 in their last game, I think. So he's not low by any standard. He's sort of all-rounder potential. However,
should we have a look at the 2 leaves?
Yes, this is leave 1.
So that's Simpson there, who's a very dangerous player. This is it again. This is Simpson again, I think. Is that?
Yeah, I'd say so. Let's have another look. Look, there you go. That's just come back a fraction.
It's clipped the very top of the stump as well, so you can see why maybe there's a mistake on the length. But this is the next one. This is Hughes. He looked like he could be a real thorn in Somerset's side today.
I mean, it's very similar. He didn't get quite far as across as Simpson, but I mean, this is the more surprising one, particularly since Hughes has been out there from the very start.
Well, and he just watched his teammate get out that exact way in 6 balls or 12 balls previously.
Yeah. I've never seen Pretorius do that.
No, it's a Craig Overton specialist. It's his new way of doing things. Well, he'll have to bowl to a right-hander now. Oh, that's a good ball, that. To a brand new batter, Carson, who feels like he's got to play. Yeah. This is one of those periods where Craig Overton is. You can sort of see him ticking. Do you know what I mean? He's sort of got that.
He wants a bit of eye contact. I'm not sure Carson has given it to him. Or perhaps he is. He looks quite combative. I just learned a bit about him. Was it from you? He came over from Belfast at the age of 14, Carson. Sort of been associated with Sussex for a long time. I have to work really hard, but he's now an England lion and highly regarded as a off-spinning, well, almost all-round. He's got 2 first-class hundreds to his name. That qualifies as being an all-rounder, but a sort of bowling all-rounder, we'll say.
Yeah, last week he made 102 from 138 balls, including 11 fours and 1 6.
I suspect that was on a slightly more batsman-friendly surface.
It was at Hove.
Was it a high-scoring game? Anyway.
Well, it was against Worcestershire, who have been probably the weakest team in this division so far.
Jack's warming up.
See, the right-handers are on. No, not particular. No, it was a low scorer. Sussex made 284. Worcestershire made 180. Sussex made 256. Worcestershire made 313. So
so he made 100 out of 256 from down the order.
Yeah, so it was lots of single figures,
so
scores. It was good innings by them.
Wasn't quite where he was intending.
Big round of applause. Again, huge favourite here at Taunton. Craig Overton, the amount of effort he puts in, the wickets he takes from nowhere.
Well, and also, even today, we've seen that slip catches have not been straightforward. He's taken 2 slip catches again. I constantly say this, but I marvel at his hands. I'm sure his fiance's got lovely hands too, but I like his hands even more.
You do well to find a ring, I should think, that would fit on there. Because he's got quite big hands. From
well, let's try a bracelet.
yeah.
Well, I think he's got big hands, but all the great catchers have kind of got what they call soft hands. So they don't, they just sort of caress the ball into their hands.
Pads, got pads.
Well, yeah, but they don't go at the ball hard. They let them just drift in. Oh,
You see why he's so popular. He's been involved with 5 of the 6 wickets, hasn't he? Because the only one he wasn't involved with was the LBW that Matt Henry got. But otherwise, he's taken 3, and 2 of the other ones have been caught by him. So 5 out of 6 wickets involving Craig Overton. Brilliant player. Dad's messaged me. It's a good irony that Simpson got out for 6, which was the same score as Banton. So that's a great ball again from Matt Henry. People were saying yesterday, what goes around comes around.
this is your dad.
Yeah. So Banton giving up, for those who missed it, Banton giving up for 6, and the strong suspicion that it came off the keeper's gloves rather than Banton's bat, and it was caught at the first slip. But John Simpson, the captain, and the keeper made no attempt to try and call Banton back. But he's been given out for 6 lead. Well, not given out, he was bowled. There's no decision to make. Left one in the air, but it's going to land safely. In fact, it's running away for 4. It's a good shot from Hudson Prentice. Pushing it off into the square leg area. A little bit of bounce on it from Henry, allowing him to do that. Stay in the air for a while, but perfectly safely.
Yeah. Good eyes, Charlie. Spot that.
Ooh, ouch. Where's that hit? I think we know. He takes a very ginger walk out to the square leg area. Oh dear. Let's please a replay of that one, please. Oh. Yeah, go on then. Let's have a close-up one, shall we? Oh.
Just about, I think it's more
might be very top of his
inside thigh.
Yeah, might be the very top of his thigh. He does look in a bit of pain though.
Yeah.
I'm sure most of us can imagine.
Play is continuing. No physio.
I'm not sure what the physios really do in those situations anyway. I'm not sure what possible. There's the magic spray, isn't there? I'm sure the physios have got some magic spray. What do they do in those days? In your days, then? They get on with it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thigh pads, what are they? Well, actually, Brian Close hardly ever had a thigh pad. Inevitably. Might put a towel down there. Something.
Yeah. God,
He had
towel.
a box.
Crikey. Hudson Prentice on strike. Is it up to point?
Win predictor, yeah. Well, let's see what win predictor is. Oh my goodness, it's changed. The draw's gone down to 15%. Somerset have zoomed up to 60%, and Sussex 25%. I'm coming around to win predictor this game. I mean, there's plenty of time for that view to change, but it's been the interesting thing about win predictor is that it's been changing so radically throughout the day, and that's how we like it, really. Or
unpredictable cricket.
The Trade Nation win predictor is working overtime. We're very grateful to him or her.
Overton again.
He's just got the rhythm at the moment, I reckon. In a sense, he's got better rhythm than Henry, unsurprisingly, really, just at the minute. I think he's happier with Henry back too. It just sort of takes a bit of pressure off Overton as well. Even though Henry just got 1 for 42, but just having him around. Jeff wants to have a bowl, but I don't know whether he can get his hands on the ball.
Have to wrestle it out of Craig Overton. Well, it'd be Matt Henry's hands, I think.
I mean, I wouldn't be averse to it. It's just, well, I'm curious to see where it spins. But I mean, they don't need. They could go back to Davey if they'd rather. He's obviously doing enough out there.
The leave against Overton, bit of a brave one.
Yeah, I think that was all right.
In my mind, I'll be thinking twice before.
I mean, there's that round the wicket angle, but he's a bit of a bonus if two people leave straight balls, but he's bowled well actually today, as well as I've seen him this season.
Yes, I'd agree with that. So he's 3 for 20 in his 8th over. That's very good. Carson's still on naught. Faced 13 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Oh, beg your pardon. 8. Wrong way round. It's Hudson Prentice who's placed 13. Look at off the mark here, though.
Yep, I'm not sure he was aiming there, but he's got enough bat on it to get a couple.
Edgy shot, but enough for Sussex to move to 110 for 6. So Somerset picked up 2 bowling points already. So they move on to 4 points overall. Sussex still a long way short of the first batting point. It's going to take a big partnership here to get Sussex somewhere near Somerset's score.
That is a good shot. It's not a great ball, but it's beautifully tucked away, and they could run for here. So hurry up.
I think they will. They're going to all run for all that effort. Oh no, they've turned it down. They could have had time, I think. Decided for 3 instead. So saved a run there, Miguel and Archie. I think it's such a long way out, and they were doing a bit of
They had to flick it
double.
back.
Yeah, I think you've got time. Even with the ball in the air, you could still get a fair way down the wicket, I think, as it's thrown in from that.
Hello. Here comes Jack.
Aha! Right, so the game changes slightly now for the batters there, having faced a lot of seam.
Well, I think this is a perfectly good idea. He's finally got 2 right-handers in together. And it'll be interesting to see what response Jack Leach gets from the pitch and what response you get from the Sussex batsmen, who know the ball is moving around for the seamers, and the seamers have dominated since lunch. 4 wickets have fallen since lunch. What was the lunch score again?
68.
68. So it's been Somerset's session. Now, what sort of approach will the batsmen have? Will they think, well, slow bowlers on, we're struggling, not getting anywhere, perhaps we should be a bit more aggressive? There again, I don't know where it's going to turn. It did a bit yesterday, I'm told. Anyway, I always like it when there's a bit of Jack Leach. He bowled very well in the last game. Let's see if he's going to cause the same problems this time round. Not with that one, he won't. No. But he's got this protection out there, but he does have the benefit of 2 relatively new batsmen as well, who are not really fully settled in.
Can't learn too much from that one either.
No, it's on target.
Defended. Obvious turn just yet for Leach.
No.
Still finding his rhythm.
Well, you can't. It's hard to dictate whether which ones are going to spin and which ones aren't, or whether any are. But he's quite. In some ways, he's quite conservative in that he's fired these through pretty quickly, and he just wants to kind of get established, Jack. He's not one who goes for the cavalier, brilliant delivery straight off. He just wants to get a bit of a base, I think. So there's no frills there. Oh, I tell you what, that's okay, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just...
So no sign of much. So when he bowled against Essex, he actually bowled really quite slowly by his standards. But I think he likes to get into a sort of spell before he goes away from what is his norm, which is quite quick through the air. Anyway, we didn't see anything much there. Overton's going to keep going for at least one more.
Hughes added 30 runs after his drop. It's worth bearing that in mind. The runs really have dried up, haven't they, in this session? Hard to come by. Somerset doing well.
Well, I mean, it's a well-established strategy. The old bowl dry. They used to West Australia, bowl dry. Team talk, that was it. Archibald's just doing a bit of shadow bowling. I'm ready to skip.
Yeah, I don't know if you spotted me. Well,
You
all
might
his
have to
left-handers
wait.
have gone.
Yeah, sorry, Archie. Left-hander's gone. Wait a bit.
Comes Craig. Solidly behind it. It's Carson. Craig does the fielding.
He looks like a man in form, though, Carson. He's middling those defensive shots quite nicely. Overton looking suitably grumpy. Oh, he's going to send Vaughan out to the square leg boundary.
Have we got double bluff, or are we getting a bit shorter?
Well, it's suggesting that he might. See whether he does. Double.
It's the Yorker, or at least the
Slightly
slightly fuller ball.
Yeah, not yet. Cunning plan. Double bluff so far, but will we get the triple bluff?
This is why, when you're trying to describe cricket to non-cricket people, it really starts to get quite complicated with the double, the triple bluffs.
Well, yeah.
In swingers and out swingers, 5 in swingers and 1 out swinger, all of that sort of stuff. In comes Overton again. What will we get this time? Yeah, slightly shorter in the air, but through a big gap between slips and the Chris Point fielder, and it'll be 4 runs.
Well, I don't know whether he tried to bang that one in, but if he did, he didn't get the line right, and he played it well, I think, in the end. Let's have another look.
Well played.
He's in control of that, I think. He knew there was no third man. He got a good bat on him. I think that's a little duel won by the batsman there. I'm not sure it was an out-and-out bouncer even. He doesn't bowl many bouncers. Where's that gone? How did that get to mid-off? He was aiming through mid-wicket.
Leading edge, and yeah, a little practice flick shot into mid-wicket by Carson after that, but Overton knows that he was mistiming it, and if he'd mistimed it anymore, it may well have crashed into his pad, but he survives.
Yeah, he survives, and he looks like he's up for it. Quite feisty. I suppose it's quite unusual to have that deep mid-wicket, Josh Davey to Leach, in front of square, very square deep mid-wicket. And I think it's partly because of the short boundary. It's a bit slower, that's a bit better as it happens.
a bit here.
yeah.
Some Prentice. That's
Yeah.
not a bad idea.
No, but I don't think Jack will be too worried by that. Just get one to turn.
Good battle this. Ah, no, he said he might turn up in this match. That is Roelof van der Merwe. The Bulldog has arrived.
There's a lot of hugging
hugs
going
and-
on. He loved him.
brilliant. Oh, well, we never got to say a proper goodbye, really.
Oh, right. Well, they're
because-
doing the proper hello anyway.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause he called time before the season. When was that, March time? I think?
Yeah.
Obviously, you never get a goodbye there. And it's with immediate effect. Good ball, good stop. Excellent work.
Is that Lamonby there? I think?
It is indeed Lamonby with his left hand outstretched, ready to take the ball. Could have been, well, maybe not 4 because it wasn't leathered towards the boundary. It's a long old boundary there, but certainly saving a few runs. Reaching again. Shorter. Yeah, just darted in a little bit there, didn't he? Just
Felt sometimes you sort of feel them coming, even if you don't see them. He seemed to go quite early there, though.
yeah.
He doesn't. He looks like he wants to take the initiative from Leach.
Interesting battle between these two, enjoying it.
No sign of turn yet. Yeah. He's on target there.
There he is, Roelof.
Yeah, yeah.
Good to see him, obviously living in South Africa these days, but was playing for the Netherlands yesterday.
Ah.
So it was
Where-
in Europe anyway.
Oh, right.
I think they were in Utrecht yesterday against Scotland.
God, don't miss a trick, do you?
Well, I was
One day series, was it?
Yeah, I did
Of
see
some
the
sort.
final score. I think Scotland did very well. Yeah, Scotland won by 145 runs, so they really did.
Okay.
Yeah, they made 380 for 9.
How did
Scotland.
Roelof go?
Roelof. That's not the right bit. There we go. Roelof took 1 for 73. Took a bit of tap.
Off 10?
Off 9.
Okay.
Going for 8. Just over 8 and over. So
Well,
be his
obviously
best
very
performance.
flat.
Yeah. Well, 380 for 9. Yeah. Fired in. Coming up at waist high. Just the one run. How many did he make with the bat? Would have got a bat. 18 off 18. We're on a ball 18, including 2 fours.
Well, he's had a good career, hasn't he? I'm not saying it's over, but he's had a... And will be always welcome down here, that's for certain. They did some spectacular things, didn't he? And one of his hundreds, that's 100 against Surrey. or
Surrey
something,
game
yeah,
was
ridiculous.
really one to remember.
And
one
some
for all
great
fans.
catches too.
Yep. Bowling was brilliant. It was all facets of the game. He could bring something, couldn't he?
Yeah,
His
yeah.
batting didn't always come off, but I think he sort of recognises his unorthodox way of batting meant that was probably...
He might have had the same coach as Miguel Pretorius,
Yeah.
I think.
No,
I
it's
don't
just
know.
a South African way of doing things.
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, there he is. Quite a lot. Who's he speaking to there? Quite
That's
short.
Aldridge, I think.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Aldridge, a tall lad. Oh yes, I can see. Oh, sorry, I was looking through my binoculars on the screen. It's easy because you can see his name on the back of his shirt. Makes it a lot easier there. You know, you don't miss a trick either, do you? Just trying to work it out, looking at his front binoculars. Those are the stumps which both Simpson and Hughes decided to let the ball hit earlier on.
There's 2 bedding in though. Carson.
It's wayward from
Yeah.
Craig Overton, but it almost brings something.
Yeah. Both look inclined to try and get out of this situation in a positive manner, both Carson and... So I think we're in for a little... If they stay in, I think it'll be interesting because they've shown signs of aggression against Leach, who's just come on. He did bowl a maiden last over, but it was a kind of maiden where the batsmen were quite aggressive, in fact.
Just couldn't get it away.
Yeah.
Some Prentice coming forwards, pushing quite hard at it, hard
Yeah.
hands. Hoping, I guess, if you time that right, you can pick up a couple of runs, if not more. But getting it wrong there. Keeping it out, but not nailing it. Still only 1-2-1 for 6. How many have they added in this session?
Well, if it was 68 for 2...
53. Is that right? Yes, 53, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
53 for 4.
In an hour and a
An
half.
hour and a half. It's been slow going. Oh, he's nearly dangled the bat onto the ball there, but he's just avoided it.
Good movement there.
Good stuff, Craig Overton. Round of applause again. Crowd appreciate the effort he puts into every over, every ball. Taps on the back from his teammates.
Well, Gregory's been using his men in pretty short bursts. I think he might give him one more.
Yeah.
Maybe not more than that.
Got Davey, who'll be fairly rested, won't he?
He's got Davey, but I think he'll prefer, Pretorius.
Pretorius,
From this
From
end.
this
He's
end,
only
yeah.
bowled one spell so far, and a good one it was too. But it'll be again, this is interesting to see how Sussex showing some aggression against Leach, who hasn't got the ball to spin yet.
I've seen 10 wickets today. I only saw 6 yesterday.
I can't quite work out how you only 6 fell yesterday from what I've seen today.
I will say Somerset batted
they
very
must
well.
have
Some of
done.
the best I've seen of Somerset's batting. Obviously, there was that Tom Banton mega innings, wasn't there? But just the way they played, I thought it was very clever. Oh, nearly a chance, was it? As that goes past the field, I think it might have been a
that's just a
bump
great
ball.
shot,
Yeah,
actually.
gone through covers for 4 runs. Really nice looking shot. It's a big dive, an outstretched hand from Tom Lammerby, but
I think
never
it was,
really.
I think it was on the ground, wasn't it?
Let's have a look. Is it straight down?
I don't know. I can't.
Don't.
I think it was.
But no, it wasn't. It wasn't really close. Good shot. 4 runs. Goes all the way to that long boundary row.
Well, they don't want to keep them bottled up. There's forward short legs come out. Bit more protection on the offside. Just get an easy single there. So he's looking very
Proactive.
yeah.
Pretty much on the same score now, these two. 14, getting themselves in. No player kicking on there. Quite a few have got themselves in. Carson defends. High score of 38 so far in this innings from Daniel Hughes. Then there was a 24. Other than that, the next high score is Hudson Prentice, 14 not out. Carefully watched, holding the pose a little bit. A little bit too far down the leg side. Carson able just to run it down to deep mid wicket for a single and to keep the strike.
Well, not much sign of any turn for Leach. And I mean, you were here yesterday. Obviously, the odd ball turn for Carson, but did it consistently spin or just now and again?
It was. My recollection is it was more consistent than it was just the
Yeah.
odd one.
We haven't seen anything yet. We are going to see Pretorius.
Yeah, so Overton not given one more.
Yeah, well, he's sort of trying to make sure he's got masses of options, Gregory. He's got plenty of options just at the minute. But he's also got a couple who are settling in quite impressively. And bristling a little bit. But well, in his first spell, Pretorius. Zip off the pitch. 3 slips still in.
That one alone. Good block. He's just got a nice rhythm, hasn't he, Pretorius, when he bowls, as you say, easy action.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's putting tons of pressure on any particular part of his body. You see some of them, don't you, with that jam their leg down or completely bend their back into every ball, but Pretorius, it looks really fluid. Gap out there, so they'll run 1. Wonder how our friends on that steam train are getting on. I expect they'll be coming back soon. to look out
What was
for
the furthest point?
Kingswear.
Which is it this
Dartmouth,
side or the other
yeah.
side of Torquay? Is it?
Beyond, because... Oh, and go on, what a catch!
What a
Who is it?
catch. That
It's
is a
Craig
great
Overton. Brilliant. I think it's one-handed, isn't it? He's gone down to his right-hand side. And he's picked up another, his third in the slips, Craig Overton, and Pretorius gets a wicket in his first over of this new spell. Sussex 129 for 7.
Well, I can't wait to see that again, because I didn't think that was going to carry initially. And I'm not sure whether he caught it in one hand or two, but he caught it. Here we go. Have a look at this. 2. He had 2 there,
yeah.
and then he just sort of, in the end, he transferred it just safely into his right hand. But that's a good catch. Remember, he's 6'6", and he catches them millimetres off the ground.
Brilliant. Yeah, really.
He's, I mean, even if Overton could not really bat very well and not really bowl very well, if you were playing on pitches like this, where the slips are in business, he'd be worth his place just
Slip
as
catcher.
a second slip.
Yeah.
And they go to second slip. Well, I remember when I was captain, our best slip fielder was Chris Tavery at the end. He had very soft, they weren't as big as Overton, but he had very soft hands. And Both used to field at second slip, who was a terrific slip, especially a reflex catcher, brilliant. And more catches go to second slip. I'm convinced more catches go to second slip than they do to first slip. So you want your best man at second slip. If you've got a cordon, put him at second slip.
Here it is again.
But look at this. He's low down. He makes it look easy. I mean, for anyone else, that would be just a fantastic catch, and he makes it look routine. I continue to marvel.
So he's been involved. So hang on, what was the stat earlier on? He was involved in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
he's been involved
6 of the 7 wickets.
Yeah.
Either catching or taking the wicket.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I feel uncomfortable when he's bowling because I'm not sure who's going to catch it.
Yeah.
Well,
That's it.
Actually, Aldridge will catch it if he's there usually, but he's not playing this game.
He would love to have himself in his slip cordon, wouldn't he?
Or
Craig?
or indeed
Get Jamie in there. Maybe.
His brother is also got a great pair of hands. I don't know if he doesn't play much red ball cricket now.
No,
Jamie.
it's sad that because I used to enjoy watching him in red ball cricket.
Yeah. But if he did, I think he'd be in the slip corner.
It's funny how their 2 careers have gone
slightly
differently, haven't they, since joining?
Oh, he's just decided to give him a little bouncer to start off with.
Welcome, Nathan McAndrew. It kept a bit low, didn't it? For a bounce? He had to get down.
But I think he dug it in.
Ball.
I mean, it wasn't a great bouncer, but it was quite a surprise.
Yes.
Ooh. He's an Aussie. You've got to sort the Aussies out, I suppose. He is an Aussie, isn't he?
He is an Aussie, Nathan McAndrew.
I don't know.
Well, Nathan McAndrew. He's a pick of actually, I thought Robinson bowled better this morning. Yesterday, I think McAndrew is a pick of the bowlers for me.
Well, he must be quite a good batsman because Ollie Robinson knows how to hold bat.
Yeah.
In fact, that looks like a nice shot too.
Sort of proves it.
I don't know. You'll have to look him up in a minute, Charlie. You're our. You can be our Andy Zoltzman for the day.
Well, that's big, very big pressure.
Well, I listened to him on the news quiz last night.
Oh yeah. Busy
Don't
man,
know how he
Zoltz.
fits it all in.
No,
really.
he's a busy man.
A bit like you, really.
Well,
everywhere, here, there, and everywhere.
The only thing you've got to sacrifice is sleep. No need to sleep.
But he doesn't have chain problems either.
No, well, coming over the Quantox.
I tell you what, that's a good shot too.
Yeah. Chase on, but I don't think
I don't
Henry's
think
giving
so.
it
No.
welly there.
He's taken. It's a short boundary there, and Henry was quite right not to try and do anything stupid.
Well, and also Somerset at the moment, and that might change, but at the moment have a fairly healthy run deficit over Sussex. What would you like? His batting average.
Yeah, that's what I'm
first-class
looking for.
batting average of 27.27 and a high score of 92. Nathan McAndrew said.
Where does he play in Oz?
He for New South Wales, and he has previously played for Auckland as well. Now playing at South Australia. So
he's been around, but he's an Aussie.
He has played. Yeah, he's an Aussie.
Is he an overseas player?
Yes, he's an Aussie. I'm pretty sure he's a.
He's not a sort of
no,
qualified Aussie.
No, sure
Okay, well he's just
overseas
cracked
players.
one through the covers in a no-nonsense Australian fashion. Leach.
They're always, no matter what play you get, what discipline they play in the team, Aussies play hard cricket, don't they? That's what they're brought up on in
Yeah.
Australia. They are tough cricketers. Yes, he's proper Australian overseas. Born in Wollongong in New South Wales. Nice looking cut shot. His Wikipedia page, I don't know how old this is, whether he's finished studying now, but it says McAndrew is studying civil engineering at the University of Wollongong. There you go. If cricket doesn't work out, it's always engineering. Good safe bet that, I reckon. What do you reckon's got more practical use? Civil engineering or classics? Does it come? I guess it's a good. Well, it gives you good well-rounding in a lot of.
What are you talking about now?
Your
Which
classics?
subject?
No, the classic. You've got a classics degree, haven't you? So.
Yeah. Yes.
But you're good at words.
Your career path is not quite so clear-cut.
No,
Classics.
no. No.
Mind you, he might have a degree already in civil engineering. What's he doing? He's trying to belt the little red ball around the West Country at the moment. He's probably admiring.
Yeah, the new staircase.
He might be admiring it, or he might be pointing out, I don't know why you shouldn't have done that there.
Well, the only thing I'd say about the staircase,
Yeah.
and I like it. As I've
Yeah.
said, I like
There's a
that
butt come in
image.
here.
But
Yeah.
the bottom of the staircase seems to be pointing into the car park, rather than sort of pointing towards the. I guess they can't let it encroach on the. Oh, here we go. Someone's demonstrating it for us right now. Is this Gregory? I think going down the stairs.
Yes.
No, it's not.
So
No, it's
I
over to
take your
the-
point that at the end you are facing in the wrong direction.
Well, you have to sort of go round the stairs to get to the bottom of the stairs and come back. I can see why they've done it, because they can't have it on the grass, because the boundary is pushed out right to the edge sometimes, isn't it? But okay, so apparently the fence at the bottom isn't permanent. Thank you, Will.
But you'll still be facing
Still got to go sort of.
the
Do you see
the
what I mean?
railway
It's not
station.
quite- yeah.
Well, it's kind of actually it's just facing the Lord Ian Botham stand,
That's it,
which is
yeah.
also facing
Facing
the wrong
the wrong way.
direction.
Here we go. Andy Mead
And you mean is
heading up the steps.
there you
for us
are.
right
Look,
now.
there is the new staircase.
See, I do
Stairway
like-
to
there we are.
heaven.
Look at that. That's what we should call it. The Vic Mark staircase. We were looking
Facing
for
the wrong direction.
Facing the wrong way.
I don't think. No, I don't think. I think you need someone loftier than that first. Staircase.
Well, I guess Will, our director, is just saying, well, aren't they the Andy Caddick stairs? Well, yeah, but I think you can have different bits of a building dedicated to different people, can't you? You've got the Eric Hill Press box
Yeah.
up here, but it's in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
stand. I think I think you need more
Yeah.
monuments, don't you?
Yeah,
who,
absolutely. Oh, well,
Roland Randavura staircase. It could be really.
you must be top of the list for the next thing, Vic.
I want a waiting area. If it's good enough for Gary Sobers and Richard Hadley at Trent Bridge to have the Gary Sobers waiting area,
Waiting areas.
I would like a waiting area.
So what do they do in the waiting area? What are they waiting for?
Well, God, no. I don't know. They're waiting. I think they're waiting to be greeted.
Are they? Right.
It's reception.
It's sort of a reception,
It's
is
a
it?
wait.
Right.
It's like a wait. It's like a GP's waiting
Right.
room. You know, there's two plastic chairs there and old magazines.
Who's doing the? I'm worried about who's the dentist at Trent Bridge that they've got a waiting area for. Just getting you back down on this one.
I don't really know.
Well, I think the Vic Mark staircase sounds good to me. What do we reckon, everyone? Thumbs up? Yeah, I think
No staircase. It's soon to be replaced by the lift.
Oh, we can put a stair lift
No,
on it if
I
you
go.
like.
Still, it will be. It has real practical use in that. There was such a sort of focal point milling around.
It's a bit of a
the
bottleneck,
entrance.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where
So I think that's part of the idea.
so the players themselves, when they were out or coming onto the field at any
Yeah.
point, they had to cross what is a thoroughfare there of supporters, of fans.
So it was a bit of a bottleneck.
Yeah.
And quite difficult to steward, I think.
Yes, and quite often the stewards have to put barriers up to allow the players in and out, which then stops people being able to get to and from wherever they're going. So it just means they can go over the top now without having to wait. But also, I think it's quite a visual good visual points and seeing, as I say, the batters going up the stairs.
Yeah.
Quite enjoyed that. Peter Trigo was worried about what the stairs are made out of for players wearing spikes. Just getting the bat down on that one as well, McAndrew.
Well, that's very wise. They probably clatter a lot. And
well, he says Gloucester, as in Bristol, they've got corrugated iron sort of thing, and he says when it's a little bit wet, it's slippery in spikes. It's like.
I mean, I think Pete would get a good job working for health and safety.
Yeah,
actually, he'd be very good at that.
The Pete Trigo Health and Safety Team. That's his. He once got the cupboard up here, didn't we? I don't know where that sign went.
Well, that's a very fine shot. No nonsense there from McAndrew. You give him some width. I suspect he's certainly aggressive in outlook, and that is a fine shot from a pretty ordinary ball, I suppose. But if you get that one to bounce a bit, he has got the odd one to bounce, then you might be in a bit of trouble. But he's dispatched that with some certainty.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the sort of thing you get around maybe children's play areas sometimes.
Yeah,
that sort of bouncy, tarmacy thing.
As if that might satisfy Mr. Trigo.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right with that. It's good. Anyone joining in halfway through the stream, that is live coverage of what the new stairs are made out of. Yeah. Push it forward. Well, just before that last wicket fell, I was asking the question when there was a steam train that left Taunton early today heading to Kingswear in the other side of the from Dartmouth. It will depart Dartmouth at 25 to 5. Now, I don't know. We might just see that an hour and 25 minutes.
25
might just see that around 6 o'clock.
Well, I don't know how fast steam trains go compared to the others.
Really seen major turn yet from Leach?
No, I mean it's slightly. I'm just thinking further down the line. If we get to a situation where Somerset have got a bowl last, just
in the air and gone. Leach gets a wicket, and he cannot believe it, McAndrew. He's played a couple of nice shots and he's given it away.
Well, I think that's also quite well bowled, because we noticed how in the first over or so Leach was quick through the air, skidding on almost, because he likes to get established, get a couple overs in without any damage so you feel comfortable. Let's have a look. That's just, it hasn't turned much, but it's just held a little bit and it's a bit slower. And let's have another look. Up it goes.
Yeah,
and he's not quite there. And he's half-hearted drive just held on him. Wasn't quite at the half volley length, partly because I think it was just a bit slower through the air, slightly deceived. Anyway, it feels like a cheap wicket. But it is to a number 8 or 9 who's aggressive in intent but got caught in too much. Often you've got to make these tail-enders, make them think. I mean, he looked, I don't know McAndrew at all, but in some ways, these lower order batsmen who've got a good eye, they don't want to think, they just want to trust themselves and react. We saw him smack a couple through the offside with great authority against Pretorius. But if someone like Leach is bowling and he's bowling okay, you've got to make a decision. Am I going to go for him, or am I going to just wait for the bad ball? And it was like he was caught in a couple minds there. He wasn't quite sure which way to go. And it was a half-hearted drive when he wasn't quite at a pitch. Nice little catches. He just reached him at cover, but one you got to take. And so Leach has intervened, as he has done quite often this year. Look, he's played too early. And it's spooned there. Actually, it's a fairly straightforward catch. But he's been stuffed in the air a little bit. Sage old Jack has just got another wicket.
Yeah. Well, and as we look at the scorecard, actually, it's a Every bowler has picked up a wicket now. 3 for Overton and 2 for Pretorius, and then 1 each for Henry David.
Yeah, well,
it's been a good performance.
That's lovely for captains and lovely for the bowlers as well, because everyone's done something.
It is Ollie Robinson now, who will face Jack Leach. Oh, no, that's turned.
He's relaxed now, see, Jack.
Yeah, the first
But
wicket.
he is also bowling a little bit slower than he was in his first over or two. Let's have a look at that. See, up it goes, and that has turned.
Lovely.
That's a beautiful ball.
Yeah.
Tempted to bring the gully in there, but I don't know, maybe just... Usually Robinson can play some eccentric shots. Like that,
Well,
see?
goodness me. He's gone hard and far and 6.
Fair
wow.
enough.
Second ball he's faced. First ball turns. You think, right, I'm not hanging around for this. I was about to say that we're not getting to the point where you can look at the follow-on here. What did we say it was?
150, is it?
4. Sorry, 274. No, 174. 174.
It's 100. It's 150.
Yeah.
So if it is 150, isn't it?
179. Yeah.
I don't think they'll. Well, you see,
Oh, sorry. Yes, 150 on it. Yeah. See what you mean.
well, yeah. I mean, we haven't been thinking in those terms.
Well, they'll need another 49 runs to avoid it. Thank you.
You see, it's a ticklish one because modern sides don't like enforcing the follow-on, and I understand that. But at Taunton, of course, there is this notion that the wicket gets better and better and better. So there's a certain logic in saying,
You'd like to bat last, actually.
well, we'd like to bowl on it before it gets even flatter. We just wided him. It wasn't a great bouncer because it was too short, so that's why he's wided it. I like people who wide bouncers that are so high.
Well, you've got to give the bat a chance to hit it.
So, I mean, we haven't been considering the follow-on, and it may not be relevant, but
Well, just with
I
2
would
wickets to
doubt
go.
whether they would. I would doubt whether they would enforce it.
Yeah.
But there is a sort of argument in favour.
Well, and there would have been at the toss. Sussex might have thought about, well, we'll do this so that at the end of the game we'll be doing this. So it sort of takes that out of their hands as well again, doesn't it?
Anyway,
you want to give your bowlers a bit of a rest then, of course, as well.
it's a nice problem to
Isn't
have
it?
on the horizon,
Isn't
but
it?
it may not come to that. I mean, it's a wonderful shot from Robinson. He's obviously played under McCullum. Missed the first defending. Run down the wicket. Well, not even run.
No, he
just
didn't really.
A little tiny shimmy, and then a beautiful strike to long on. I think I might put one out straight away, or maybe give him one more. Give him one more.
Who, Leach?
No, I'm talking about whether you have your long on up or back.
Right,
I think I might just give him one more opportunity to do that. And if he does it again, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to.
Yeah.
If you want to play these glory shots, you're going to have to do it
Clear him
somewhere
by
else.
somewhat. Yeah.
We'll see what they do. He bowled a beautiful ball before that. I mean, nothing wrong with the ball that was hit for 6, except for it didn't turn. But the one before that did turn.
Just why it was such a risky shot. The next ball, you think?
Oh, that's.
Oh, in the air, dropped. Oh, it would have been an extremely tough chance. If
Hang
anything,
on.
it's a good stop.
Well, he might have dropped it. I just want to check it out. He's
have a
getting
look.
massive congratulations.
Yeah, I think they're
for
seeing
drop
it's a
catch.
stop, really.
Let's have a look. I'm not so sure it was a drop. But I'm not so sure either way.
No,
now.
it's a.
Someone give me help here. Sorry. I want a side-on view or something. I can't tell whether that was a bump or whether he...
My instinct was it wasn't.
yeah, well, you've got sharper, younger eyes.
No, I'm more often wrong. Let's have a look. Was it straight? Oh, hang on. Next ball coming in. This is live now. That's left to left. Here we go.
See if we can sort this out. Yeah.
Super slow-mo. What have we got? Oh, no, straight down. Yeah, straight down. So it's a very good
I
stop.
thought the surrounding of... Who was it there who stopped it?
Abel, was it? Oh, Leach. It's Leach.
Yeah. The great... He was surrounded by players congratulating him. I thought it was a bit rich if he just dropped the catch.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's a very good stop in that case. Bump ball.
Yes. He's having a good day. Pretorius with about ball. He didn't get any runs today, but that happens. He's got 2 for 19 and he's in his 9th over. Overton's got 3. Henry and Davey and Leach now chipped in with 1. 147 for 8. So I'll take that.
Oh, it doesn't make good reading this Sussex scorecard, but there are lots of players Well, a few of them sort of getting in. Hughes on 38,
Yeah.
Haynes on 24, and then other than that, it's been pretty bad from Sussex's point of view. Well,
Shot
that
two,
would
and
be
that's
4.
four.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Well, that's Carson, who's bristled since he's come in and played some good shots. Okay, well, this will be interesting now. How, of course, Leach has toured with Robinson. He knows Robinson. Single-minded sort of character. And it's just a question now. Is he gonna have a chat with Gregory's up there? He's gonna have a chat with Gregory, and they're gonna have a long on. And they sent the master catcher down there. They sent their major deterrent down there, the tallest man, but also the man with the safest hands.
Well, he'll also
Overton is loitering at long on. Means there's a huge gap on the leg side there. No one saving the single on the leg side.
yeah, there's a huge gap.
But maybe, he'll try and get one to turn as he closes the face and leading edge. Who knows? Let's have a look.
Attempted
how that
reverse
didn't bowl him.
sweep. Well, when you reverse sweep it, there's quite a lot of effort that goes into that, getting into the right position, get your head in the right space. And for me, I didn't see that from Robinson there, just sort of quite a half-hearted.
That was a standing reverse
Yeah,
sweep.
I've not seen... Banton often plays that, actually, but... Oh, and gone! Well, Leach has got the better of his man. 2 balls, and he's really made him look a bit of a fool there. Reverse sweep that didn't connect and nearly bowled him, and then the perfect delivery outside off stump and edged to slip, and Leach gets his man, and he goes for 6. Just that 1-6 over long on for Ollie Robinson. 151 for 9.
If I was in that Sussex dressing room, I know he hit one lovely 6. I would be frustrated.
Yep.
You've got Carson at the other end, who's looked really good and is seeing the ball well.
Good
He's
catch.
defended one ball that turned, the only really ball that's turned in the innings, and he thought, hello, it's turning. Gah! Hit a glorious 6. Quite correctly, as it happened to me, so I put one out there. After which, he's played a standing reverse sweep with the ball a millimetre from missing the off stump by a millimetre. And then there is a short boundary on the leg side, but who cares? He's gone for one huge larrup, outside edge, neat catch again. I don't know where he was trying to hit that, and then off he goes. And I just feel
It's a bit of a brainless
he can bat Robinson. So it don't make much sense to me that, with a batsman at the other end, or a good all-rounder at the other end, seeing the ball quite well. It's a gift. Not that I'm against Jack Leach receiving gifts, but anyway, that would frustrate me. I know. Well, I don't know.
There were 2 cricketers there. Ignoring Gregory, who took the catch. It was a good catch as well, but one you expect him to take. There were 2 cricketers there. One was using their brain, and the other one wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, Leach, to be fair, he didn't fire. It was quite. He's in the last couple of games, he's bowled slower, I think, and with a bit more variety than I've seen him in the past. And it's helped by the fact that the ball has turned a little bit. There's something there. But I thought against Essex, I thought he could have got more wickets. I thought he was unlucky not to get more than 6. Beat the bat quite often. And he bowled slower, and he got a bit more turn as a consequence, I think. Not that I'm saying he should completely overhaul the way he plays, but he's just a bit more flexible, I would say. And he's now got 2 for 18. Now, who's come in now? He's obviously not renowned as a
Hayes. It's James Hayes.
Someone was talking about James Hayes. He's had sort of a local connection.
Oh.
Well, I thought I
Sounds
overheard.
like a Harry Everett sort of stat to me. There's a couple of slips in now, and I will just quickly say the follow-on is 38. The target to avoid the follow-on is 38 runs away, just the 1 wicket in hand.
I think I was earwig. No, I wasn't earwig. It just happened to be at the back there. Mark Davis was there, and I thought I heard him say, is that Jack Hayes, who I know went to one of the Taunton schools or somewhere like that? Have a look. Oh, I tell you what, he's going the other way. He looks like a third batsman who could be bowled leaving the ball. He's not careful.
Yes, he was coming through the Nottinghamshire.
Okay.
Catch gone. Yeah, no.
Oh my goodness me.
Nearly. Craig Overton's dropped one.
I think he's dropped one.
Craig Overton, I'm going to have to write it down in the book of drops.
Let's have a look. It's a good ball. It's turned again, that. And it's gone
Oh,
off.
it's hit the wicketkeeper, isn't it?
It hit the gloves.
Yeah. Tough one.
So both Rue and Overton have dropped one in the same ball.
Rue / Overton. This is what's going down in the book of drops.
Okay. Well,
Rue / Overton.
You mean, man, I don't have a book of drops.
I've got my book of drops. Rue / Overton drop. Oh, Henry's got in the way of the glove dropping there, I'm afraid. Big round of applause because he's nearly picked up another wicket right at the end, but he's got the, well, what could have been a difficult partnership with Ollie Robinson, and Carson, he's broken there.
Just try, does it tell us where he went to school out of interest? And what is, he's a senior, obviously.
Yeah.
Try quick info.
Yeah, let's try.
Sorry,
It's all right.
Would you? I love having you. No. You're so much quicker than I am. My PA here, Charlie, with the man with the computer.
My computer's solely for looking
And a
up steam
dodgy
train
train.
timetables. That's all I use it for. Right, let's have a look at.
James Hayes, we're talking.
Yes, James Hayes. He is a seamer.
I quite enjoy having
A PA. In comes Pretorius, full and driven by Carson, who, I think you're right, Vic, will be a bit frustrated with the way his partner played there, Ollie Robinson.
Give us any education.
He was born in Sussex, so I'm
okay,
not
I may
sure
be completely barking up the wrong tree.
He did definitely come through the Nottinghamshire.
Okay, forget it. He went to King's
He went to
College.
King's
Taunton.
College. There we
Yeah.
are. There we are. Thank you, Will, who's managed to find that. Well done. So it's King's College.
Yeah.
So he's born in Sussex, went to King's and came through the Nottinghamshire pathway. That's quite a triangle of.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Somehow he's done a bit of travelling around
That's
there.
why Mark knew it had come across him. Probably
Mark,
because
he does coaching
always
there.
knows.
Yeah. Well, there we are. There we are.
See whether he
Can't
can
see it. Got him. That's the end of the innings. Hayes, who I think is probably a number 11, judging by the way he's played that. 152 all out, and Lewis Gregory's got a decision to make here because Sussex are a long way short of the follow-on target.
Well,
they're not
I
rushing
mean,
off.
in my day, we'd have been forced to follow on. But I would be surprised if Somerset do that.
Can't see any obvious signs here.
Well, I mean, of course, if he doesn't enforce the follow on, he's got to go and strap his
Well,
pads
yes,
on.
he's the opening bat in this game. Josh Davey is one of the first Somerset players heading off. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? What goes on here, because they have a lead of, let's get it absolutely bang on, 186. That's a very strong lead, a big lead. Somerset haven't had many big innings leads this season. In fact, I remember them having too many leads after the first innings, really, other than the Worcestershire
See,
game.
none of this fielding side. Is it tea time? It's tea time.
They've taken tea, haven't they? Of
So
course.
they've got
a bit of a
they've
decision
got
to
5
make.
minutes to work it out, I should think. But they can't put a roller on until they know who's batting.
True. Well, so it's an early tea because we've got, after this over, well, they'll have the 36 and then the minus
They've lost
2.
They've lost 8 wickets in that session.
Yeah, that is right, isn't it? 8 wickets down in that session. Well, Vic, the question remains, how did Somerset only lose 6 yesterday? And I think it wasn't terrible bowling. I think they just batted very well. I don't think Sussex have applied themselves as well as Somerset did yesterday.
No. Well, there's been a couple strange dismissals in the sense that, I mean, they happen, but they've had 2 good batsmen, 2 of the most dangerous ones, Simpson and Hughes, who Hughes had batted for a long time, but they were bowled by Overton round the wicket, leaving the ball. I mean, they're trying to do the right thing, but they've misjudged that, so they're slightly freakish misjudgments. Okay, so it's been a mixture. There's been some good pieces of bowling, but there's been some careless batting or ill-judged batting. We'll probably have a quick look at the what is quite a catalogue. It's like a sort of domino effect, really, because what do we say? 68 for 2 at lunch, where we thought, well, it's pretty evenly poised. Here's Overton getting the first one. I mean, that's you know, if you're a batsman, I don't think you're too annoyed with yourself. Your coach isn't going to be on you too quickly because he's tried to defend that ball.
Yeah. Same here.
That's LBW, yeah, well around the wicket. He's just come in. He hasn't really got settled, but you know, it seems like quite a straight ball. Here's Pretorius now, and that's that's a pretty.
Ball. Yeah.
He's not doing anything ridiculous, and Overton catches it, of course.
Here comes Davey.
And that is, well, that's okay. So we've seen the first 4 dismissals. There's nothing disgraceful about them.
That one he's playing a little bit outside his off stump, isn't he? But
and now we go into the, no, we won't play a shot.
The realm of the unpredictable now.
Overton goes off towards mid-wicket, and he's going to go there again.
Yeah, well, this is the next
head
over.
Off to mid-wicket.
This is the following over, and the other set batter, Daniel Hughes.
There he goes, almost carbon copy.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That is very strange. They're not, and so we haven't. Well,
that's a good catch.
That's another brilliant catch.
Not a great
batting,
shot, is it? No.
Well, we're getting down to the tail, but that has turned a little bit. But he's neither one thing nor the other. That, and I think he's been deceived by a nice piece of bowling. This is the one that I would be most frustrated by if I were in the Sussex dressing room. Do it, yo, and off you go. And if you sort of saw and I'm not sure that Jack Hayes is the most gifted batsman I've ever seen from what we've seen today. No. That one did keep a bit low, to be fair, but he could have been out to Leach at any moment in the previous over.
Oh, yeah, he was dropped, wasn't he, in the previous over? Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not a disgraceful batting performance, but just about everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Just see that last wicket.
The last one, well, yes. So I mean, as I say, Jack Hayes is a novice. Who
coming down late on
I think probably even when he played for King's College Taunton, I'd be surprised if he batted in the top 6. Well, he must be mates with half the Somerset team, I suppose.
Yeah, well, he may well know Banton, mightn't he? Or
I don't know what age he is.
That would be the difference. I think he's a bit younger, is he?
Well, he's been around.
Well, no, James is 23. Banton's not.
He's older than that, isn't he?
A bit older than that, but not a great deal.
He's bound to have played with some Somerset cricketers who went to Kings.
Well, he's nearly 24, and Banton's 26. They would have been at school around the same time.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, there we go.
So we're waiting for confirmation about who's going to come out to bat next. My guess is that it'll be Gregory and Davey.
Padded up.
Yeah. I mean, I think years ago you'd have just put them in again. And there is, as I say, there's the one argument for that, which is this pitch tends to get easier and easier, and we're only in the second day. And we were talking about how long is this game going to go on for. Well, we were saying, well, it's going to go to Monday lunchtime. You had? Or
I thought it might be around lunchtime on Monday, the way things were going.
Well, it might still be the case if Somerset bat again, but I'm not guaranteed Somerset are going to get a substantial, the way it's jigged around, I can't quite work out how Somerset, since I wasn't here, how Somerset got to 317 for 6 on the first day, given what I've seen.
Well, they were...
Anyway, we'll wait and see, but we ought to just lie down for 10 minutes. Don't you think, Charlie?
I'm up for that.
Oh, you got your chain sorted out?
Yeah, I'll go and get my chain sorted and pick up a cup of tea or something, and we'll be back in, probably about 10 to 15 minutes.
To see who's batting.
Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Dan. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Hi, it's Tom Abel here. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and I'm with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset disabled cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're here to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA, so yeah, here goes.
We're here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground to talk a little bit about Finn and the Super Ones. Just tell us how important the Super Ones have been to your family and to Finn.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not easy. There's struggles both with the formal stuff, education, and getting what he needs, and also the fact that he's different, and that he does have enough insight to know that he's different. So he can be lonely, can be sort of isolated.
We had all these plans for his future, like you do when you have a new baby, and it was a really, really tough time thinking, what his future would be. He was a very, very difficult baby and toddler, as you can imagine. And we felt very isolated. Friends, they say when something like this happens, you discover who your friends are. You certainly do. And we felt very much on our own.
He's got two older sisters who, obviously, as parents, you're trying to balance the special needs requirements with an ordinary family life for his two sisters. So it's not been straightforward,
We planned to have 3 children and do wonderful things together, and it impacted a great deal on the time that we could spend, with them, doing stuff. So they've had to put up with an awful lot, really. Having him, you're not accepted in the normal world, taking him places. So when Super Ones came along, we jumped at the chance that there was something for young people like him. You immediately felt that he felt relaxed. We felt relaxed because we were always on edge with him. If we took him, to other places, people would frown at you and stuff with his behaviour. So to be able to relax knowing that he could do what he wanted, he was fine.
What's developed through this has been amazing because it is life-changing for him. But I think, on reflection, it's probably life-changing for all of us as a family, actually. That there's more support from other families and other parents.
Someone without additional needs, I guess, we take that for granted, that you can go out and find a place to belong and have that sense of belonging. But for some young people, that's not always the case. So to provide that, and they can build that identity, feel part of the community, and then begin to experience what we might take for granted it has huge impact.
The statutory bodies, as we all know, everyone's under financial pressure. So Finn, without this, wouldn't have a great deal now that he's left formal education. He wouldn't have a great deal of interaction.
It completely changed all of our lives to, be a part of something like that.
Yes, it's cricket, but then you've got so much more that comes off the back of that, which actually is, for Finn, has just helped him grow as a person. So that's been great. And, long may it continue.
And also your favourite sort of Somerset players, I'd like to touch on that. We spoke before we started actually about some of your favourite players, and one of them was it Tom Abel was your favourite player?
Yeah.
If Tom was around right now, that would be great, wouldn't it? What would you say to Tom?
What would you say? Do you think he's good?
You could always ask him.
Hiya, Finn. Good to see you, buddy. You okay? Hiya, how are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Bit of a surprise. We always see you here supporting us, Finn. So, we obviously thought we'd come and have a bit of a knock around if you fancy a bit of a game. So before we do that, we've also got a little gift for you. Leachy's got a little award here. So, it's an exclusive invitation. There's a disability game at Lord's, so we've got you an exclusive invitation.
Oh wow, Finn, to go
And
to
WPA are kindly covering the cost of your travel and your accommodation.
Oh wow.
And on top of that, there is also tickets for you and your family to day 3 of a test match against Sri Lanka at the Oval, which hopefully, Leachy will be playing in. So, fingers crossed, yeah. So, that's for all your commitment and everything that you do for Super Ones,
Oh, wow. What did you say?
You deserve it.
That's amazing, isn't it? He's quiet now, but he won't stop talking about it for the next goodness knows how long. That's amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure. Should we play a bit of cricket? I think the nets are set up for you. So Should we have a bit of a bat and a ball?
Yeah, fancy that?
Sound good? Show us what you got. Right, you got Craigo and Jack Leach bowling at you. Boy, nice shot. Why, nice. Hey, nice ball.
Well, buddy. Finn, we've got one more little surprise for you. We've got a signed championship shirt from this year from all the boys. You can get framed up. Okay? Do you like that one? Come on, buddy.
Finn, what are you doing? How bold. Well done.
Well done, Finn, that was awesome. Great to see you, buddy.
Where you work or where you train is easier, you're welcome to go to there. And the systolic is 130.
High blood pressure is responsible for over half of all strokes and heart attacks. It's known as the silent killer. Many people have no symptoms. So, if like these Somerset cricketers, you want to have a good innings, make sure you get it checked to avoid serious illness or even death.
We're going to check your blood pressure today. It takes just 1 minute to have this done. I'll pop this cuff onto your arm. It'll start to inflate and you'll feel a bit of pressure. Please let me know if this pinches at all. So your blood pressure is absolutely perfect. The top reading, the systolic, is 130 and the diastolic is 64. So both of those are very healthy blood pressure. It shows you're looking after yourself very well. For having your blood pressure checked, you can go to any pharmacy and they'll check the blood pressure for you, or you can also borrow a machine from the library, take it home and do your measurements there.
Do you need to book an appointment when you go into these pharmacies, or can you just walk in?
So some pharmacies do have online booking and some just let you walk straight in. It also doesn't have to be the pharmacy you normally collect your tablets from, so if going to one next to where you work or where you train is easier, you're welcome to go to there as well.
Don't let high blood pressure bowl you over this year. Get your blood pressure tested, like our Somerset cricketers and staff have today.
Quick and easy to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, very easy.
Lovely, so your top reading, the systolic, is 129 and your diastolic is 80, so that's a completely normal and healthy blood pressure. And your resting heart rate is 47, which is very good. You're clearly someone who's fit and healthy and looks after yourself.
Well, we try to.
So from today, this nice normal blood pressure reading will go automatically to your GP surgery and be on your medical record, so that should you ever need to know what your blood pressure is, it's there and it's stored.
Take the pressure off and get your blood pressure checked today. It's quick. It takes just a few minutes to get tested.
Let's knock high blood pressure out for 6. With our 6 top tips for bowling high blood pressure out for good.
Keep physically active. Minimise your body weight. Take a low salt diet. Minimise your alcohol intake. Getting help to stop smoking. And take any medication as prescribed.
"150 years of history."
And he gave himself some room there for the stroke and paid the penalty. Ball guarded.
A century and a half in Somerset.
Straight, out.
Spin to swing, this county's seen it all. Records set and broken. Somerset's spirit endures.
The cider that flowed with the fans' roaring cheer,
the hopes and the dreams that have spanned every year. From rookies to masters, the club's beating heart, each player a thread in this vast work of art.
From Atkinson to Abel.
Bottom to Banton.
From Garner to Gregory.
Lewis Gregory does what Lewis Gregory has done for a little while now.
Cricket is very much alive in the southwest.
There it is. James Hildreth was there at the end.
So here's to the club, to the game, to the law, to the echoes of laughter, the battles and more. The Somerset's legacy, rich and profound, shall forever be cherished in hearts all around.
Hi, I'm Lewis Gregory, all-rounder at Somerset County Cricket Club. I've been playing at Taunton since 2010, been home for me now for the best part of 15 years. My experience with Alliance Medical here at Taunton's been amazing. The service that we get is pretty special. It's really important to have access to world-leading technology and diagnostics. I guess as sportsmen, you need that technology to determine any injuries or not injuries. Having access to a 3T scanner for us is amazing. It's got a stronger magnet and gives us higher resolution pictures, which for MSK injuries, which we tend to get, it gives us a better picture on the injuries that we're dealing with and come up with a more detailed plan of rehab and way forward. Alliance Medical are the perfect imaging partner for Somerset. This partnership's really integral to keep our guys match ready. I visit the Centre for Scans quite regularly. I pretty much do know the team pretty well. I've seen the smiling faces. It's always a nice introduction, and it's 10 minutes from the ground for us. Car park's really spacious. It's, I guess, a modern facility for everyone to use. I'd recommend Taunton Diagnostics to people around the community. It's a great facility and somewhere that you can come if you do need any imaging. It's a long, hard season on the bodies for a lot of boys, and yeah, to have this facility available to us to get guys back on the park quicker or to keep them on the park is, yeah, amazingly special.
Welcome back then to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where Lewis Gregory has opted to enforce the follow-on, making Sussex bat again after Vic Marks what was a pretty complete seam bowling performance by Somerset's bowlers this afternoon.
It certainly was. And not to forget Jack Leach.
Oh, of course, Jack Leach.
We'd never forget him. But 68 for 2 at lunch. We thought, well, it's sort of... Sussex have had a pretty good morning. Polished off the Somerset innings. Lost a couple wickets, but, you know, looked pretty solid. And blow me, 8 wickets in that middle session. And then an interesting decision, because the modern sides, they don't like forcing follow-ons. But they remember the Worcester game, where the wicket got flatter and flatter. They remember the Essex game, wicket got flatter and flatter. So they've bucked the modern trend by saying, right, let's get back into them.
Yeah.
And here's Henry. Start things off. And they've taken a rational decision. I think it's a good decision. That history tells us that this pitch out there, this pitch we stare at and never really understand, it seems to get better the longer the game goes on. We're only on the, you know, it's
second day.
Second day. And it did move around. It's moved around all day. not so much as it did right this morning. I mean, Robinson was beating people left, right and centre. But anyway, they've, I presume, rationalised that actually it's going to do more today. He's off and running now. Is that 4 or 6? 4. It's going to. History tells us it's going to do more today than it will tomorrow or the next day. So let's get them back in.
Yep. If the vagaries of this pitch say that it will be at its most difficult to bat on days 1 and 2, then that's when you want to be bowling.
That's the logic. I mean, people don't like. I mean, people don't like to enforce the follow-on, partly because they've got. Hang on, I'm going to stand like a curmudgeon soon. They've got physiologists saying, "Oh, hang on a minute, he's going to be bowling too many overs in too many days, or something like that. He needs to have a break." But this is the simplest way to try and win the game, and they were stung by that Worcester match where the wicket just got flatter and tougher for anyone to get anything out of it. And there's enough overs in the bowlers, certainly to get through this session. They can bowl spin at the far end. Mm-hmm. There was a little bit of turn we saw from Jack Leach, who bowled a nice little spell and he got a couple wickets, and he'll be feeling on a high. So it's the bold thing to do. It's the easiest way to win the match, but of course you can get into trouble if Sussex get 300 or something, 350 or more. It's game on again, but you've got to take those risks to win the game. You've got to win games. So away we go. And it could be a short game. Yeah. If this game's still going Monday lunchtime, we've got a good game on our hands.
We most definitely have. Henry, and again, Annie beats Haynes outside the off stump.
I think he'll stick with the same pattern. So I presume Davey will come in from the river end. I mean, they've all got plenty of overs in there.
I mean, only 46.2 overs bowled in that first innings, 37 to go today, so that's going to be, 80 odd overs. So they may even get, well, no, they won't get a little nibble with a new ball because it's in the second innings. But,
and Leach, there was enough. Leach actually bowled, it's quite interesting, he bowled 2 or 3 overs where nothing seemed to happen. But then he bowled a little bit more slowly. He got the wicket, and he got a couple to turn. I'm not saying he'll be lethal, but there's enough there to keep him interested. Or indeed Vaughan to the left-handers.
Yes.
I bet we see Vaughan bowl tonight.
We didn't see Vaughan in the first innings, but I agree with you. I'd be very surprised if we don't see a little him have a little go tonight. Just the bowling figures for Somerset. First innings, if you missed them, Matt Henry, 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Josh Davey, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. Craig Overton, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. Miguel Pretorius, 9.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 24. He continues to impress. And as you say, Vic, Jack Leach chipped in 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. So Josh Davies going to start things off from the river end. Left alone there by Daniel Hughes. One of 2 Sussex batters who have made an ill-judged. They say there's 2 types of leave, and
good uns and bad uns.
Yeah, and him and John Simpson will be sat next to each other in the dressing room and kind of looking at each other, going, "Where did we go wrong?"
I know it was very strange. Well, the second one was particularly strange in that you just watched that happen, and he'd been out there for a couple of hours, Matt Hughes.
Yeah,
but that hit the stumps quite hard.
I mean, they were so good this afternoon in the Somerset Somerset seam quartet of Davey, Henry, Overton and Pretorius. And sometimes when the pressure's on, you do make a little misjudgment like that. It all stemmed, really, it always helps to dry people up, especially in this era. Yeah,
people are used to scoring freely. They don't like being bogged down. And if you're going nowhere, you get a bit more tense, the modern batsman, and all batsmen as well, for that matter. So it's the old Aussie. I mean, I was bored, Charlie, with when I played for Western Australia. We had, it was all team talk was just bowl dry, hit the top of off stump, bowl dry. Well, it's a good policy.
Absolutely. So the lead is currently 182 in Somerset's favour. So still a potential for an innings victory. Still a potential, Vic.
Oh yeah.
I was half joking with Mark Davis. He said to me, I think during lunch, it'd be good if we could bowl Sussex out today. I said, it'd be good if we could bowl them out twice today. Sort of half joking, but, this...
Well, the odd thing is, you come to the county ground, and we spend a lot of time agonising about our surfaces, getting the right balance. But in the last season and this, there's been one drawn game here. And there's been some absolutely fascinating cricket thrown in. And we've been spoiled here, actually. So we agonise a lot about what's the best service? How do we get the right balance? Actually, probably we should agonise as much, if not more, about how can we play better when we're not playing at Taunton? Because that's where we've been.
That has been the Achilles heel, isn't it? Winning away from home. I think it's Northamptonshire in 2022 was the last time that Somerset won an away.
Is that right?
I think, was it 2023? Maybe 2023. But it's definitely been a long while.
Yeah. Well, it didn't happen last season.
Didn't happen last season. And also, they find it difficult to win without Craig Overton as well. And
well, that was a pretty good start. Although, I mean, I'm hoping he hasn't missed that many games. Well, he's missed a few, though.
I mean, it was a collector's item when he put one down off Jack Leach at second slip. It went quite quickly.
Well, it came off Rouge gloves as well.
So okay, I didn't see that on the last
there was a deflection. I think we'll have a look at it at some point, but I think he nicked it. It hit Rouge gloves, which sort of slightly changed its trajectory. But nonetheless, I mean, Overton is sufficiently good that we have to put it down as a chance. But where's that going?
Oh, that's wild.
He likes to get going, clearly.
Yeah, Tom Haynes, that's the thickest outside edge that's flown through third towards Gimlet Hill. But as with any drop catch, you are glad when it doesn't cost you.
Well,
that didn't cost Somerset. He's thrown the kitchen sink at that one.
Well, if you're going to go, you must as well go hard.
Absolutely. Didn't see many unorthodox fields or any weird and wonderful gambits from Lewis Gregory during the afternoon session. I don't think we'll see anything too unorthodox here as well, but it'll probably just be the 3 slips, maybe 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's
dry.
I think the notion of keeping them, if you keep them under control, there's a ball out there that's going to do something. It looks like both of these players are inclined actually to be a bit more aggressive and positive than they were. Well, then Sussex managed to be in the first innings.
Maybe that was the chat during the tea interval that we kind of poked and
well,
prodded and didn't let
I mean,
the game along.
The draw is actually, at the moment, the draw is such a long shot. So if you're in that Sussex dressing room, the notion of trying to bat out for a draw is... But if they bat well and get 400, or, something slightly less than 400, there's still a target that they've got that could cause embarrassment or difficulty.
450 would be, 275 to win for Somerset, which...
We had that Kent game, didn't we, where Crawley got a double hundred. And Somerset
ended second ball in the first innings and then a double hundred in the
and
second.
Having followed on, I think that was...
well fielded. That's an excellent
no ball as well. And Somerset had to get 200 odd in this last innings. In fact, it was very flat, and they did it quite well. But it was, a cracking game that went to the last session. So all things are still possible. They always are at Taunton. You never quite know what's going to happen.
You don't. And I always think that's kind of the benchmark. Is if you get into after lunch on the 4th day, it's a good pitch if both teams are still in with a shot.
If it's unless it's a ball draw, but we haven't had many of them.
And then he's got a couple of no balls today.
Oh,
and he's got a few jaffers as well.
So I don't think you'll see Dewar. You need to have a. So we saw Essex in the last game bat out against Yorkshire, but it's the final day. You can do that on the final day, but we're on the second day, so you might as well play absolutely normally. And if your normal game is essentially an aggressive one, that's where you want to play. And you can see that good running between the wickets, bristling a bit.
Particularly now with the way that England play. If you want to get yourself noticed by the England setup, we don't do draws. So now you're thinking, we're not going to try and draw it. We're going to try and win this game. What's the best way of going about it? Well, getting
well, that's
500-600 and bowling Somerset out on the last day.
Yeah, that's true. But what's mildly interesting about the Roux call-up is that, I mean, we know that he's got special talent. But he doesn't quite fit the identikit of the standard McCullum-Stokes pick in that he is capable of playing a measured innings. And he, in many of his innings for Somerset, he's gone very sedately in a very restrained manner as he makes his reconnaissance early on. He's got 20 off 60 balls. Yeah. We think that's mature batting.
Well, I think if you look back at... curtain rail of a bat there from Tom Haynes. If you look back to how Stokes played his innings at Headingley back in 2019, which does predate Bazball, but it's still Ben Stokes, the current England captain.
He had 3 off 78 balls.
Exactly, that's what people kind of forget about that, is the way that he just wore the Australian bowlers down, and that's very similar to how Roux played against Essex in that last game. He just, he knew that he just had to bat and bat and bat, not give a chance, and there would come a chance to win the game. I know he didn't see it through to the end, but he broke the back of it. So I think if you're looking at batters who do not get nervous in a run chase and just sit and kind of work out how they're going to win the game from any position that they're in, looking at how Roux played that, you would kind of say, maybe that is a bit Bazball-y.
And he'd love to be a fly on the wall somewhere, wouldn't you? So I wonder if they picked him if he got 0 against Essex in the second innings. I don't know.
That's an interesting.
Or if it had happened a month earlier, would they have picked on Bantam?
Potentially. Yeah. I mean, timing is everything. I mean, look how Marcus Trescothic only got into the England side kind of potentially because of an injury.
That's right.
To Nick
I mean, one assumes he would have got in anyway.
Potentially, yeah, I think he would.
But
definitely he would have done. But it's all about.
But the point is good.
Yeah.
In that sometimes you think, that's a brilliant selection. Actually, it was the freak injury. It may not have been a freak injury. It was the injury, I think, to Nick Knight that allowed Marcus to go and play in a one-day international series, play really well, and then go straight into the next Test match.
And again, sort of getting back to a bit of luck, it was because Duncan Fletcher was here as coach of Glamorgan.
Yeah, that he saw the 170.
Yeah, Marcus played a fantastic 170 or something when I think
no one else got
any, and he just kind of mentally remembered. This, of course, is predating the live streams and the blanket coverage that we're so thankful to have now. So if Fletcher hadn't been here, he possibly wouldn't have seen that. So it is very much a case of you may only get your opportunity once, and you've got to take it when it comes. Sussex have got off to a good start here now. 18 without loss, 3.5 overs gone.
Well, they were pretty fluent right at the start of their innings not so long ago. I don't know how. I never really understood rollers, and I know they talk about rollers still a lot, and the fact that it might deaden the pitch for a while. I've never really know whether they make any difference or not, but I think the Somerset dressing room reckons that the heavy roller has a deadening effect for a while, and it might wear off.
Somerset 90% on the win predictor.
That win predictor's been going all over the shop today.
Sussex 5%. The draw 5%. I think that's a little bit high.
I know.
But they wouldn't be having a couple of bob each way on the draw.
Although it was always low against Worcester.
Well, the least said about that, the better. Josh Davey. But I do think when Sussex had the heavy roller before their first innings, it did deaden the pitch the pitch didn't liven up for maybe 8 or 9 overs into the Somerset.
And then once a wicket, it's always accentuated by the fall of a couple of wickets, and the bowlers are a bit more relaxed and a bit more zip.
So the fielders are going up for everything.
Yeah.
And Davey just straying onto the hips of Tom Haynes there. Matt Henry tidies up moving around from long leg. That completes the 4th over here at Taunton.
Of course, the other thing about the follow-on is, the captain is now the opening batsman. He might have a slightly different perspective of how we go about it. So I'm not sure I feel like a bat just now.
Well, they may have decided to change it again. You know, may have thought, well, Archie Vaughan's got some runs. Well done.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. He's bound to fail then.
You've done your time down at number 7, lad. Back up you go. It was good to see him get some
Yeah,
runs,
absolutely.
Yeah,
And I
this
think,
morning.
he had such a great start at the end of last season. And the faith in him has persisted, but it helped him bowl well, I think.
Yes.
He hasn't bowled badly this summer, but he hasn't had the outrageous success he had last season. And it'll just settle him down. And then and this sort of pitch we're playing on, I don't know what we'll have when we go to Durham.
The break came at a good time for him.
But you want Archie's option as an off-spinner as well, especially against this side with all these left-handers. I know it didn't come into play, but it might do in this innings. You want variety, don't you?
Well, down at Hove, I think he bowled, was it 35, maybe 40 overs in one of the innings, and that's not going to happen.
And I don't think he bowled particularly badly, or it wasn't helping him much.
It just takes it out of you, doesn't it? Especially as a young cricketer.
So, I mean, that is good news. But we've learnt, haven't we, not to take too much for granted here.
No. Vaughan is in the game. So 3/4 to that very, very long boundary on the offside to the left-handers toward the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
I mean, the only thing that is slightly different in this sort of setup is the early use of the deep cover to the opening bowlers, but I think both these guys are strong there.
It's beaten Tom Abel, and that should run away for 4. I don't think Vaughan's going to get round to stop it.
Well, the ball's flying everywhere. And that's a pretty cavalier sort of stroke, but I think they reckon that we'll just play our normal way, yeah.
Would that have been a catch if Abel had been a pace or 2 more to his right?
Yeah, maybe.
Sure, it would have been close. He's certainly taken the aggressive option.
He might have gone a bit. Yeah, he's
certainly taken the aggressive option second time around. That's worked nicely into a gap for a single. So just as they were able to put the brakes on the Sussex batters scoring in the first innings, they don't seem to be able to do it second time around. Run rate now over 5 and over, which is not what they want.
I mean, they've launched a few of them with, haven't they? They've launched.
Yeah, and I played into it.
They tried not to leave too much this season, I think.
Overs gone then. Sussex 27 for none following on.
You are so pale. Look at that.
Matt Henry 3 overs and none for 18. I haven't seen that too many times.
No.
He's operating with a new ball.
No. But he does, and one of the reasons for his success is that he's brave enough to get that ball fairly full with the new ball. So if anything does happen, he can get that edge or he can get that LBW. So there is a sort of understanding that, if bowling that aggressive length, you will get driven when the ball doesn't move and the batsman is in good form. You've got to be brave enough to do that sometimes, and he is. We used to have arguments, didn't they, in the England setup about Anderson and Broad being a bit too conservative early on because they understand the virtue of being mean, and they didn't quite get it full enough to allow it to move sometimes. Harsh. No, I'm not criticising bowlers who've, between them, taken about 1,400 wickets for England.
They've done all right, haven't they?
Yes. But it is a balancing act, isn't it?
Jimmy's still going, isn't he? He's playing for Lancashire in this round of championship games. And
has he got a wicket yet, do you reckon?
I don't know. We've got to have a look now. They certainly need him. I mean, maybe he's going to... Maybe they might take a leaf out of Somerset's book and push him up the order.
Membership's not like... How much is the last time?
Well, they've certainly made 458 all out, and they've got Derbyshire 53 for 2, and Anderson has got both of those. He's got 2 for 24 off 5 overs, which is a little bit.
Well, he's obviously in his dotage. He's just pushing it a bit fuller than you used to. Well, there you go.
I don't think he's going to play in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, so we won't get to see him down here at David Bates.
I am surprised, actually. I mean, I don't follow the 100 desperately closely, but I am surprised that one of the 100 clubs didn't pick him up. If only for his novelty value. Or his,
yeah, I think novelty value is a little bit.
Well, no, that's not quite the one. You know what I mean.
I do know.
Not novelty value. I'll rephrase that. Yeah.
He will be a
He'd be a great draw, and on certain occasions, he would probably do extremely well.
And 100 doesn't really matter anyway, so they might.
Well, no, exactly. So I thought that was odd.
Yes, I thought he would definitely.
Well, he filled Lords at his last test.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's arguably still the biggest name in English cricket, I would say, of current players.
In a funny sort of
Stokes,
way. Well, I think
Roots,
Stokes has got him covered.
Roots, Anderson, probably be the big three.
Yeah. Well, he's a phenomenon, and he's not going to be around. We've been saying this for like 10 years. He's not going to be around much longer.
He's not going to be around much longer. We'll be here in 10 years' time. Well, this is probably going to be his last year, we'll be saying.
You'd have thought he could bowl off break so well.
He'll probably be opening the batting then. Davian again. This is to Tom Banton at mid-off by Tom Haynes.
Well, I'm guessing it'll be short spells for the seamers. If nothing's happening, try the other ones.
2 left-handers in as well, so you may want to give Vaughan a go early on.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on, and actually the wicket started tumbling, and so it became an irrelevance as to whether you went for the match-up, the modern match-up, and therefore bowled Vaughan, or whether you went for your best spinner, who's obviously Leach. And actually the dilemma never really came round because the left-handers got out just as we were debating it.
I mean, another thing that may be in favour of giving the spinners an early go is just waiting for that heavy roller the effect of that just to dissipate and just a bit more life to come back into the pitch whilst keeping your seamers fresh and getting the spinners to bowl.
Yeah, and of course the harder ball for the spinner, sometimes it sort of bounces a bit more. We'll see.
Yeah. But we have got one of the best operators in the game, in Matt Henry, to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, which is interesting because I thought he bowled a bit better from the River end.
Yeah.
Maybe Josh Davies got a pick at the end.
Well, he's
being the senior opening bowler and batsman.
We asked the question, who was the last sort of genuine opening bowler for Somerset? Not we're sort of excluding night watchman type openers, and we never really got anywhere.
Well, Green and Lamb have been recent years of bowlers who have.
Well,
they may have opened, but they're not
well,
genuine.
They wouldn't have done
that.
They've
Bowlers,
both done that, but I think, yeah. I don't think they're the answer, but that's
a no ball. It's another one. He's just struggling for
just what he's
a bit of rhythm here, Matt Henry.
Yeah, so no, I think we'd have to go more distantly than that, but I can't.
You generally don't see it as a genuine opening bowler and an opening bat, do you? It's not.
Well, I plucked out for India a Somerset player called Sunil Gavaskar, who used to open the bowling for India at home on spinning pitches for a couple of overs.
Just to get rid of the shine off the new
ball.
Well,
to get rid of the shine.
Vishen Bedi would come on.
And then also to run down the wicket.
Well, they're taking on Casey Aldridge here.
Who's he on for?
I don't know. Maybe it's Banton, I think.
Could be. He's not sure. But he don't really count either. And he didn't do it for Somerset anyway. But then I thought about Budgie might have opened once or twice and might have opened the bowling, but that's a long time ago.
Don't generally go So again, they take Aldridge on. Maybe he's a yard or two too deep. But, I think Haynes would have been home there even if the throw had hit at the bowler's end. Seems all just very sort of sedate from a Sussex point of view at the moment. They can seem in.
Well, they'll be, yeah.
They look very comfortable out there at the minute.
They are. Just the scoring, they like scoring. Clearly, this pair like to keep that scoreboard moving, and they're doing that.
Thickish inside edge.
Well, it's a thicket inside edge.
It's
It's going for four.
A very short boundary there towards the Somerset stand on the leg side.
Yeah. I mean, he's going for a few, Henry. He's not actually bowling that bad, as badly as his figures suggest. That's an inside edge that at best should be one, but it's a short boundary, and these bats, they ball flies off them.
They do. I think maybe it may be. Doesn't matter how good a bowler you are, if it's just not quite going for you, it's probably best to just maybe change things around. Maybe give Overton a go. I mean, Overton and Pretorius both bowled really well from that end earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, this is Henry's first game back after a long layoff with an injury, so it's to be expected that he's maybe not at 100%.
Yeah. And he's actually, well, this is his fourth over. I think, unless he's taking wickets, even in the first innings, I don't think he bowled more than 4 overs per spell. I think he just.
That would potentially be an instruction.
It's sort of
from New Zealand or Cricket New Zealand, so
or even
just maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
And Lewis Gregory would know that anyway, because
they would have worked it out, and we'll see whether he gets another one. But I expect he'd like another one, but I suspect that'll probably do him. Well, in the first innings, they took him off after 4 and put him up the other end, didn't they? After fiddling around a bit. But we'll see what they do.
Keep an eye on who starts swinging their arms around.
What do you think? It'd be Overton, wouldn't you?
You would have to say Overton.
Or indeed Pretorius, I suppose. I mean, he's looked good.
Saying in the press box while Overton was bowling his first spell, I would, if I was a spectator, I would just stand up if I was behind Craig Overton in his run up, just to get him that little bit more grumpy. He's had to pull out of his run up, just to get him a little bit more,
cutting
a little bit more motivation.
Yeah, you might find that Andy Hurry will be running around just having a quiet word with a willing spectator.
And Davies carrying on from the river end and.
Can't really do it from the river end because it's just not allowed. The Botham stand is one of the most expensive sight screens you've ever seen.
When we are over this side of the square, it does look very strange. It's kind of it's almost like it's kind of embarrassed to be looking at the cricket the way that its angle is.
That's 4 more, I think.
Still really played
he
that.
might get that.
Henry should stop it. Yes, he does. He'll come through for a comfortable 2 to James Rowe. Crystal Palace fan, James Rowe, who is hanging his Eagles scarf over the dressing
just
room
kicked off, I think.
Is it 4:30, is it? It's Crystal Palace Man City, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cal Pact on the live chat is recording the FA Cup, so we're not allowed to give score updates. Not that I'm keeping an eye on it at all in any way. Continuing from the river tone end, he's into Hughes.
Ooh, just for a minute they were all going to go up there, but
pretty close to
one slight problem, he didn't hit it.
Yeah. Voice attractor driver encouraging Josh Davey, you can hear on the effects microphone. He generally gets a lot louder this time of day. I can't work out why that might be. Davey then, again, still operating around the wicket.
Oof.
Hughes has tried to put that into Morris's car park, and very fortunate not to get a little tickle on that one through to the cordon.
I'm going to bring in Charlie. See, he'll get a wicket in a minute. He's not. He'll be back in a second.
He's back to go and fix his chain on his bike
He's
again.
just going to do a few stretches. Oh, he's here again.
He's doing some lunges behind us, so please don't turn the commentary box camera off. Thank you, Vic. Charlie's going to come in now, and as Vic said, hopefully he can bring a wicket or two to proceedings. And that's just on the hips of Daniel Hughes, and it's an easy single down to Matt Henry at long leg. And I think, Charlie Taylor, we might want to be seeing a change in the bowling in the next few overs.
Yeah, I've not had the breakthrough yet. No. 39 without loss. But it really, earlier on today, there was the top 2 wickets. There was decent-ish partnerships, really.
So I mean, this is chalk and cheese from sort of before and after tea. And with the ease in which the Sussex batters are scoring.
There's a risk with the follow-on, isn't it? But
yeah.
Somerset will still feel they've got plenty of runs in the bank, plenty of time on their side, getting rid of Sussex for just 150-odd runs.
Just wonder whether having 2 goes with the heavy roller in a few hours has maybe just deadened the pitch a little bit more than they would have liked, but it is going to be a change in bowling. Craig Overton has his cap and sweater over to the umpire.
Well, he was the one who made the breakthrough earlier today, took the first wicket in the first innings.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be start around the wicket. Hoping to repeat the deceit in getting 2 left-handers to leave balls which cannoned into the off stumps. Go on, Craigo. First tractor. 3 slips in. I think it's the same field that Matt Henry operated with a couple of overs ago, and this is squirted out into the offside. Tom Abel takes aim at the stumps at the bowler's end. It's a good tumbling stop from Matt Henry, which I'm sure he appreciates after having bowled 4 hard overs a moment or so ago. Oh, correction, that's Tom Banton down there at backward point.
Casey Aldridge on the field as well.
If we're on jumper watch, it's just our 2.
Big swing.
Just our 2 overseas who are sweated up at the moment, Pretorius and Matt Henry.
Well, Overton looks like the umpire's holding his, isn't he? Yeah, so there'll be 3 eventually.
Who are the slips? And that's Gregory, Lammonby and Aldridge. That 3rd. So it looks like Aldridge is on for Tom Abel at the moment. Overton in again. Again, has played through that big gap there at cover. I always think you leave that gap there to encourage the drive, and if you getting your length wrong, just a little bit short, it's just a gimme 1. So I can't think the plan is to be bowling that length. I think it's to get it fuller.
Haynes on strike. Been brilliant so far this season, Haynes. Oh, that's not great though.
Yeah, that's just what we're talking about. Trying to get him to play that drive, and it's a little bit of movement. Looking for the edge. Another brave leave.
They know what Overton can do from that
2
angle.
2 types of leave.
We saw some bad ones earlier. Very bad ones.
That was Thomas Rue getting one up at Grace Road. Had any runs in the first innings? 2 catches and a stumping in the Zimbabwe innings, and he hasn't batted yet in the PCC Select 11, but that is 4 runs through cover for Haynes.
Lovely shot that. Getting it through the cover area.
Yeah, don't mind that drive. That's why you got the cover vacant. Don't mind that drive off the front foot. That's why you got the cover vacant. And 3 slips there, waiting for the edge. So it will be Davey to carry on from the river end.
Into his 5th over. Had a couple of close calls, but nothing really has troubled the batters too much. Hughes is pulling. A bit unconventional pull shot. Going to run away for 4 though.
Yeah, no great pace there from Davey. Just sat up and asked to be helped round the corner. It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot, it was just more of a steer.
Yeah, it's quite risky.
And that is the Sussex 50.
Yeah, I haven't seen many 50 partnerships, certainly not in the Sussex innings. So great start for them. They've raced there off just 9 overs.
Yeah,
That's a quick time.
Maybe. I think the alarm bells are quite ringing yet, but
it'll take one breakthrough and things will change. I
they
think.
got to 37 before the first wicket fell.
Yeah.
The first wicket fell in the 11th over.
Yeah.
In the first innings, and then it was pretty much not quite a procession, but they were certainly steadier. So if you think if that's when the effect of the heavy roller maybe is starting to wear off and the life returns to the surface. As we see there, they're still moving about though.
Yeah, it's a good ball.
It's not like the good balls are hitting the middle of the bat and the bad balls are going for 4. The bad balls are going for 4, and the good balls are some are hitting the bat, some are going past the edge.
Yeah, yeah, which suggests there's enough in there
for
the bowlers to work with, which is good news for Somerset fans. Sussex will be watching this nervously at the moment, but pretty happy with how these 2 have started. I should think Hughes has looked a little bit sort of wafty.
Yeah, I think I'd still rather be in the Somerset dressing room than the Sussex
100%. But it's a positive start from these 2 in reply following on. Seen a couple of leaves go straight into the stumps today. Still 27 overs after this. Plenty of cricket to be played, plenty of opportunities for wickets.
Yeah.
Plenty of opportunities for runs for Sussex to catch up and overtake.
Would you like an update on Harry Everett and Pete Trigo, how they're getting on today?
Oh, I've heard things aren't going particularly well.
Wemden CC, which is Harry's team,
Yeah.
119 all out. Josh Davey is just huge.
That's not great. Off how many overs?
119 all out, 39.3 overs.
Oh dear, that's not great.
Harry went in at 3, made 19. And in reply, Taunton Dean are 91 for 5. So
oh wow, great.
There was a sniff there.
Tricky.
And Harry has just come on to bowl. He's just popped up on play cricketers. No overs, no maidens, none for none.
Oh, right,
so he's just been given the ball. So it's Harry Everett is going to save the day for Wemden. And Pete Trigo for Burbage and Eastern Royal. They made 228 for 7 in their 50 overs.
Bit better.
Pete made the 38. In fact, that toes. And Bedminster are going very well indeed. They're 70 for 2 off 19.
Yeah. Good start.
And Finn Hill has just gone to the wicket. I presume that's our Finn Hill. Somerset's Finn Hill.
Yeah, would have thought so.
Has just gone in. He scored 1 off 3. So. Hopefully we won't have time to bring you any more updates with a clatter of Sussex wickets that will be going on, but if we do get a bit of a lull in play, we may dip back into the various games of our colleagues here. As Davey is in again, and this is just on the line of off stump, and Haynes is able to work it into the vacant cover for a single. And that completes the 10th over, 51 without loss. So it's definitely been Sussex's 10 overs since tea. Craig Overton talked earlier, Harry, got Harry over on my brain now. Charlie Taylor about the bang bang. Hopefully Craig Overton is going to do his best to bring that to fruition in this next over. 27 overs remaining here at Taunton on the second day of this Rothsay County Championship Division 1 match.
Only bowled 1 over so far in this innings. He took 3, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah, 3 wickets and 3 catches as well.
Yeah.
2 catches.
3.
No, 3 catches.
3 catches, I think, wasn't it, in the slips? Yeah. 3 for 30 from 10 overs. Very good. Very good. Craig Overton going at 3 and over, picking up the 3 wickets. Pretty good figures in a 50 over game, that. 3 for 30 off your 10. You take that. Only Henry bowled more. He bowled 11. Picked up 1 for 42. Wow. Crack.
It was all that short, but Haynes was quick enough to set himself on the back foot, whip it away to that short leg side boundary.
Craig takes a look at the batter after that, saying, okay, fair enough. Got to get a bit better than that, Craig. Make Haynes work a bit harder for it. 28 he's on now, Haynes, batting pretty nicely, overtaking his score from the first innings now. Overton in again. And this...
Oh, if he hits, he's out. Oh, he was out by an absolute country mile. Craig
what are they doing running off that?
He did very well to get there. He was off balance, throwing off balance. He's a marvellous field.
Yeah, he is.
Here we are, yeah. Just looking for that single in the vacant cover. Overton gets the long arms down.
Oh, how close was it? We won't see from that angle.
I could tell you with the naked eye, Charlie,
yeah.
he was miles out.
Oh, he would have been out. I mean, how close was the ball to hitting the stumps?
Yeah, it was well.
Yeah. Oh, he would have been. Yeah, he was gone. Well, he'd given up the chase, hadn't he? No, there was no point running because either he was going to be out or the ball would miss.
Not even a dive.
No, it wouldn't have helped him. And they're going again.
Oh, take aim. Oh, dear. This is.
What's going on?
Well, this is almost a game within a game, isn't it?
They try to wear Craig Overton out.
Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't be playing the percentages on that game too often.
This one didn't look like quite as good a throw. It's a bit more square, so he only had fewer stumps to aim at. But even then,
he looked like he gave himself a little bit more time as well, and tried not to throw off balance, which maybe may have been in.
Well, Sussex survived, but hearts might be in mouths a bit.
That's the trouble sometimes when you are finding these little different runs. You've got it every ball. You think, oh yeah, I've got one there. Maybe Matt Henry not being quite the fielder that Craig Overton is, you can get away with it to Henry and not to Overton, or not at least for a long sustained period of time. So a couple of things just starting to happen.
Yeah, it just feels like there's something going on.
3 slips go down then. So Overton just strays onto the pads with Haynes, who works it down to Josh Davey in front of the James Hilder stand. And that is the over. Davey isn't rushing in to hand his cap to the umpire. We're indeed left it over the side of the boundary.
I think we might be about to see Archie Vaughan.
We are.
With 2 left-handers on strike. Jack Leach is there, I think, to... Lewis Gregory giving him a bit of a chat there as well. So Archie Vaughan will bowl his first deliveries in this match. Didn't see him in the first innings. Wasn't required because all the left-handers got out to seam, and then Leach came in and cleared up the right-handers.
Only bowled 3 overs against Essex as well a couple of weeks ago, so he's not had a great deal of bowling in the last couple of games.
Well, let's see if he can get some turn. He could cause a few issues here because it's left-hander after left-hander. The only right-hander in their top 6 is James Coles.
He's bowling from the river end, which means the leg side boundary is the longer boundary, which makes a good deal of sense. that he's not bowling to the short boundary, because it is very, very short, and even miss-hits can just find themselves sailing into the Somerset stand. So just the one slip, not an overly attacking field set by Lewis Gregory. There's a man just about maybe 3/4 towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion on the leg side. Short cove for the missed time drive. Otherwise, fairly orthodox field. Matt Henry at 45. Let's see what Archie Vaughan can do. Just want to get a bit of extra on that bowling fingers.
Haynes on strike on 30. He's looking pretty well set. Tom Haynes. Keeps this one out. What else is going on around the championship? I'll have a quick look. Durham 240 for 3 in reply to 407 from Notts. Archie's in again. Bit of flight on this one. Clipped out into the offside. Yorkshire 255 all out. Surrey in reply 277 for 5 at the Oval. Hampshire 300 all out. Warwickshire 194 all out. And now Hampshire 69 for 2. That game's moving on like this one here. This one hard into the boundary area. Yeah, 4 runs.
Tried to bowl it a bit flatter and just didn't. Just ended up dragging it down a little bit. Haynes very quick hands with the cut shot.
Worcestershire have got the game by the scruff of the neck at New Road against Essex. 358 all out plays. Essex is 157 all out. So Worcestershire batting again, not enforcing the follow on there. Northamptonshire 185 all out plays Glamorgan 402 for 8. And Gloucestershire are 185 for 4 in response to Kent's 424 all out.
Come on, Kent. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Only because we've got 2 loanies up there.
Yeah, Jake Ball's actually playing, isn't he?
Jake Ball's playing Alfie Ogborn. Has gone on over, isn't playing in this game.
Lancashire 458 all out, and Derbyshire in reply 74 for 2. And Middlesex are 232 all out, and Leicestershire are 209 for 7.
Is Ben Green still up at Leicester on loan?
Let's take a look if he's playing. Can certainly see if he's playing or not.
Yeah, he's batting at the moment, 8 not out.
Yes, he is in with Hanscom.
Am I reading my scorecard right that he's listed as captain? He's got a little asterisk next to his name.
No, Peter Hanscom.
What does that mean? He's on? He's on
strike.
I know they love him up there. But
yeah, that would have been a big move, wouldn't it? That would be quite strange to give you a loanee the captaincy.
We live in strange times.
We do indeed. Josh Davey, the opening bat.
Yeah.
65 without loss. Not how Somerset would have planned this, but Sussex getting themselves back into the game.
The run rate as well, 5 and over.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Potentially concerning.
Well, the worry for Somerset is that this pitch does flatten out. What we're about to see now is, in what we've seen already, is that the pitch might just start to do a bit more now the effect of the heavy roller comes off. So what we've seen is actually quite solid starts and then a bit of chaos coming after that. Craig Overton's in. That one is in the midriff. It's on his hand, maybe.
Things are still happening.
Yeah. He's not quite read that one correctly. Daniel Hughes, who will be wary of Craig Overton after what happened in the first innings. He left one onto his off stump, to the middle of his off stump. Strangely. Often you see leaves and they sort of clip the top because the batter has mistakenly thought it was going over, but don't often see them clatter into the middle of the stump.
That's where, if you're clever as a bowler, you can
get one to move in, jag in.
You just use the width of the crease as well. It's
get the angle.
It's just as important a skill as what you do with the ball after it's pitched is where you bowl it from.
Yeah.
Sometimes just keep yourself tight and then you can go wide and just angle it in, and as Overton did in the first inning, just get the batter just to misjudge the line.
Yeah. Overton in. Defended again. Just checking the FA Cup score. Have you seen it? Are you avoiding it?
I think we've had a few requests
I won't mention it.
on
I
the live streams. Let me lean over and have a look. Okay.
Interesting. I won't mention the score because I realise there'll be people watching this, and then after the close of play, we'll watch the football. James Rue will be wondering what's going on. He's a Crystal Palace fan. Don't know if we've got any Manchester City fans in the Somerset side. I'd be surprised to get all that many in Somerset.
I'm trying to think. I think Tom Lammerby and Tom Abel are Arsenal fans.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Jack Leach is Liverpool. I've got
Of course, they're all big Taunton Town fans.
Oh, of
they're
course.
They're all up the Peacocks.
Of course. Goes without saying, doesn't it?
But they all have various different second clubs.
I think Craig Overton might be Liverpool as well, but people can correct me on that. I don't want to give them the wrong teams.
If you do know for a fact which football team a Somerset player supports, please do post.
Yeah,
it in
we'd
the
be
live
interested
chat.
to find that.
Please don't wind us up by saying that they support sort of Blythe Spartans or the Iswa Kaiser Chiefs in South Africa or anything like that.
Well,
do keep it sensible, live streamers.
Daniel Hughes, this is the one that he got hit. And he looked in pain to start with, and the physio's going to have to come out and treat him. Bit of the magic spray. Yeah, get the magic spray out. Oh, no, it's some... Oh, it's like is he bleeding? Can't tell. It's painful. Yeah, you get the idea. He's not using magic spray, he's using a sort of a pad. Some sort of dressing. No, you don't tend to bleed, do you?
There's nothing kind of on the equipment like a buckle or anything that would have maybe just
dug in.
cut the skin. Certainly with the old buckle pads back in the day.
Yeah, might have.
Probably did more harm than good. Sarank says Jack Leach is a Bristol City fan.
I've got a feeling that might be one of his teams, as opposed to all of them. Pretty sure I've seen him post about Liverpool before.
Well, there's 1,900 of you listening and watching on the stream. Only one of you's come up with a team that a Somerset player supports. So come on, YouTubers, pull your collective fingers out. We've got a break in play here. We need to keep everybody up to date with the supported teams of all our various Somerset players. I suppose Pete Trigo would support whichever team he was playing for at the time, I guess.
Bath City, Western-super-Mare. Who else did he represent? Bit of a long injury stop this. I wonder whether Hughes...
He's taping up his wrists.
Yeah. It looks more like his elbow, yeah. It's clearly he's in some discomfort here, Daniel Hughes. Just getting some tape on it now. I think he'll continue. He would have gone off if he wasn't going to continue straight away, but it might be one that he tries. And what can happen is you'd get hit and the pain only really comes in after you get an initial shock, and then it goes, and then you're a bit numb, and then it comes.
Saw Sean Dixon up at the Oval. I mean, this doesn't look like a broken finger.
No, I don't think it'll be. Yeah. Well, it won't be his finger if it is something. But
he sort of tried. Then that was it. Now we can carry on.
But yeah, the finger's horrible because every time the ball hits the bat, you get that. Especially if the ball's coming in at 85 miles an hour, it really does hurt. But your elbow's slightly different. Obviously, it's a massively painful place to be hit. Quite a bony place to get hit. Full and just clipped nicely for 4. Yeah, whipped away, and the Somerset attack is lacking a bit of potency here from what we saw earlier on. And those people who are concerned about the follow-on, well, when it's 70 without loss, you start to think, actually, maybe this isn't the right decision. Perhaps it would have been better to give our bowlers a bit of a time with their feet up. Not actually that would have happened because David would have been opening the batting.
It wasn't quite as leg stumpish as initially seen. I mean, if he misses that, Craig Overton very much in business, and he's back straight on the money.
Good ball. Good ball to finish off that over. Let's see what Vaughan can do now. Having a look at that one.
All the while,
it did move a bit.
They're eating into this deficit, which is now down to 116.
Well, they'll probably be thinking, why couldn't we bat a bit more like this in the first innings? Exactly. Why are we now this far behind when actually batting doesn't look all that? I mean, it's still causing issues, but they've made 70 runs at quick pace here.
I mean, potentially at the rate they're going as well, if they can clear that deficit 1 or 2 down by stumps.
Yeah, they'll be in a position to put a winning total up.
We have a 2-day, 1-inning shootout. So
Somerset will be absolutely very keen to get them 2 or 3 down today. but with still a fair deficit that they can play with tomorrow morning. Well, he takes one good ball to suddenly change things. We know that Daniel Hughes is playing with a bit of discomfort in his elbow. Let's see what Vaughan can do here coming around the wicket. Hughes just keeping it out, angling the bat. What a glorious day in Taunton. Lovely, lovely day.
Yeah,
been
no
so
clouds
lucky.
well, a couple of little clouds over to the west there, but to the east rather. It's, you could not wish for a better day to be playing cricket. And that's a lovely shot.
Don't think the fielder's going to catch that, no.
Didn't try to overhit it, just let it come to him right under the eyes, punched it through the gap. I think as a spinner, if you're getting sort of driven off the back foot like that, you're kind of thinking, I mean, it was a little bit, just a little bit short, but not overly short. It's a very good shot from Hughes, who now moves on to 28, 74 without loss. This is Fuller from Vaughan, and that comes on the thickest outside edge and fielded by Tom Abel in the covers. Good response from Vaughan.
Same again. Hasn't middled it this time, but I think it's going to slow up a bit. Good effort, Craig Overton, I think that is, isn't it, with his jumper on?
Yeah, a little bit too full this time from Vaughan. Just over pitching. Maybe trying to overcompensate. And again, Hughes doesn't try and overhit it. Just content to time it. And not the biggest straight boundary there as well, as we're kind of moving over towards the Somerset stand. The straight boundaries as well just become a little bit shorter the further over you move. Worrying times now for Somerset, not able to exert any kind of control here.
Those runs just coming far too easily at the moment. Not found his length yet, really, has he, Vaughan? The reason they're using Vaughan rather than Leach is he turns it away from the left-handers. That's just what they think they might just get an edge, which is what Leach did to the right-handed Ollie Robinson. Quite simply, actually. Didn't take him long. Still 110 behind, though. Still need to make a fair few runs.
I think I've got a foot. Maybe I've got a toe in the Sussex dressing room now. Not quite a foot, but these two have really played well. They put the pressure on the Somerset bowling attack.
Yeah, it's been good.
Evening session. Tom Abel, always encouraging, very vocal there at third slip.
Yeah.
Overton will continue around the wicket to Haynes. Just defends this to Banton. Mid off, no run. Not seen Miguel Pretorius or Jack Leach in this second innings so far.
Wouldn't be surprised if Pretorius isn't that far away from being given the ball. Perhaps another one after this from Overton, or another couple. Yeah, Leach as well might just offer some control, mightn't he? Just slow down the flow of the runs, but Sussex continue just picking up, finding the gaps, punishing bad balls.
Maybe one more from Vaughan from the river end. It still doesn't quite happen for him.
Hasn't shown a lot of turn, really, has it, for Vaughan?
Go with Pretorius or Leach. Overton's only got 3 overs from this end, so he's got another 2, maybe 3 in the tank. Here he's again now, waiting around the wicket, and this is just punched. It's the back foot where Pretorius will sweep up at deep point. Take the single. We've taken a slip out now. Tom Abel is coming in to prevent that easy single, so maybe just drying it up, keeping, not giving them the option of that easy single through cover. Maybe might just create that pressure.
Oh, that's going to be 4. It's an outstretched hand from Overton. but nowhere near it really. Didn't get a palm to it. And so that one goes for 4 as well. So Somerset here leaking lots of runs. Let's have a look. Was it that far away? Yeah. It would have been a very good.
But it's in the air, and you've made him do something different. You've taken off that option at cover, so he's got to try and do something else. And you think maybe, if that man at cover hadn't been there, you'd just opened the face and dropped it. You won't be too. There we go. See.
Oh, he's been dropped by Ruin behind the stumps. Is he okay? Sometimes you see that happen, and it's because it's landed badly on a finger, but it just moved a little bit. Came quickly through to Rude.
We've seen that a lot the last couple of games. That little wobble after it's gone past the bat. I think Overton might be fired up now.
Yeah.
But he's made Haynes do something different. I think just moving a slip to cover. That's not going to do much, but he's stopped him. He stopped that run. And he's got to do something different. And now all of a sudden you think, well, where's he get a single now?
Oh, it's in the air and it will fall short. It's a drop. It's exactly what you said. He's trying to do something different and he's thinking, go hard. Yeah. And this slip fielder has their fingers. Who is it there? Is it Tom Abel? Who is it? Lammonby? Lammonby might be.
It's Lammonby at second, but he went very hard at that.
Yeah.
It's the second one that Lammonby's put down today.
2 tough ones out of his hands.
Chances.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A little bit of pressure. Things happen. Vaughan will continue from the River End. 82 the score's moved on to now from only 50 now.
Double quick time, yeah.
Just get the feeling things are starting to happen. Well, he wasn't in control of that. And Hammerby is one of the better fielders, not just in this team, but in the country. So he'll be bitterly disappointed to have put 2 on the turf today. You said 2 very tough ones. Vaughan continues, and he's back on the money now.
It's a better ball than some of the ones we've seen him bowl.
I think to the naked eye, mid-on might just be a little bit straighter just to maybe cut that straight drive off. So now you're looking at his single being in mid-wicket, going against the spin.
Yeah, that's good field placement. As you say, forcing them to do something that they don't want to do. There's Lammonby on your screens there, fielding.
That was Richie Bennett who said, captaincy is the art of us. What do the opposition not want me to do?
Least want you to.
How can I make life difficult for them?
I found a bit of a gap there. No single.
What's the deficit down to now?
103.
Nearly.
Yeah, see, double figures.
3 figures.
Cutting up towards the square leg umpire. Point umpire, sorry. Umpire deciding, probably with the sun in his eyes, to go in point rather than square leg. Catching me off guard. Not often you can cut to square leg, is there? As soon as I said it, I thought that doesn't sound quite right. But yeah, the sun sets at points. If you're at square leg to a left-hander, then you're staring directly into the sun.
This was Anthony Gibson's least favourite part of the day when he was down in his cabin down there.
A lot of grumbling going on a day like this with the sun in your eyes over there.
His eyes. Even worse at T20s when they played a little bit more in the evening.
Yeah.
It was just right at eye level.
It wasn't great.
Barely see what was going on.
It really wasn't great. He's a happier bunny up here, that's for sure, in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Not in today, Anthony. Don't know where he is today.
It's a family event today. So Mark Davis is deputising.
Yeah. Nice to see Mark.
So Craig Overton is going to continue.
We're going to see Pretorius. I did wonder, actually.
Oh, no, it is Pretorius. Sorry.
Yeah, we are going to see Pretorius. Shep, thank you very much for coming in today and helping us out a bit.
Hopefully, do a better job bringing someone.
Yeah, I didn't have much luck, I'm afraid.
Done.
Maybe it was Ian who was the issue. We'll see. Thanks very much, though, Ian Shepherd there from the Somerset Cricket Podcast. If you search online at Somerset Podcast, you'll find it. Always look on the bright side of life. So Pretorius then, given the ball at 84 without loss, and they have flown to 84. Runs have been flowing. There have been chances. We saw Lammonby put one down, a tough chance just now in the slips. burst out of his hands if you didn't see it, Vic. Just similar to the first one.
It's almost, again, he was a bit close, I suppose.
Yeah. Yes. Well, in comes Pretorius then. Go on then, you've said you've got
hot news.
Hot news.
Yeah, well, we were debating the last time Somerset had someone opening the batting and opening the bowling. Well, I've got a very recent example.
Yes. We were not including Night Watcher.
No, there's no Night Watchman. It's as recently as 1958.
As recently as 1958, of course.
And it took place. We're grateful to Alan on Twitter.
Thank you, Alan.
6th of August.
Oh, of course.
1958 at Weston-super-Mare. Somerset had an opening pair who both opened the bowling.
Batting and bowling. Wow.
And one you'll be very familiar with, Bill Alley.
Yes, I did think about mentioning Bill earlier on when
But
the
you
conversation
didn't.
came up, but I didn't. But I didn't. Bill Alley, yeah, and
the other is a name I remember, but you probably won't, called Jeff Lomax.
Jeff Lomax. That does ring a bell, but I wouldn't know much
I think he
about
was
him.
a Lancastrian who came down here, who was an all-rounder. Anyway, against Nottinghamshire
away.
at Weston-super-Mare in 1958.
Both opened the batting and the bowling.
Both opened the batting and the bowling for Somerset.
All the others were free riding, were they?
Well, it's probably mostly amateur. No, actually, I don't think they've just gone past the phase where they played mostly amateurs and a few old. I think they've just about gone past that. But that's basically all the detail I have. Can't tell you the outcome of the game. Well, I could have done if I'd loitered a bit further. Ooh.
Pretorius causing some issues.
But Bill Alley, of course, we didn't open the batting very often. But I mean, I remember watching Bill Alley bat as a kid. And he's the guy who scored 3,000 runs in 1961.
One season is incredible. How many wickets did he take that season?
I don't know, but I don't think he took 100, but he would have taken about 70 or 80. I mean, they played a lot, but nonetheless, 3,000 runs.
Yeah, that's solid.
And he was, I think he probably lied about his age, because he joined Somerset at about the age of 38, 39 from the Lancashire League and played for about 12.
Yeah.
He played until he was about 50.
So
he should have been picked. He should have been picked, or he could easily have been picked on the 1948 tour, Australian tour of England, the Invincibles, so called. But he was quite a character, as you know, and he annoyed someone, they didn't pick him. And of course, he became something of a legend down here. And I watched him play, and even then, he used to smack it over mid-wicket in a way that you weren't supposed to, left-hander. And he bowled beautiful medium pace. Apparently the umpires never heard him. He was so light-footed. He was actually a boxer in his youth. And he talked non-stop. Anyway, I played. Of course, he became a Test umpire, and I played quite a lot of cricket at county level with him umpiring. He used to whistle away all non-stop.
Did he? Still,
in a nice way. He was quite a character. Who played well into the 60s. He played in the Gillette Cup final in 1967. And retired at the age of 50 and a bit, probably.
Wow.
Right at the end of the 60s. He was a great cricketer, actually.
Yeah.
Great cricketer. Anyway, so there we are. Bill Alley.
And we think that's the last time it happened, do we?
We do.
Wow.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm only just, picking up other people's hard work. As you understand, I'm getting quite good at that. Right. Well, it's a worrying partnership, this. Runs are coming pretty freely. And that's a little bit short, but at least he's got that protection out there. Hasn't quite got into a good groove.
Well, they've made over half the runs they managed in the first innings here, Sussex, but they haven't lost a single wicket. It's a funny game, this, the way it's panned out. All those wickets in that middle session, this afternoon session. Trying to find a gap out there, but there isn't one.
Well, he's quite busy on that short boundary there. But they're going at almost 5 and over. But you've got to accept, you can't castigate the decision to do the follow-on. We were sort of supportive of it earlier on. And it could still pan out fine, but it's going to be hard work again. The wicket seems to have died down a bit. The batsmen are scoring freely. They've been very positive. The odd chance has gone astray. I think it's a case that we've had now 4 overs of Archie Vaughan. I'm just thinking, forget the matchups, and it might be worth a little bit of Leach from that far end. You know, your senior spinner, albeit against the left-handers. Couple of run-out possibilities from Craig Overton. Kept trying to test Craig Overton at short extra cover, and he galloped in. And if he'd hit the stumps either time, although he was right off balance.
Yeah, it's a risky game, isn't it, against Craig Overton?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. They were bad runs, really, but it just shows the intent, actually, of Sussex batsmen. That they are not wanting just to try and bat time, because there's no point in this situation. They wanted to take the initiative, get those runs on the board, and get right back in the game.
Winning position. Yeah, absolutely. They're not out of this match. Following on does not.
No.
I mean, you're going to lose, does it?
Pretorius. He's had a very good first innings. Just beaten the bat once or twice now. He's had good rhythm. Good Lord, it looks like Harry's here. Goodness,
oh dear.
He must have got runs today.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
I think they you what, 19, wasn't it, Harry?
Well, that's runs, isn't it, for Harry?
How did you go with the ball? Oh dear. Didn't set them a big target though, Harry, did you? No. Got them 5 down, not too bad. How many wickets do you take?
No wickets.
No wickets for Harry. 19 runs.
They block you out again this week? No, not even that. Oh well.
He did manage to mention his 10 overs for 6.
Did he?
There he did, yeah.
Did
just
he?
managed to say it, yeah. Always manages to get a little mention in.
Someone must have had to squeeze that out of him.
Yeah, you know.
After
an
hour and a half of probing.
Let me show you a picture from last night, Vic.
No.
Because we were playing pool, weren't we, Harry? And Will, our director, was on the same team as Harry, and as you can see, Harry is right in his ear. So look, he's got the finger pointing out there. This is what you wanted. Every ball was. Well, if you do that, not too hard, mind. Just get the edge of that. You can squeeze it through that gap. Down the ground. There'll be a bit of a chase on here. Tom Banton will get there.
He'll get there. All right.
2-1, I think the final score, wasn't it, Harry?
He's not quite a sort of Brendan McCullum style coach who leans back, puts his feet up on the thing and lets his boys get on with it and sort it out. No, he's a bit more hands-on.
2-1 defeat for Harry and Will, I'm afraid, last night to Ben Warren and myself. Got to say, Ben Warren is a mean pool player.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and so after the first one, Harry was instantly saying, right, best of three. We won the second one, so it was 2-0 at this point. He said, right,
best of 5.
One more, yeah. We keep going. I thought, okay. You peaked in the last game, yeah. He did. He managed to pot three balls, and then the white, and then the black, and then in consecutive order. So he did mop up the board. It was very funny though, the coaching that was going on. Once a coach, always a coach, eh, Harry? Yeah. Haynes on 49. Not this time.
Just need to pick up a couple scraps. How many overs are left tonight? Let's have a look. Oh, it's still 19 to go.
Yeah, there's still a lot of cricket left to play today.
We're going to be a bit late, aren't we?
Thank you, Harry.
The chameleon of a pitch. Another chameleon of a pitch at Taunton. That's
stopped. Could easily have been 4. I think that's Matt Henry there.
Yeah. Get up.
Please, yeah.
Okay.
Another Pretorius over finishes. We'll see some more Archie Vaughan, I think.
I think so, but I would definitely be considering. I think actually, and he's such a good captain, isn't he?
Oh, we're not going to see Archie Vaughan.
No, we're going to see Jack Leach because I've been mentioning that.
No, Archie Vaughan did hand his cap to the umpire, so he was under the impression he was bowling it.
Well, he wanted to bowl again.
Yeah, I think Gregory's right
which
there.
is right.
Yeah.
But Gregory and I...
in conjunction, of course.
No. Well, I think...
Well, just because he's turning it into the batter doesn't mean he's not a
Can't
threat.
get it
No,
no,
exactly.
No, it's not, exactly. And he is obviously the most experienced bowler. He's probably easier to attack. We've established that against left-handers, and it'd be interesting to see how they go about playing him. Whether they actually, I mean, the lower order were a bit gung-ho against Leach, and certainly Robinson was, and he lost his wicket very quickly. Jack. I'd like to see this too. I mean, you should see it from a man now of his fairly considerable experience. He's just pushing his mid-on fairly deep. Looks like he's going to bowl around the wicket. Has he got any protection on the offside at all? No. I wonder. Well, he might do. Is there anyone on that offside boundary? I can't see. 1, 2, 3. He must have
just
another
there's the
man.
one out on the boundary. Yeah,
cover. I can't.
Yeah, deep cover.
I'm
deep cover.
Obscured from there.
Yeah, no, he's got a deep
Okay,
cover.
so he's not got a very attacking feel, but he's just needs to try. There's a huge leg side boundary, of course, from this end, river end.
Yeah.
But he's given himself protection at mid-on. There's a gap down at mid, a straight drive, but I think, okay, matchups are all very well, but Jack is also one of the best bowlers, and is the superior spin bowler. So you don't want to just sort of stick to matchups religiously. Vaughan's tried 4 overs, not a huge threat. So time for the more experienced Leach to have a go at the left-handers. He can get left-handers out, but he's obviously got a superior record against right-handers. Just as Vaughan's probably got a superior record against left-handers in his briefer career.
There's a fielder in the deep there.
This is amazing, isn't it? How batting seems so much easier, or it varies so much from session to session. Yeah, at the moment, I mean, they both look very comfortable. Ball hasn't turned hugely from what we've seen. The odd one has. But they haven't had so much seam movement at all in this innings. It's partly because these two have settled in, partly because, well, it might be the roller in it. Run-outs have been a vague possibility here and there, but because they like to take everything. They're keen on the short single, which is all. They've got quite a good positive approach, this pair. They've built up quite a partnership this summer. Scored a lot of runs.
It's the end of Jack's first over. Jack Leach, just the 1 run from it, so Haynes remains on 49. But off strike, it'll be Hughes who faces the next delivery. These two settling down now. Pretorius hoping to put the cat amongst the pigeons. He's had a few good deliveries so far. There's a couple of overs that he's bowled. They've caused a bit of problems.
Well, he has bowled that many overs today. I suppose he's bowled a dozen. And he's got 3 for less than 30. So he's had a good start to this game. He's looked in control and he's got a bit of nip. So he still poses a little bit of a threat, no question. And that's not... I mean, it is pretty sweet, I suppose. It wasn't quite in the meat of the bat, but it's raced out to cover. That single. So there's a lot of cricket left in this match. And old win predictor, I mean, he's been going up like a, I don't know what.
A yo-yo?
A yo-yo, let's say, yeah. I mean, Somerset will still be favourites, but the percentages will have. Well, we got. Can we have a look?
Come on then, Win. Let's see if we can get Win up.
Oh, well,
I've seen the inner workings of Win, by the way.
No, you haven't. She lives in Wales. That's
good take. Well taken by Root. Yeah, the Win predictor. I've got a bit of an insight into how she does it. Yeah, not off the bat, obviously.
Well, it's just state secret, isn't it?
I can't say any more than that.
It's like a magic circle.
I can't say any more than that. It's on a need-to-know basis, Vic, and I'm afraid you don't need to know.
No. I don't know. I don't know if I want to know.
No, keep the magic
But
alive.
I do want to know what the percentages are now.
Well,
last time we looked, it was Somerset 90, 5 and 5. Well, it's got to
that's
be
changed a bit now.
Have you looked lately?
No, I haven't looked lately, but I'm sure it has changed. All I can say is that you can't just say, let's bring the win predictor up. The win predictor takes a little bit of time to caress into motion.
Okay.
She needs a bit of
waking up. Is it powered by someone on a bicycle or something like that? Perhaps their chain's gone.
It's a hamster wheel. Yeah, maybe the chain got chain issues.
The chain issues.
As I had on the Quantox earlier today. Oh, unlucky. The outstretched hand couldn't quite make it. I think about 2, but they won't get there. And Haynes has brought up his half century. He's looked pretty assured during that innings so far today. 50 from 71 balls. And he waves to the pavilion and to the crowd.
You can see why he scored a lot of runs. In that he's very aggressive, positive, and he can time the ball sweetly. And his good season continues. Having been dismissed cheaply this morning.
24 he made this morning. Actually, in the grand scheme of things for Sussex, that was, I think, their second top score.
Probably.
Yeah, it was their second top score.
I see they have to charge him up. Or her.
Mm. I'm sure someone's gently waking her from her sleep now. She goes into sort of trance, I think, while she's working out all the numbers. And you have to sort of gently wake her out of that. It's like a sleepwalker. You can't wait. You're not supposed to wake sleepwalkers, are you?
No.
So that's what you have to do. She goes into this trance. You have to sort of gently bring her out of it.
What do you do if they're on a ledge? You know.
I think, yeah, maybe extreme circumstances you do wake them up. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think generally if they're just
wandering around,
yeah, you leave them to it. I think that's the.
If you give instructions to a sleepwalker, can they hear them? You know.
Oh, I don't know.
Don't step on my cat or something for obvious reasons.
Please don't step on the. That's a general house rule, isn't it? Don't step on the cat.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anyone who sleepwalks. Never really come across it.
Oh, yeah, once or twice, but it's so long ago.
Were they cricket colleagues?
Yeah, one.
Guess you get to know them quite well on the county circuit. People's sleeping habits.
Well, that's true. Absolutely true. Because actually, Somerset now have single rooms, I think. But obviously, the norm was that you shared rooms, just the two of you, by and large. Both on the county circuit and on England duty when I was there. And of course, you're away for a long time when you're doing that. So that's the sort of thing of the past now.
Yeah.
And of course, now I look back and think, God, did I go on this? You know, most of my time.
Here, there, and everywhere.
In both cases, if you got to become captain or possibly vice captain, you've got a single room, which, you know, much coveted. But having said that, you also got used to whoever you room with.
Yeah.
Built up. And particularly on a long tour, like an England tour, it was quite a good safety valve sometimes because on a long, you know, might be tour of India or Australia, whatever, away from home for a long time, it was quite a good safety valve to have someone there who would just check out that people, yes, you're away from home for ages. Scope to really get quite down, and at least there'd be a possibility that other people were aware of that if you had a roommate, a sensitive roommate. But you'd swap. Certainly at England level, you'd swap after about 3 weeks. but at county level, we generally just sort of stuck
with them. Yeah. So who would you have?
Well, I roomed mostly. I mean, I roomed a lot with Pete Roebuck.
Yeah.
But not exclusively. But he would be the most regular, I would say, by a margin. But it seems such a long time ago. I can't quite believe we did it all that time. He's hit that hard, and he ain't going to catch it. That's it. He's come over the wicket, Leach. Has he? And
100 comes up.
He went straight down onto his knees, and he really hit that high. It's a big boundary there, but he managed to get it 15, 20 yards to the left of the fielder on the boundary. He's just gone a bit finer. Having bowled the first over around the wicket, he's trying over the wicket now, and immediately triggered that sweep shot.
Got him! The breakthrough! Well, it's... I'll tell you what, Hughes has stood and looked at the umpire there. We'll have another look at it, but Leach makes the breakthrough coming over the wicket.
Right. I'm just trying to work it out. He's bowling towards us. Here we go. Have a look. He didn't like it.
No, he didn't like it. Bear in mind, that's turning to the left.
That's turned.
He's got edge, pad.
Inside edge onto pad.
Yeah. And
up went the finger.
I don't think Hughes like that very much at all.
No, but batsmen don't. But
no, well,
but it's we'll have to have another look. That
looks like Carson, we think. Here we are, confirmation.
It is. Why is he coming out?
Number three. Well, because we're playing batting order bingo in this game. That's why. So Carson, who is
he batted. He was left unbeaten, wasn't he?
Yes.
Here we go. Have another look and see if we can see a bit more here. He's pushing forward. The ball has turned. Now, has it taken the inside edge or just flicked the glove on the way? They're very confident behind the stumps, but I suppose they would be. Hughes is very disgruntled, but I suppose he would be. Let's have another close look. Get your eyes on it.
Oh, it's so hard to tell from that angle, isn't it?
Yeah. All I can say is that it's quite a convincing appeal, but then that's not necessarily surprising. But he's had to go. We'll try other angles, no doubt. But
after nailing that previous shot as well for 4.
Yeah, but there you go. You see, you got the best bowler trumps the matchup.
Yeah. 100 run partnership, we should say as well. It's a very useful start.
That ball has turned. That's significant. Look at that come back in.
Oh, it does. Oh, I wouldn't say either way. I don't think you can say definitely from that view what's happened there. Perhaps there wasn't as much dissent, or not dissent, as much hanging around as I thought. Perhaps he just took a look at the pitch.
He might have been betrayed at the pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one possibility is it's gone between bat pad and flicked glove, possibly the left glove, the back glove, as it were, on the way to Rue, who's very confident. And there might have been a sense, too, of betrayal about the pitch. The fact that it turned, but it was allowed to turn, for heaven's sake. So Leach has made that inroad.
How many times do we say that?
Well, it's happened quite a few times. This season he's got the first wicket in innings. And now he's...
Well, he's bowling to a right-hander now. So it's an interesting decision to send out a right-hander.
Well, yes. I guess they thought Carson batted really well. And who's the normal number 3?
Clark.
Okay. It's too early for any thoughts of night watchman. I think it's just that Carson...
Continue where you left off, I guess.
You batted beautifully. You were not out. We can juggle the order too.
Yeah. We'll play you at your own game.
Yeah. Oh, there's a bit of noise now.
Yeah. Does seem an interesting decision.
Well,
as you say, if it's based on, well, I'm going quite nicely, I fancy my chances.
Yeah. Well, he did bat very well and was unbeaten. Was stranded. He was stranded on 20-odd not out. And he played really well. So, I mean, cricketers are very suspicious creatures, and they don't usually like change. I bat 4 and that's it.
Yeah.
Or, And actually, I quite like the fact that Somerset have obviously juggled theirs around a bit. We're not working very well. We'll just try something else. And I like the notion of being flexible and not not fretting by any particular change someone might make. It might work, it might not. Anyway, they desperately needed that wicket, Somerset. They could do with 1 or 2 more tonight to really have a good night's sleep, but Leach has got one. Pretorius has bowled well. Perhaps he can sneak another one.
Just having that thought, what would Somerset be happy with today? 2 down, 3 2 down with that opening partnership in mind?
Well, after that opening partnership, I think what's the deficit is now down to, it should be easy to work out now.
Yeah, 86.
86. I mean, they'd be very happy if it was 3 down over the close, I'd say. And they'd still have work to do, and they'd still have some batting to do in the second innings, you would imagine. Might be quite substantial, but, you know, it's never easy winning games.
No, that's the point, isn't it? It's this tough format of cricket.
Yeah. It did turn, though. Which is a source of some encouragement for Leach. It's easier, and it was a left-hander, and it was Hughes, well, he got runs in the first innings. They could do with getting rid of Haynes. But it'll make him a bit more, you know, it's a new batsman in. How are we going to play Leach? Are we going to try and just sit on him, or should we be more aggressive against him? You know, questions, decisions. I don't know whether there's any edge on that. There's no point asking like that, and he knows it.
He won't give it if you've got your hands on your head saying, ooh.
Let's just have a look.
It's going down, isn't it?
I should think so. It's just sort of, it is going down by a margin, but it's just sort of straightened a fraction, but it was always going down.
Yeah. Now there's a shout.
No, he's not getting it.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is getting it. I beg your pardon. He takes his time, that umpire.
Slow death knell from the umpire. 100 for 2. It's gone from 100 for no loss to 100 for 2, and the opening batters have both departed. Well, Somerset, we said bang bang. That's what Ian was talking about earlier on. 2 wickets, 1 brings 2, and here we go. Let's have a look at this. What do you reckon, Vic?
Ooh. I quite like it. I want another replay.
The batter.
I mean, it's clearly, well, the previous delivery he played around his front pad, but the ball was going down. He played a very similar shot there, but clearly the ball was a bit straighter. We'll have to have another look. Here's the new staircase.
See, it's a good view, that, isn't it?
Busy,
I like it.
Yeah, they've got a camera there. We can see the new batsman coming in.
It is Clark.
It is Clark.
Number 3.
Now
number 4. Let's have a look. This might help
here.
us.
Well, that from behind, it looks good. Oh, we'd like another. Let's have a look at this one.
Bear in mind, we're slightly side on here.
I like this one. Oh, it's a bit leg siding, possibly.
The question is it just about missing, or is it hitting leg stump?
Well, I mean, when you follow international cricket, Charlie, as you have done already.
Well, I've done a little bit.
Exactly.
I'll always keep an eye on things.
You get used to the
DRS.
And you're thinking, well, maybe an orange.
Yes, umpire's call. It would stay with the on-field umpire.
Maybe an orange. That's a better. It's a bit. There's a hint of leg side. He doesn't get too wide of the stumps, but I think
I can see why it's been given. Yeah, and it's not a howler, is it? It's not. You don't look at that and think, oh, how's he given that out? It's one way you can see either way.
Yeah.
And Somerset, it's gone Somerset's way this time. Yeah. So 100 for 2.
Right. Well, who have we got now? We've got Clark, who didn't trouble Somerset for a long time in the first innings.
No, not many of them did. Clark 4 off 10 balls. In fact, the 2 people who did trouble Somerset, well, actually, there was a little bit from Carson later on, wasn't there? But Hughes and Haynes were the top 2 scorers, and they've both gone in, 2 wickets for the addition of no runs.
They're running out of slip fielders. I think they've sacked Lammonby.
Yeah.
And they're going to
get Abel in. Clark on strike. Leaving. Oh, we've seen some risky leaves, seen some bad leaves today, but that was a good one. Clark and Carson, both on naught, faced just 5 balls between them.
It's
different.
What Somerset have been good at today, which is that we've had periods, even in the first innings briefly, and in this one for a longer time, it's kind of all looked very sedate and fairly straightforward for the batsmen. But what they did in the first innings after lunch, and what they might well be doing now, is what a lot of top sides do, is when that breakthrough comes, they kind of up the ante and get meaner, give nothing away, suddenly apply the pressure. It's not a good time to relax when you get a wicket. It's a time to really make sure you give them nothing, because the opposition is suddenly more vulnerable. I remember watching, in India, especially, it seemed to be exaggerated in India, where everything would be all very laid back and batsmen serene, everything, and then a wicket would fall, and the whole pressure changed hugely, and the fielding side was suddenly on the button. Bowlers giving absolutely nought away, and Somerset, well, they would like that in the first innings, and it's an opportunity here to really apply the pressure on Carson, both on naught, and squeeze them and make them fret. But it's great, isn't it, how it changes, tempo changes from nothing much happening here.
It's totally changed. From 100 for naught, it was a completely different feel to 100 for 2. And it may be that these two put on a good lot of runs together, but right at this moment, Somerset
have got.
Feel
well, we said we'd settle for 3 down.
Well, yeah.
How many overs to go? There's still 14 to go.
13 after this one. Yep. Yep.
I mean, 3 would be okay. I think 4 would be quite nice.
Well, with 13 overs, you feel that's not out of the question, is it?
You don't know, do you? You don't know.
Let's see what happens. But Somerset really giving themselves a good chance here.
Yeah.
Still a deficit of 86.
That's quite a well. That's a good shot, but he's down the track actually, very early on in proceedings.
Yeah.
Slipping a girlie. No, that's not such a great delivery. No. Really, just drag that down. What is it? Did we had this in the last game I came here? And I think I must have been with Stephen. Why is it the seagulls come in around about now then, Charlie?
That's a good question.
They seem to.
They know what they know, don't they?
They perch up.
Yeah.
On the Botham stand, top of the roof there.
Swept and a bit of a top edge. Well, the shouts of catch it. Let's see if it was top edge or pad.
Probably pad. That.
Yeah.
But it was a slightly frantic shot, given he's just come in. You're quite pleased to see him playing that.
It's pad, isn't it?
Yeah. It's quite a big shot to play early doors. There's a man loitering it. Well, there's a couple on the leg side loitering. A top edge would be extremely welcome. But that doesn't tell us any more about the seagulls. We noticed them come in about this time of day. We thought there might be some sort of spare chips around or something. Or
that might be it. Is the food that
hasn't quite been polished off
from the tea break, or lunch break. They just know. Perhaps I wonder if they've got a rota, and in the summer they go to they start off in one tourist attraction, head off to maybe the beaches.
Yeah.
And then they think, right,
day, next month will be good this time. This
should think
day
so.
like today.
Rich pickings.
Saturday.
Ice cream sandwiches, all these sorts of things. And then they think, right, next on the day, the cricket. And so to Somerset, see if they're
There's
playing.
a nice warm roof we can perch on for a while.
Keep an eye on the river. Yeah, lovely.
And actually, have you been on the Lordy and both of that? I've on the Lordy and both of that.
Yeah, there's nowhere for them to perch in the James Hildreth stand, really. There's no.
Not really.
Poor old Hildy.
Well, it might be a blessing for.
Yeah, it might be actually quite a good thing. Probably for the fans in the James Hildreth stand. Don't want too many seagulls perching on you. Pretorius, with ball in hand, he's been really good for Somerset so far this year.
Yes,
being the sole overseas until this match. Carson on strike. Rode the bounce of that one.
Yeah. Banged that one in with purpose, but he played it nicely. And is he bowled? Pretorius, keep an eye on him for 40.2. I mean, he's given them both, all the seamers, short, sharp spells, really, 5 overs maximum. Whether he keeps Pretorius just one more tonight because his looks are good, he might do. And, you know, he's asking questions. He has really good rhythm, easy rhythm, and the ball seems, he's not that quick as I say, but he's quick enough, but the ball seems to zip off the turf when he's got it right, doesn't it? And also, he hasn't given them many easy runs either. A little bit wide.
Too wide, yeah. Clark now, normally they're number 3, but in at 4 today. He's keeping it out, deciding now is not the time to play drives, just to survive for a bit, get your eye in.
Yeah, although he played a couple of frenetic shots against Leach, didn't he?
He did. Perhaps he's a bit becalmed since then, or...
Well, again, it's the slow bowler can torment the new nervous batsman even more, because it's not a question of just reacting. You've got to think, what am I going to do? Am I just going to defend him, or shall I take the game to him? Whoa. Henry still scampering around. And so he'll be thinking now, do I give Pretorius one more? He could do. It would be his last one of the day. He's had a good day. He's just having a chat with him. He's perked up a bit, Gregory, I'm sure. Sort of Leach getting that wicket and then one more quickly. Different complexion to the game. Davies warming up, I think. He is warming up. I think Davy must have been invited to have a go. Is that Davy at mid-off? Or is that Henry? Help me.
Henry, I think. Not right line from Jack Leach.
That's Andy Mead, isn't it? They keep a,
oh yeah, it is.
They keep a good rotation.
Yeah.
They keep they keep us on a.
Well, we've had Aldridge, Mead. We've got
I don't know who's
Carson coming in at 3. We've had Davy opening the batter. We've had all sorts.
You can't take anything for granted, though. He's just a little bit leg side there. Right. Clark, as I say, been a bit sort of frenetic against Leach. What's he going to do now? Right.
Quite tense cricket out in the middle, I think. Sussex now, they're teetering on.
Well, I think they, they were going so smoothly, and
Yeah.
suddenly 2 wickets have gone. 2 new batsmen, each on target. Down he comes.
There's a man in the deep does well. Archie Vaughan.
Yeah.
End of that Jack Leach over. I will stay for one more. And then Harry Everett.
Oh, Harry.
Fresh from his travails with Wemden Cricket Club against Taunton Dean today. We'll come in and tell you all about the magnificent win or a disappointing loss. We'll find out.
No, we'll get the. Don't worry, Harry. We'll get the potted version. Since we think the news is not all good.
No, I think Harry will let us know. Judging by his demeanour, not been a good day out in the dirt today. Oh, we're going to see a change of bowling. It's going to be the
Matt
overseas. Yeah, Matt Henry. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Pretorius had bowled well.
Yeah,
but
well, he's sort of working in 5 over maximums, which is fair enough. Henry, he's bowled okay today, but we didn't expect him to be absolute vintage Henry, but in he comes.
Can't get him away there.
No, well, plenty of energy out in the field.
Shorter and just misses the bat by not very much.
Moved after it bounced again, I think. There's another good take from Rue. I sort of presume, this is a real hypothetical, thinking ahead, that if one of the England batsmen in the nets got a nick, or broke a finger, it's heaven forfend between now and the first test.
Yeah.
So James Rue would play. I suppose Jamie Smith would keep wicket rather than James Rue.
I suppose so.
I suppose so. He'd have to. Yes, he'd have to. Otherwise, the selection would look daft.
Yes, it would be a bit silly. Yeah.
But I was just thinking that irrelevantly. Really.
No, I think. Well, also, is James Rue, would he be first choice batting cover? That's the other question. And the leg side, and there's a big shout. I don't think bowler wasn't interested, which is usually a big giveaway.
Well, they were behind.
Let's have a look. What can we see here?
I don't think. The game seems to have stopped, but better get on with it. We'll have a look at the replay.
Couldn't see anything obvious on the first replay there. And the batter didn't.
Okay.
There's often a bit of a guilty look, isn't there, from the batter?
But going back, okay, well, we'll see what we can see in a second. But going back to your question, no, Rue is the spare batsman. So if one batsman was missing,
he is the spare bat. I knew he was in there because Cox got injured.
Yeah.
I.e., he was a wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Cox was this kind of probably the reserve batsman should anyone get injured.
So then Rue, yeah. So there's no one above him in the batting.
Someone else went down.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's zipped through. I wonder whether that went over off stump or just wide of him. But that generated pace off the pitch. Just want one of those to keep low. We've got another non-stroke bowled.
We've seen a few of those. A couple of balls left in this over from Henry. That one is more convincingly played than the last two.
Not hand.
Extra slip in for Carson. had a good day with the bat. So
yeah, he certainly has. 23, wasn't it? In the
they brought the man in from the bat. They want to try and keep they're complimentary. They want to keep him down that end, so Leach can bowl to Clark, I reckon. Sort of. I wasn't quite sure whether he was leaving that or not. So there's a bit of zip there from Henry. So you're off.
Well, I'm hanging around. I'm not going anywhere
Hanging
yet.
on?
So if you want a break, Vic, you just let me know and I can swap in. But I'll head off for now and let Harry come in and tell us of his heroics, I'm sure, for Wemden Cricket Club.
Here he comes. I think we can safely say I'm pretty good at body language. And I can tell you this, dear listener, I don't think Wemden won today. Am I right there, Harry?
You've got many talents, Vic Marks. many, many talents. I don't think you were glued to play cricket alongside Mark Davis next door either. He was sledging me the second I walked in.
Was he?
Yeah. He's meant to be our coach, but never turns up the games. He's here instead.
Like any good player,
no.
It appears you're blaming the coach.
Well, the rest of them are blaming the umpires. So. No, I just come here and talk about Somerset, Sussex, I reckon.
Okay, well, it's a good... You're coming tomorrow, aren't you?
Yes, well, there might not be as much play tomorrow as we think the way this is going.
Yeah, there will be.
I'm meant to be on comms on day 4. I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Well, you never know what happens.
You never know with the pitch flattening out. No, you're right. But I was not expecting the follow-on to be enforced today after...
Well, I wasn't, but we were talking about it, obviously, like you do.
Yeah.
And... Hang on. I thought it was a good decision, but I was surprised. Mainly because teams nowadays very, very rarely force the follow on. But the logic is that we know the pitch gets better and better and better in this ground. So there is a certain logic and say, well, let's go and bowl on it before it improves even more.
I was having this exact conversation with Anthony Gibson at close last night, and we were saying, how the pitch was flattening out, and we weren't daring saying there was going to be a follow-on at that point. But yeah, absolutely agree. You remember the Essex
and
game?
I think, of course, it's very easy to reverse ferret as a commentator, but it's not really legitimate. So I thought it was a good decision to enforce the follow-on. And you're not allowed to backtrack when they're 80 for no wickets. So what's Gregory doing? That's cheating.
But Tom Banton didn't open the bowling as many people suggested in either innings.
Oh,
that's good. Turn and bounce. Good length.
Tom Banton was.
Well, after Gregory and Davey opened the batting, there was talk of Tom Banton opening the bowling.
Well, that would have been silly.
It would have been silly.
And whereas Gregory and Davey was not silly.
I think he's bowled 11 overs. We were checking it out last
night.
time.
He ain't got any wickets, though, has he?
No, I don't think so. Tell you what, I'm almost not recognising Matt Henry. I feel like he needs a haircut. I'm not one to talk about fashion haircut. That's a Pete Trigo thing, but he seems to have more hair on top than he did last year.
Well, he's probably been busy. You know, he's been taking
busy rehabbing,
intercontinental, doing rehab, flying around the globe.
He keeps brushing it out of his eyes.
Yeah, well, perhaps when he's got time.
When he's got time in Taunton,
he'll have a haircut. But
Pete was telling us all about his barbers and tattoo parlour. I think it's a couple he goes to. One for the husband for the tattoo and the wife for the.
I don't think he's got any room left for a tattoo, is he?
No, you missed that conversation on the stream.
Well, yeah.
Gladly so. It's Henry's back.
Oh, it's good.
Bowled pretty well
I have
today.
to tell you, I'm not very keen on tattoos generally.
No, me neither. I wouldn't do the pain.
I mean, this is a grumpy thing to do, but what do they look like if you get to 77?
Yeah, it's just a waste of time, effort, money. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that.
But
you won't catch me.
I haven't tackled Pete on it though.
We'll brave
wouldn't
that.
be worth it. It wouldn't be worth it.
We'll brave that.
He
for
might
day
be
4.
listening.
And I think it's Burbage. Were they losing to Bedminster?
I don't know. Just a little bit wide there, but you can tell he's nearly there, Henry. He's not quite there, but you wouldn't expect him to be.
No. He's probably not 100% fit. He's probably 95.
Well, he's not match fit, probably.
I like the way he's gliding through and his follow through seems to be.
Yeah. That's always a good sign, isn't it, for a bowler? Yeah. I reckon any sort of bowler actually.
He's got quite a light follow through. He's not.
He's
not your Craig Overton heavy, making holes in the pitch kind of job. Oh, that's a tricky one for James Rew to take. Just bounced just before him.
Into uneven bounce, I guess.
And Jameed with number 1 on his back. He's off, then he's on, then he's back again, trying to work out where he's going to be fielding.
Yeah, well, you've got to be fair bit of work as one of the 12th men here. We've got
Yes.
Casey Aldridge on. Andy Mead's been on.
I was laughing yesterday also how far Casey Aldridge has to run to bring the drinks, because we're on the wicket quite a long way over towards the Somerset stand.
Yeah.
Down
It's
the,
quite a
the new
hike.
staircase and then all the way across.
Oh.
James Reeves decided he's going to have this over off and keep it. That's two he's
Well, that
fumbled.
one didn't go.
Oh, he's going to stand up a bit closer now. Yeah,
It's
he didn't
not-
like that.
You don't really want to get a first baller when the pitch is that side of the
No.
square, do you? Because
It's a long
awful
trudge
long
off,
walk
yeah.
back.
Well, Tom Banton had that one. Did you see his dismissal yesterday?
I saw it on
Adjudged.
the highlights.
Is that
yeah.
the word?
Yeah, yeah.
He had a long trudge off. He's given James Rew a little bit of stick. Nice wicket keeping.
Who is Tom?
Yeah, you can see the
Is he?
bit of body language between balls there for those two.
Well,
Few gestures.
He's got him. He's got him.
There you go, James.
He caught
Rew,
that
a
one
little
all
bit
right.
closer. Yeah, a little bit closer, half a step, wasn't it? Made sure it carried to nice height. Matt Henry, a crucial international signing. Nelson strikes again, yeah, 111 for 12. So Carson did score 100 last week. He can bat, but he's a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, but he batted
Pushed
very
up
well.
the order.
He batted well this morning. He was not unbeaten.
That's a waft, though, isn't it? He doesn't really need to be playing.
No,
he
it's
can leave that.
Yeah. But they're a bit paranoid about leaving the ball after the first innings, possibly. But no, it's a good ball.
There's no way.
But
that's
it's
in the
not.
stumps, no.
It's not a particularly good shot because where's it going to get him?
Playing away
even if
from
he
his
hits
body,
it,
poking. Yeah.
it's away. You either got to be slashing at that or leaving it.
Yeah.
There's no point just playing it. And he knows it now. But that little experiment.
He's only just got off the pitch talking about the long trudge off. I thought we should have timed him. That wasn't a particularly slow trudge, but the distance he's got to go. Will be Tom Alsop in at number 5.
Okay.
Another of the Toms. Clark.
Another
Alsop,
left-hander.
Hayes. Good players, Tom Alsop.
Yeah, he didn't get any this morning, but that'll cheer Henry up. He's got a couple of wickets now. He's sort of back in the groove, and the way that zipped off the pitch was impressive.
Making the follow-on decision look more justified.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah.
I think
we
even
weren't
if
we weren't reverse ferreting
No.
up here.
I think
At least I wasn't.
Even if they score 350, I think Somerset,
Well,
made the
if
right
they
decision.
score 350, then Somerset have got to get about 180 to win
Exactly,
the game.
which is happy days. Anything under 250 to chase the
Yeah.
fourth innings, I think they'll be quite happy with.
Well, they might be if it does calm down. I tell you, this morning.
Yes, I saw that
it
Simpson
zipped-
dismissal.
Well, but in the first session,
Yeah.
with Robinson bowling a bit to Vaughan and Overton.
Yeah.
I mean, it was zipping all over the place. With
Interesting, because it wasn't so much yesterday.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not imagining. I couldn't work
No.
out how Somerset were only 6 wickets down by what I saw this morning.
Because I was trying to follow it, having seen the pitch all day yesterday being on
Mm.
comms, and suddenly trying to follow it from 10 minutes up the road today. I was thinking, how have we suddenly lost 4 for 12 or whatever it was?
Well, we didn't bat particularly well either.
Yeah. And Vaughan didn't trust Jack Leach.
No.
That was an odd one.
No, I know. I couldn't.
Jack Leach is one of the better 11s around, but
Anyway, but it did zip around.
Yeah.
And beat the bat a lot of times, and then there were some probably ordinary dismissals anyway. But Robinson was making it zip around, play miss, as was McAndrew.
yeah, see, I thought McAndrew was under-bowled yesterday. I think he only bowled 13 overs across the first couple of sessions, and I think as your overseas quick, they get a bit more action out of them. They went to Clark, they went to Hudson Prentice. James Hayes was a bit loose, his Sussex. The loanee from Notts.
He's a loanee, is he?
Yes, yeah, from Nottinghamshire. Yeah, he was only had a 2 over spell, was quite expensive, and then came back on another spell later in the evening. Yeah, what could Jack Leach do here with a slip and a short leg in place?
I don't think that. There's scope, really. I mean, Clark has been quite fidgety and quite aggressive looking against Leach, but I'm not sure he can do it now with just another wicket gone. He's going to be a bit more careful. He not totally confident in defending, I don't think, the way he's batted so far. There he goes.
Yeah, that looks a bit sort of a skittish, jittery,
Yeah.
sort of, can I get to the pitch of the ball? Bowled fairly well, mind you, did Clark.
What's he ball?
Seamers.
Right arm seamers.
Yeah. I'm even getting Sophie Laughs texting me saying, "Why is your voice on comms? You must have had a quick game."
Well, Sophie's been playing everywhere. I keep.
Yeah.
Been busy.
Exmouth last night, super over.
Yeah.
We were here, finishing the commentary here, and then half an hour later we were all trying to follow it, and then on the MV Play highlights, and then Instagram live. There's carnage in that game. Don't take on Tom Abel's arm. Sensible. No there.
She's been scoring some runs.
Yeah, great to see her. A brilliant 100 of the day. Ran out of partners here. Charlie and I were on commentary on Tuesday for the loss here against Hampshire. Really, if someone stayed with her, they'd have won that game as well. Bit sad when you rely on Ellie Anderson to show the top, well, other than Sophie Luff, the top 7 or 8 all sort of gave their wickets away. And Ellie Anderson at number 10 showed them how to do it. It was a bit late by then, sadly. Heather Knight and Charlie Dean off with England soon as well. They start their campaign on Wednesday.
Well, the women are losing 2. Somerset were losing Tom Banton, and I don't know whether... I haven't quite worked out if James Rood doesn't get in the test team.
Whether he plays at Durham.
Well, I think they're a bit more free. I mean, I suppose the only thing that matters is if they need a concussion.
That's what I was thinking, concussion, like Marnus Labuschagne for Steve Smith.
But if...
But it's Nottingham. It's Nottingham to Durham rather than London to Durham.
Yeah. So we're trying to persuade him to let
because Thomas Rood's busy.
Maintain his nick.
Yeah.
Well, he's playing for the is it ECB 11
the
or
County Select, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. The President's 11, the Chairman's. They call it different. Every country, every tour game is a different name, isn't it? For the the tour side to play the tourists, whatever you want to call it. Some of the players in it I've not heard of actually. It's rare.
Well, they must be very obscure then, Harry.
Well, yeah, I was quite surprised. I think they've been good, and then they're trying to not disrupt the county championship.
Yeah.
Then I thought it'd be the under-19s or the young Lions, which most of it is, and there's a couple of players in there.
Oh, Josh Takeris is captain, isn't he?
Yeah. Good to see Jamal Richards from Essex getting going. That Ben Dawkins, who opens in the 19s, is playing in it. Farhan Ahmed probably would have done, but he's been playing with Knott. So Thomas Rood's got his chance with the gloves.
Sure when he's going to do his A-levels, but still, that's...
No, I was having that conversation with Debbie and Chris.
Well, he's not due to do them until next year.
Busy man.
Oh, has he nearly got a leading sort of edge there?
They've had the heavy roll, haven't they? They don't need Matt Henry rolling on it as well.
He's not that heavy.
No, they're light rollers.
Well, he won't be when he's had the haircut you've decided he needs.
I always didn't recognise him in the field. You know, when you commentate on the side for hours and hours like we do, you recognise every player straight away. Matt Henry's flowing locks. Look at them in the wind. And he's an Alice band. We'll tell him.
I could see.
If he gets a couple more wickets now, then he'll be up for interview, and we'll have a chance to ask him about his haircut.
well, you might, but I think I might leave him alone, really.
Could that be 2 out to Josh Davey in the deep? It's a long throw. Yeah, good running, actually. It's a long way for Josh Davey to try and stop 2 there, deep cover. The longest boundary on the ground. He's probably 20 off already, but maybe has to be 30 off.
I think coaches of the 60s and 70s would have felt comfortable saying, "Hey, you go and get a haircut." I'm not sure it works in 2020.
Well, Tufnell did. I read Tufnell's autobiography, 1990 something.
Okay.
He was told he had to have a haircut before his England debut. Not that long ago.
Who by? Mickey Stewart?
No, he was captain of Tufnell on his debut. You'd know this.
Well, I could work it out. When was it? Gooch?
90. I was going to say it might be Gooch, was my guess, but I didn't.
Well, that could be Mickey Stewart telling him that. I'm sure Mickey Stewart would have done it rather than Gooch.
I think Gooch took him. That was
He
the
took him
story.
to the haircut.
Gooch literally drove him there. Get in my car, son, you're coming with me. That was a funny story, yeah. I interviewed Phil Tufnell at the Yeovil Lit Fest last year, actually.
Oh, right.
He told some funny stories.
I bet he did.
Yeah,
Did he tell you about facing Merv Hughes?
No, he's got so much his revved up. That is going to be 4 down to the river end. 4 buys. James Rood's looking a bit hard done by there because that's done a bit down the leg side.
Yeah, well, he's fired a few down the leg side, but he's got a key wicket and there's still powder. I'm just looking. How many overs left? Do you want to come
5.
and polish it off? I'm not going anywhere, but I feel I've got plenty of chat about with Harry tomorrow. We And did you do it the last day?
Is it me tomorrow?
I don't know.
The rotor's gone to absolute pot at the moment.
I
Pete
don't
keeps
know.
going off. I'm on day 4.
Oh, maybe
Trees
you're not.
keeps going off on golf jollies, and we don't quite know where he is and when he's going to be. I think it's me on day 4.
I don't know. What?
Charlie's day 4.
Are you here tomorrow? Oh, you might
Where are
be.
you tomorrow? You Axbridge, Charlie, tomorrow? Cheddar?
Okay. I don't know. I'm coming.
Meanwhile, Jack Leach is going to continue from the river end.
And I think there are 3 people on the... Anyway, we won't discuss such minutiae in front of our listener.
They'll have the pleasure of guessing the rota.
There's every chance I might see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Vic. Well, Jack Leach is taken down the ground. Tell you what, the umpire's done well to make quick evasion there. Tom Langley and Mike Burns, decent cricketers back in their career, and they've got to be on their toes there. Well, Jack Leach has been popped over his head for 4, but they don't mind that Somerset, really. Aggressive shots. The days of batting until close. Pretty long gone. With 6 overs left, he tosses it up. He's going to be hit back over his head. Well bowled, Jack Leach. Has he got the wicket? No, he's not been given. There's another celebration. He's done the Stuart Broad celeb appeal. Jack Leach is quite animated there. Disgusted when the ball's thrown back to him.
What do they think that came off? Let's have a look. Obviously the bat,
Feeling
but which
caught
bit of
behind.
it?
I think
Let's have a look.
Glad
Did
or higher
happen.
up the bat. It's gone forward, then gone back. It only could be back.
Yeah, it's only going to be the bat.
There's nothing. And then he's pretended to sort of leave it at the last minute. That old chestnut.
Yeah.
Not conclusive from the
No.
replay. Well, and now
That's one. That's one.
There you go. The slog sweep. Oh, that's a big celebration from Jack Leach. You don't often see Jack Leach that animated. Right in the face, running straight in there. Jack Leach.
I've not seen that from Leach before.
I think he was fuming about the previous ball, perhaps, but that's a rash shot. He's put a lovely shot down the ground for 4, used his feet beautifully, and then the rash sort of panic slog sweep. That's muddled thinking, I would say, because you don't need to be sweeping that from Jack Leach.
Just off the, is it off the toe end? I can't really tell. Is he just
That's a
fine
big
edge?
celebration.
Look at Leachy go. He's had a good old look at him there. I've never seen Leachy do that. I wonder if there's been words between them at some other point in the match, because that is...
There's no massive...
He's grinning. To be fair to him, he's grinning.
He doesn't. He's not the type to shout and swear.
No,
I don't
he's
think.
not.
It's more of a smiley celebratory.
I wonder if they know each other quite well from some... Yeah, he's...
There's no... You can't see a massive deviation on either of them.
You know,
but the ball before got him a bit wound up.
I think it's said in jest. I'm going to say it's said in jest. I don't love seeing it when it's sort of angry shouting, but maybe they know each other. Maybe they've had a bit of a chat about it at some point in the match. Who knows?
Yeah,
or perhaps there were words.
like that.
Maybe there were words in the previous few balls just saying
there was
something.
There was nothing yesterday. There was no name at all yesterday.
Tom Clark, anyone?
Not that Jack Leach was on the pitch at all yesterday, in fairness.
No, he wouldn't have been, would he? Well, 4 down now. Sussex, having started so well, they've lost 4 for 21. That's exactly what Somerset lost earlier on.
Yes.
4 for 21.
Well, well, well. That is a slight surprise. So 6 more wickets. Somerset to take. Will Sussex make Somerset bat again? That's the question. Hayes, and there's a night watcher. The not Sloaney. James Hayes, the right arm seamer.
Got to say, he didn't look very... Well, look, there's what is there? 5.2 overs left.
He could be the Night Hawk. Sorry, am I giving it the wrong term?
If Hayes is facing a lot of that, well, look,
you're not backing him to make it to close.
Not if he faces a lot of strike, which is what a night watcher is sort of supposed to do. But
yeah, the night watcher's
maybe he just had a
bad.
Maybe he just had a bad ball that he didn't get down on. Well, I mean, it was a good-ish ball from. It was just straight in on the stumps, and he missed it.
I think we're going to see Tom Abel coming close. He's putting a bit of protective gear on.
There's a bit of fire, isn't there? I wonder if we look back and watch the highlights or try to watch a part of this game at Hove if there was something between Clark and Leach. Because there's definitely that really pronounced sort of in-your-face something going on. Now look at all the fielders around the bat here. Hayes on strike, the night watcher. Honestly, the batting orders in this game have been all over.
I've got a scorecard in front of me that I filled in yesterday, and I just don't know where to go with the scorecard anymore.
It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest I've ever seen.
20 different people have asked me today what's up with Somerset's batting order.
Yeah,
and I ran out of ideas of how to answer it. It's a nervy defensive pokey prod. Well, I'm going to see Jack Leach continue from that end. I reckon so. Leach and Henry, you'd probably put your money on. Well, Jack Leach fired up. Maybe he's just passionate that his club, the Dean, won today. Maybe he's just buzzing and celebrating that.
Yeah.
He could be back there if he's not picked in the T20s. I can see him playing some club cricket this year.
I wonder what on earth that was.
I have to ask. Do we know who we're interviewing after play today?
Not heard, no. I guess Leach might be up there. He's
yeah.
Good old...
few wickets today, isn't he? Yeah. Well, it's going to be Matt Henry from the Scottish Pavilion end with 2 slips in place. Tom Abel's catching with wicket. Bit of lift, bit of carry there. Do you like his gliding follow through? Go next. Now I think he's just going to play solidly Allsop. He's new into his innings. He's a proper batter. Don't think he's going to be in any rush yet. 15 extras out of 121.
Yeah.
Ideal. That from Somerset. Coming around, it gets shorter. Well played, actually.
Yeah, nicely played.
Bounce nicely. Should be at least 2. Lamby's quick. Craig Overton's going with him. Lamby will flick that. Craig Overton finish the job. Good hunting in pairs. Also, just give an update. Thomas Rue. He get a stumping, didn't he? Got a stumping and a catch behind. Zimbabwe's leading by 73 runs on first innings in that one. Just a tour match between them. Just a little bit leg side for Matt Henry there. Not the perfect line and length. Allowing the Night Watcher to get back on strike. Funny if you're still joining us on the YouTube chat, trying to work out what got Jack Leach so excited. We think probably the ball before, yeah. He was pretty adamant he'd hit both of them. Well, didn't cost anything. Now Henry's back over the wicket with 3 slips in place. That's his line of length, that's where he wants to be. Is it bad of us to laugh at the irony of the IPL game being abandoned without a ball bowled after all
of that?
delay?
That's a shame. So what was? I didn't see. What was that for?
Yeah,
well,
RCB.
Rain, was it?
Yeah, a lot of rain. Cold Night Riders RCB. We've got glorious sunshine in England.
Shame.
People trying to say Michael Vaughan was the champion of it being played here to finish the competition.
Would have been quite incredible, that, wouldn't it? Shipping the IPL to England, wouldn't it?
The glorious sunshine of England, but it's too wet over in India.
A bit behind the sky, really, but especially with the county championship going on, where would you have played the game? It would have been quite a bit of working it out in between.
There's always 9 county grounds that are away, aren't there?
Well, yeah, but then you've got an IPL game happening in Leicester or in Hove, you know, or in Taunton, smaller grounds. But then the thing is, you wouldn't have. Well, I guess you would. You'd probably have a real clamour for tickets, actually, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think there would be.
You wouldn't be, you know, you're not shipping over.
Because the IPL's never going to be in England for any other reason. I thought it'd be a
one-off.
Yeah,
we could have had the commentary gig on that.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Not that we wouldn't rather be doing county championship.
Of course. Well, the way this is going, Somerset well on top.
Of course not.
Still a deficit of what are we on now? 62.
Yeah, all stopped there. Former Hampshire and Brisbane Heat batter, of course. I enjoy watching him in the Big Bash as a replacement out there. Bit of winter watching. When you wake up in the morning, it's cold and wet here, and you can tune into the Big Bash from Australia. I do enjoy doing that. Australians and New Zealanders texting us and live chatting to us, doing a similar thing now. Particularly excited to watch Matt Henry in Somerset conditions. Oh, and yes, I should say they put you lot on comms while I was having tea at Taunton Dean. I got you and Vic on the screen at Teams. I'll make sure they put the live stream on. And I should be saying, James Hayes batting now was a former Taunton Dean player.
Was he?
Yeah. In his youth, then Taunton and Bridgewater before getting his pro gig.
Oh, yeah, we spoke a little bit about this earlier on. Yeah.
Yes, because Triggs was saying he'd coached him a bit in the past.
Left alone. Crowding round the bat. This almost looks like the sort of the 10th wicket they're trying to get rather than the 5th, but this is what happens, getting the night watcher in. Oh, not far away.
That's prodding and poking. I see what you mean now about worrying about him being night watcher, the way he sort of prods and pokes. And it's not a calm defensive shot, is it?
Well, he only, how many balls did he last
in
the first innings? He lasted not very long at all. 5. Got out on the 5th ball, missed one, missed a straight one.
Well, he's passed that this innings. That's a good leave. That's what the batters below him want. The batters are being protected by him. That's what they want.
4 wickets for just 25 runs, Sussex. It was going so well, it was 100 without loss. Somerset have come storming back into it. Still 62 runs just to make Somerset bat again, which they should do that. Obviously, they should get another 62 runs with 6 wickets remaining, but how many can they make Somerset get? How difficult can they make it for Somerset to win this match? At the moment, surely they are the favourites by quite some distance.
Yeah, I agree.
Craig Overton now. Well, if they can get Hayes on strike, Overton, I'm sure, will be aiming at the stumps.
I agree.
Because
Indeed.
he proved he was very late on that ball from Pretorius earlier on. In comes Overton, and Allsop defends.
Did we mention yesterday with Pete on comms his new Instagram reveal that MJPL's new game changer, Pete Trigo? Did we mention that? Did we let him get away with that?
I didn't see that.
Oh, he's getting signed up for all these different.
Oh yeah, all the leagues.
Yeah, the title
Legends
is
Leagues. What's
his explosive batting and cunning bowling. This Somerset star is ready to set the stage ablaze. Big cheers for Pete Trigo joining the MGPL.
What is the MGPL?
I don't even know actually.
There's something Premier League. MG. What's that?
Modern Junior Legend.
Is it a place?
MG. Let me find out. Aspiring cricketers into the spotlight. Phil Mustard is somehow playing it.
Oh yeah. Where's he based now?
I don't quite know it. There's so many leagues out there I can't keep up. He was, wasn't he? We should have had this conversation while he's here, really.
Well, he's back tomorrow.
He'll tell us tomorrow, indeed.
Full and still defended.
Ah, Sophie Luff just texted me. She's on comms tomorrow.
Oh, lovely stuff.
So it must be a Luff Taylor.
No, not Taylor.
Sorry, Luff Marks
Trigo.
Trigo combination, and then myself and you back for day 4.
Luff Marks Trigo. There's the big 3 that they advertise on.
Oh yeah, they get. Where's my sheet of paper? They get the advertising.
Yeah, they are the 3 big names.
They're the poster boys and girls. I'll get that poster.
Not like us, Harry. Oh, he's just wandering off. Bye.
We'll just draw ourselves on, shall we?
Yeah, Overton to Allsop again.
Joy circles.
Go on then. You do a portrait of yourself.
We'll put that on comms. No, I'll let Charlie do the drawing. I'll do 2 nice circles for him. Oh, they're falling asleep.
One of them looks like an egg.
Yeah, you do the drawing.
I'll do
Charlie,
me.
You're the
you
artist.
Do you. Oh, no, artist.
Artiste?
Myself some big curly hair.
Like Matt Henry's. Craig Overton's got a fresher, more streamlined trim. He's steaming in.
Well defended. Just on a big face.
Come on, Comcan. Show us our drawings to the world.
We've got to get Stephen Lamb on there as well.
Yeah, I've seen Stephen Lamb for a while. Is he on a yacht in the
probably
Mediterranean or something?
Probably.
He lives a life, Stephen Lamb. Skiing a couple of months ago. Easy one
come
there,
through for the single on the last.
Is that right though? The night watcher should be keeping
well,
the strike.
That's the point of a night watcher, isn't it? And Hayes is keeping off strike. He's sort of farming the strike here. Is Allsop.
I'm not sure he's got this gig for life. You don't sign a loan. Like, is Jake Ball going to be the night watcher for Kent in this game? At Bristol, I hadn't thought about that. I feel like you have your regular night watcher, or you just make the lone eagle. Ollie Hannon-Dolby for me is one of the best night watchers in the county championship. Steve Finn did a pretty good job. The Watford Wall. Who else is there? Gillespie is probably one of the best in international history. But Oh, someone's texted me saying, how many disciplinary points do the team have to have before a point is docked? To be honest, I don't actually know that.
It's a good question. Doesn't happen very often, does it?
No, we need Polly for that.
Yeah.
We all love a bit of Harry and Charlie on comms.
Oh,
Thank you,
who's
Chunky.
that?
That's a nice comment.
We've got Leachy now for the penultimate over of the day, bowling to Tom Alsop. Oh, he's not getting the bat on that. A bit edgy.
So, Somerset's day indeed. Force a follow on, take 14 wickets across the day. That's pretty good going. What are they comfortable chasing, Charlie Taylor?
Well, you said 250 earlier. They should back themselves.
Well, I'm tempted to go even more ballsy after last game. You could probably go 300, 320. I'm not saying they don't
push it. Well, if we're talking 320, then Sussex are scoring 500.
Well, yeah, I don't think they will.
They're not going to score 500
I mean, you never know with John Simpson. But
well, true. Yeah.
They've got batters, they go deep. And also remember Carson was early.
Single here.
Remember with Carson coming in at 3, it's slightly changed.
Yes, it's not quite the same.
And Hayes at 6, so actually they've got 2 genuine batters who aren't in the top 6 now.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, they could still score plenty of runs here, but a 500 is
yeah.
Really can't see.
What we're saying here is Somerset would do well to not win this game, I guess.
Well, they should be set a target that they should get. Doesn't guarantee that they'll get it, but they're going to get an achievable target, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, trail by 59, you never quite know. This attacking field, look at this.
Well, this is the penultimate over the day here.
I like this.
Leach to Hayes, the night watcher. 127 for 4. Here comes Leach around the wicket. Darting that one in. Hayes plays it well, actually. Takes any risk of a catch out of the equation by hitting it straight down. Last ball of this Jack Leach over, and then we've just got one to go. Oh, not far away. Good over, Jack Leach. End of his part to do today. Well, unless he gets a catch coming his way in a moment, but that is his bowling done for today, and he's been really successful. How many has he got? Picked up 2 in this innings so far, 2 for 19, and earlier on today picked up 2 for 18. So there we are, 37 runs, 4 wickets. Very good stuff. Can Craig Overton pick up one more wicket? Can the Sussex pair survive? Alsop is on strike.
Yeah, they'd go off, wouldn't they, if a wicket fell?
Yes, they
and he
would,
ball
yeah.
now. So he cannot bowl a double wicket maiden or anything like that tonight. If he were to take a wicket, they'll have to wait till tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, it's nearly
Funny
half
rule
past
that,
6.
actually. I don't know.
Well, it's just for a lot of faff for 2 balls,
yeah,
isn't
I
it,
guess,
or whatever.
but you think if a bowler's good enough to take a wicket, they deserve to have another go while they're raring in. And
yeah.
You know, you might get ill overnight and not be quite so good at the
It's
rest of the
batter's
day.
game, isn't it? It's designed to help the batters always.
Yeah, indeed. Does Hayes want the strike here? There's the night watcher
Well,
managed to get on
should
strike.
be taking it.
But then Alsop doesn't want to go looking too hard for a single.
Yeah. If he's happy defending, then just stay there. See the over out.
Shadows lengthening, the seagulls up above. Glorious sunny evening.
It is nice, isn't it? It's lovely.
Someone tells me it's Eurovision tonight.
It is Eurovision.
That feels like
tonight.
a Charlie Taylor thing.
I love Eurovision. Can't wait.
You, that was the answer.
Can't
I
wait
bet
for
you've
that.
talked about that on your radio show a bit this week.
Yeah, I should say. We've put together a bingo card of stuff to look out for.
Oh, I did see
It's
that.
been featured in the Daily Mirror today. They've picked up on it and they put it in the page.
From your social
on the
media?
website. From my social media, they found it.
Oh, Charlie Taylor. You're a celebrity.
Bouncer.
Bit leg side.
Yeah, not
great. Why are you used on the Mirror then? Come on, have you got some contacts
No,
there?
no, just they've spotted it. They've probably just put in Twitter the word Eurovision, haven't they, and spotted that.
Do you get paid if it goes in the Mirror?
No.
You're an Instagram influencer, Charlie.
That's me.
You're
Clearly.
a pool player, cricketer.
Pool player. I hit 1 or 2 okay shots, but mostly it was rubbish last night. In comes Overton. Defended it again. 2 balls to come.
It's because Ben Warren wasn't coaching you enough. That's why. Ben Warren was coaching
You were
didn't
endlessly coaching poor Will. Poor
Ah.
Will. the pressure you were putting on Will.
Then he kept asking me what my plan was. I was like, I haven't got a plan, mate. I was just trying to hit the ball. Hit and hope.
Now, we're not mentioning this because there are people who are going to be watching it afterwards, but just showing you.
We don't mention football on.
No, I'm just showing you because there are people who are keen to watch it. I know James Rue is a big Crystal Palace fan. This is defended.
Well,
one ball to come.
His brother Charlie's at the game. I had a text and a video from Charlie earlier. Charlie Rue is at the said football match, I think, between Crystal Palace and Manchester City.
Oh, and it is now the full times they've finished.
Okay, I've seen the score now. There it is. There's the scarf. The Palace scarf. James Rue was born in London, by the way, if you didn't realise. Went to school in London for a couple of years. There's a little ironic cheer.
I reckon that's a cheer for they've just seen the full-time score, potentially. But we're not mentioning it here because we don't want to spoil people's evenings if they've got the plans, so we don't want to...
Now, the Rue family came down from London to Taunton when James was young, so we'll let him off.
Final ball of the day, bit of a field swapping over then.
God, we're all getting thanked. There's a ball to come, and people are already saying thanks, goodbye, great stream, thanks to commentary. There could be a wicket here.
Could be a wicket. In comes Overton. It won't be a wicket. He's played that very well, Allsop, to be fair. Good over from, well, faced by him. And Somerset's day for sure here at Taunton. Started the day on 317 for 6. They were quickly bowled out for 338. Then they skittled out Sussex for 152 and enforced the follow-on. They'll have a break overnight. Finishing here, Sussex in their second innings, 127 for 4. Still trailing by 59 runs with 6 wickets remaining. And it's been a bit of a collapse since they reached 100 for no loss. They are. And then were 121 for 4. So, Harry, I know you only saw the end of the day, but Somerset have put themselves in a winning position here.
Absolutely.
Sussex going to have to work hard to get a draw.
Well, when I went out to field, Sussex was still batting their first innings, so I was very impressed to see Somerset get through that first innings so quickly. A couple of beauties. Somerset particularly got that beauty. Jack Leach bowled particularly well. Great to see on what we think will be a more docile pitch that will flatten across the next few days. Beautiful sunny weather forecast. But it's still doing a little bit at the moment, and in some ways, the longer Sussex are out there, the easier it might be for Somerset to bat on in a fourth innings chase. There's two different ways of looking at it. Somerset would love to wrap it up and have less to chase, of course. But this pitch usually flattens out. Pepper's done a wonderful job. These pitches that look green on day one actually have produced brilliant cricket, as we saw in the Essex game and the Sussex match.
Yeah, I think Sussex will have a lot of questions asked about their first innings batting. I think there was some really good balls, which you think, well, there's not a lot they can do, but there was some poor batting in there as well. I'm sure Paul Farbrace will have one or two things to say. James Rue is about to find out the full-time score of the
can he ignore it?
FA Cup final. I'm sure that'll be his first question when he gets into the box. But from us here at Taunton on a beautiful sunny day, that's it. We'll be back again. Well, I won't, and you won't, but there'll be 3 former or current Somerset players who will be here: Peter Trigo and Vic Marks. And Sophie Luff will take you through tomorrow's play, and we don't really know what will happen. It's been an unpredictable game so far. So thank you very much for joining us here at Taunton, and we will be back tomorrow morning just before 11 o'clock. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy Eurovision.
And turn your earpieces off.
Turn your earpieces off. Exactly.